Chapter 23 of Lover or Friend by Rosa Carey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Daddy, I want to speak to you.
To his eye, there was but one beloved face on earth, and that was shining on him. Chapman. Audrey never knew how long she sat there, shedding those healing tears, every one of which seemed to relieve her overcharged heart. It was a luxury to sit there in that cool, shadowed stillness. Presently she would rouse herself and go back to her world again. Presently, but not just now. By and by she would think it all out. She would question her own heart more closely. Hitherto she had feared any such scrutiny. Now it would be selfish, cowardly, to avoid it any longer. But at the present minute she was only conscious that she and everyone else were miserable. At this moment she heard footsteps crossing the courtyard. Then, to her dismay, they entered the lobby. She had only just time to drag down a book from the shelves and open it haphazard. It was a volume on natural history. Anyone would have thought her absorbed. She pored so attentively over that plate of gaudy butterflies, never raising her head to look at the newcomer, who stood a few yards off, regarding her with unqualified astonishment. Cyril Blake, for it was he and no other who had entered the library, would willingly have withdrawn without attracting her notice, but one of the boys in the sanatorium wanted a certain fascinating book of adventures, and he had promised to fetch it. He knew the volume was in this very recess, and he saw with some annoyance that it would be necessary to disturb her. "Miss Ross," he said in that quiet, guarded tone in which he always addressed her now, "may I trouble you to move just for one moment? I am so sorry to disturb you, but Willie Taylor—" And then he stopped, as though he were suddenly petrified. Audrey had risen quickly, but as she moved aside, he had a full view of her face. The flushed cheeks and swollen eyelids told their own tale. "Good heavens!" he exclaimed, forgetting his errand and speaking in excessive agitation. "You are unhappy! Something is the matter!" And Cyril turned quite pale. Poor Audrey! Her feelings were not very enviable at that moment, that she should be discovered by the very person whom she was most anxious to avoid. If he would only go away and leave her, and not stand there asking her questions. But nothing was farther from Cyril's intentions. For the minute he had forgotten everything except that she was unhappy. "You are not well, or else something has been troubling you," he continued, and his voice softened with involuntary tenderness. "Miss Ross, you promised that we should be friends. Will you not treat me as one now? There is nothing I would not do to help you, if you would only tell me what is troubling you." "It isn't possible," she returned with a little sob. Oh, if he would only go away and not speak to her so kindly. "One must be troubled sometimes, and no one can help me. If you will only leave me to myself." "Leave you like this?" "Yes, indeed. Indeed, I cannot talk." And Audrey wiped away the tears that seemed to blind her. She so seldom gave way, she so seldom permitted herself this feminine luxury of tears. But when once she set them flowing, they were simply uncontrollable. She could not help what Cyril thought of her. "If you would only go away," she repeated, turning from him as he stood there as though rooted to the spot. "I cannot go." And here Cyril's lips became quite white under his moustache. Some sudden intuition of the truth had come to him. Why had he not thought of that before? It had never even occurred to him. An hour ago he had met Molly wandering about the town disconsolately. Miss Ross was at the cottage, she had said. It was only a call, and she had taken the message herself, and then her mother had given her some errands to do and had charged her strictly not to return for at least an hour. "Mamma never likes me to be at home when Miss Ross comes," Molly had observed in an aggrieved tone. But Cyril had taken no notice of the speech. He knew his mother's little ways, and no suspicion of the truth had come to him. It was only the sight of Audrey's emotion that quickened it into life now. "You have seen my mother," he exclaimed, and here his face grew dark and stern. "She has been talking to you, making you unhappy. Miss Ross," as she remained silent, "you must answer me. This concerns me very closely. I have a right to know if my mother has betrayed me." His tone frightened Audrey. "You must not be vexed with her," she said, rousing herself to defend the absent. "She's very unhappy, and of course it troubled me." Audrey spoke with her usual simplicity. What was the use of trying to hide it any longer? Cyril's impetuous pertinacity gave her no chance of escape. "And she told you that I was going away?" Audrey bowed her head. "It was very wrong," he returned, still sternly. "Whom is a man to trust if he cannot trust his own mother? She has betrayed my confidence. It was cruel to me, but it was far more cruel to you. It is that I cannot forgive."
No, you must not say that. She did not mean to be cruel, Mr. Blake. Of course, I ought not to have known this, and of course it has made me very unhappy. But now I must ask you something. Will you not wait a little? Things may be better, easier."
And here she looked at him timidly, and her expression was very sweet. But Cyril was not looking at her. He was having a hard fight with himself. He was angry, justly angry, as he thought. Nay, more, he was humiliated that his mother should have appealed to this girl, that, knowing her kind heart, she should have inflicted this pain on her. The sight of her grief, her gentleness, almost maddened him, and he averted his eyes as he answered her. "They cannot be easier. But do not mistake my meaning. Perhaps my mother has misled you. Let me put it right. No pain or difficulty is driving me away. Do not think that for a moment. However hard it might be to go on living here, I think I could have endured it, if I were only right to do so. But I have made up my mind that it is not right, and tomorrow morning I shall speak to Dr. Ross."
"Oh, no, no!"
And here Audrey clasped her hands involuntarily, but Cyril's eyes were fixed on some carrier pigeons fluttering across the courtyard. "It is my duty to do it, and it must be done. If Dr. Ross questions me, I shall tell him the truth. I must go away because I have dared to love your daughter, and if I stayed here, I should never cease from my efforts to win her. That is what I should tell him, Miss Ross. I think you will not press me to remain under these circumstances." And Cyril gave a bitter little laugh.
"Perhaps not."
And here Audrey sank down upon her chair, for she felt weak and giddy. "I am glad, at least, that you think I am doing right."
"I did not say so."
"Pardon me," and here Cyril did try to get a glimpse of her face, for something in her tone baffled him. "You, who know all, must, of course, approve my conduct. If I stayed here, I could not answer for myself. It is better, safer, that I should go, though, wherever I am," here his voice trembled with exquisite tenderness, "I must always love you."
"Then in that case you had better remain."
Audrey tried to shield her face as she spoke, but he had seen a little tremulous smile flit over her features, and she could not hide her dimple. What could she mean? Was he fooling himself, dreaming? The next moment he had dropped on one knee beside her, and was begging her, with tears in his eyes, to look at him. "This is a matter of life and death to me," he implored, compelling her, by the very strength of his will, to turn her blushing face to him. "Miss Ross, Audrey," his tone almost amounting to awe, "you cannot mean that you really care for me."
"I'm afraid I do care too much to let you go,"
she half whispered. But as he grasped her hands and looked at her almost incredulously,
"Why is it so impossible? I think in a way I've long cared."
But even then he did not seem satisfied. "It is not pity, you're sure of that. It is nothing that my mother has said. Audrey, if I thought that, I would rather die than take advantage of you. Tell me, dear." And the pleading of his eyes was almost more than she could bear. "You would not so humiliate me."
"No, Cyril, I would not."
His name came so naturally to her, she hardly knew she said it, but a gleam of joy passed over the young man's face as he heard it, and the next moment he drew her towards him. Audrey took it all quite simply. She listened to her young lover's passionate protestation of gratitude, half shyly, half happily. The reverence with which he treated her touched her profoundly. It did not overpower her with the force of his affection. After the first few moments of agitated feeling, he had quieted himself and her. "I must not try you too much," he said. "If I were to talk for an hour, I could never make you understand how happy I am. It is a new existence. It is wonderful. Yesterday I was so tired of my life, and today, Audrey."
"I am happy too," she said in a soft, contented voice. "All these weeks have been so miserable. I seemed to miss you so. But you would have nothing to say to me. To remember that evening when you took my queen. Oh, how unhappy I was that night. And you saw it and went away."
"I did not go far," he returned, taking possession of one hand. The soft, white hand that lay so quietly in his. "It was the only thing I could do for you, to keep out of your sight as much as possible. I walked up and down the road like a sentinel for hours. It did not seem possible to go home and sleep. I felt as though I never wanted to sleep again. I could only think of you in your white gown as you sat opposite to me, and how your hand trembled, and how cold it felt when I said good night. I thought it was all your goodness, and because you were sorry for me. Were you beginning to care for me a little even then, my darling?"
"I do not know," she answered gently. "You must not question me too closely. I hardly understand myself how it has all come about."
"No," he returned, looking at her with a sort of worship in his eyes, the worship with which a good, true woman will sometimes inspire a man, and which makes their love a higher education. "It is all miracle. I am not worthy of you, but you shall see how dearly I shall prize this precious gift." And then for a moment they were both silent. "You will not now forbid me to speak to your father," he said presently, and a shade of anxiety crept into his voice in spite of his intense happiness. The thought of that interview somewhat daunted him. It was surely a daring thing for a junior classical master to tell his chief that he had won his daughter's affections. It was an ordeal that most men would have dreaded. Audrey seemed to read his thoughts.
"I hope I shall never hinder you from doing your duty," she said quietly. "And of course you will have to speak to him. But,"
looking at him with one of her radiant smiles,
"you will find him quite prepared."
"Do you mean that you will speak to him first? Oh no, it is surely my prerogative to spare you this."
"But I do not wish to be spared,"
she returned happily.
"Cyril, I do not think you have any idea of what my father is to me, and I to him. Do you suppose I should sleep until I've told him? There has never been any secret between us. Even when I was a little child, I would take him all my broken toys to mend, and if I fell down or cut my finger, and I was always in mischief, it was always father who must bind it up and kiss and comfort me, and with all his hard work, he was never too busy to attend to me.
I think in your place I would have gone to your mother. You must not be jealous, darling, if I tell you that I fell in love with her first."
"I am so glad. Dear mother. Everyone loves her. But when Gage and I were children, I was always the one most with father. I think there is no one in the world like him, and Michael says the same. I must write and tell Michael about this."
"Oh yes, he is like your brother. I remember you told me so. But dearest, I must confess I am a little anxious about Dr. Ross. I'm only a poor man, you know. He may refuse his consent." Audrey shook her head.
"Father is not like that," she said tranquilly. "We think the same on these matters. We are both of us very impulsive. I have some money of my own, you know, not much," as Cyril's brow contracted a little, "but enough to be a real help. But do not let us talk about that. I have never cared for such things. If you had not a penny in the world, you would still be yourself. Cyril Blake."
Audrey looked so charming as she said this, that the cloud on Cyril's brow cleared like magic. "And you do not think your father will be angry?"
"Angry? Why should he be angry?"
opening her eyes widely.
"He may be disappointed. Very probably he will be so. He may think I might have done better for myself. He may even argue the point a little. The great blessing is that one is not obliged to consult one's sister in such cases for—"
looking at him with her old fun.
"I'm afraid Gade would refuse her consent."
"Yes, I'm afraid both Mr. and Mrs. Harcourt will send me to Coventry."
"To be sure they will, but I suppose even Coventry will be bearable under some circumstances. Oh dear," interrupting herself, "do you see how dark it is growing? We have actually forgotten the time. I must really be going."
"I ought not to have kept you so long," he returned remorsefully.
"There you shall go.
I will not detain you another moment. I think it will be better for you to go alone. I will stay here another half hour. I could not speak to anyone just now. I must be alone and think over this wonderful thing that has happened."
"Very well," she replied.
But some minutes elapsed before the last goodbye was said. There were things he had forgotten to say. More than once, as she turned away, he detained her with some parting request. When she had really gone, and the last sound of her footsteps died away, he went back into the dusky room and threw himself down on the chair where she had sat, and abandoned himself to a delicious retrospect.
"And it is true. It is not a dream,"
he said to himself when an hour later he roused himself to go back to the grey cottage. "Oh, thank God that he has given me this priceless gift. If I could only be worthy of her," finished the young man with tender reverence, as he crossed the courtyard and let himself in at the green door. Mrs. Ross looked at her daughter rather anxiously that evening. She thought Audrey was rather quiet and a trifle subdued. Geraldine and her husband were dining at Woodcote. Audrey, who had forgotten they were expected, was rather taken aback when she saw her sister, and made her excuses a little hurriedly. She had been detained. All sorts of things had detained her. She had been to the great cottage and the library. She had not walked far enough to tire herself, this being the literal fact, as not a quarter of a mile lay between Woodcote and the cottage. Oh no, she was not the least tired, and she hoped Geraldine felt better. "Much better, thank you," returned Geraldine with one of her keen glances, and then she somewhat elaborately changed the subject. Audrey was not subjected to any cross-examination. Indeed, there was something significant in Mrs. Harcourt's entire dearth of curiosity. But all the time she was saying to herself, "Audrey has been crying. Her eyes are quite swollen, and yet she looks cheerful. What can it mean? What has she been doing? She has hardly had time to smooth her hair. It looks so rough. I wonder if Percival notices anything. I'm sure father does, for he keeps looking at her," and so on. It was Mr. Harcourt who was Audrey's bête noire that evening. He was in one of his argumentative moods, and could not be made to understand that his sister-in-law would have preferred silence. He was perpetually urging her to single combat, touching her up on some supposed tender point, in the hope of getting a rally. "I suppose Audrey, who goes in for women's rights so warmly, will differ from me if I say so-and-so. Or, we must ask Audrey what she thinks of that, my dear. She is a great stickler for feminine prerogative." And then he would point his chin, and a sort of sarcastic light would come into his eyes. It was a positive enjoyment to him when Audrey rose to the bait and floundered hopelessly into an argument. But on the whole, she acquitted herself ill. "You are too clever for me tonight, Percival," she said a little wearily, as he stood talking to her with his coffee-cup in his hand. "I cannot think what makes men so fond of debating and argument. If they can only persuade a person that black is white, they go home and sleep quite happily." "It is such a triumph to make people see with one's own eyes," he returned as though accepting a compliment. "Have you ever read the Republic of Plato? No. I should recommend it for your perusal. It is an acknowledged masterpiece. The reasoning is superb, and it is rich in illustrations. The want of women is that, with all their intelligence, they are so illogical. Now, if women only had the education of men—" "Harcourt, I think Geraldine is tired, and I would like you to take her home," observed Dr. Ross, interrupting the stream of eloquence. And Mr. Harcourt, without finishing his sentence, went at once in search of his wife. Women might be illogical, but they were to be considered for all that. With all his satire and love of argument, Mr. Harcourt valued his wife's comfort before his own. "I am quite ready, dear," he said, as she looked up at him with a deprecating smile, "and I know your mother will excuse us." Dr. Ross had walked with his daughter to the gate. Young Mrs. Harcourt was a woman who always exacted these little attentions from the menkind around her, without demanding them. She took them naturally as her right and prerogative. It would have seemed strange to her if her father had not offered her his arm. "Good-bye, father dear," she said, giving him her firm, cool cheek to kiss. "Percy and I have had such a nice evening." Dr. Ross walked back to the house, then he went to his study and lighted his reading lamp. There was a certain interesting debate in the Times, which he wished much to read. A ministerial crisis was at hand, and Dr. Ross, who was conservative to the backbone, was aware that his party was menaced. He had just taken the paper in his hand when Audrey came into the room. "Good night, my dear," he said, without looking up, but Audrey did not take the hint. "Daddy, I want to speak to you," she said very quietly. "Will you please put that paper down for a moment?" And then she added, "I want to speak to you very particularly." Dr. Ross heaved a sigh and lowered his paper somewhat reluctantly. "Would not another time have done as well?" he grumbled good-humouredly. "Harcourt has taken up all the evening. That is the worst of having an elderly son-in-law. One is bound to be civil to him. One could not tell him to hold his tongue, for example." "I think Percival would resent such a hint," returned Audrey, rather absently. She had drawn a low chair close to her father's knee, so that she could touch him, and now she looked up in his face, a little pleadingly. "Well, what is it, child?" he went on, still fingering his paper. "I suppose you want help with some protégé or other.
Moderation in all things. I warn you that I have not got Fortunatus's purse." "It is not money I want," she returned, so gravely that he began to feel uncomfortable. "Daddy, it is something very, very different. This afternoon Cyril Blake spoke to me, and we are engaged."
Dr. Ross gave a great start and dropped the Times as though it burned him. For a moment he did not speak. With all his mildness and benevolence, he was a man of strong passions, though no one would have guessed it from his habitual self-control.
"We are engaged,"
she repeated softly, and then she stroked her father's hand, but he drew it rather quickly away. "Audrey," he said in a voice that she did not recognize. It was so stern, so full of displeasure. "I would rather have heard anything than this, that a child of mine should so far forget herself as to engage herself to any man without her parents' consent."
"Oh, Daddy,"
she began caressingly, but he stopped her. "It was wrong. It was what I would not have believed of you, Audrey, but with regard to Mr. Blake it was altogether dishonourable. How dared he—" Here the doctor's eyes flashed through his spectacles. "How dared he win my daughter's affections in this clandestine way?"
"Father, you must not speak so of Cyril,"
returned Audrey calmly, though she was a little pale, a little disturbed at this unexpected severity.
"It is not what you think. There was nothing clandestine or dishonourable. He did not mean to speak to me. It was more my fault than his. You shall hear all, every word, from the beginning. Do you think I would hide anything from my father?"
And here 2 large tears welled slowly from Audrey's eyes, but she wiped them away. Perhaps her gentleness in the sight of those tears mollified Dr. Ross, for when Audrey laid her clasped hands upon his knee, he did not again repulse her. Nay, more, when she faltered once in telling her story, he put his hand on her head reassuringly. "Is that all you have to tell me, my dear?" And now Dr. Ross spoke in his old, kind voice.
"Yes, Father dear. You have heard everything now, and,
beseechingly,
you will not be hard on us."
"Hard on him, I suppose you mean," returned Dr. Ross, with rather a sad smile. "I still think he has acted rather badly, but I can make allowance for him better now. He was sorely tempted. But now I want you to tell me something. Are you sure that your happiness is involved in this, that it would really cost you too much to give him up?" Audrey looked at her father with some astonishment. That wide, clear-eyed glance conveyed reproach.
"Do you think it necessary to ask me such a question?" she said with a little dignity. "Should I have engaged myself to any man without loving him?"
"But he may have talked you into it. You may have mistaken your feelings," suggested Dr. Ross, but Audrey shook her head.
"I'm not a child," she said rather proudly. "Father, you have always liked Mr. Blake. You can surely have no objection to him personally."
"Yes, but my liking did not go to the extent of wishing him to be my son-in-law," he replied with a touch of grim humour. "In my opinion, Audrey, Mr. Blake is far too young."
"He is 23, she pleaded. "He is 2 months older than I am. What does age matter, Father? He will grow older every day. I know some men are boyish at that age, but I think Cyril's life has matured him."
"Still, I would rather have entrusted you to an older man, and one who had in some measure made his position. Mr. Blake is only at the beginning of his career. It will be years before he achieves any sort of position. Audrey, you know me well enough by this time. I am not speaking of his poverty, though that alone should have deterred him from aspiring to my daughter. We think alike on these points, and I care nothing about a rich son-in-law. But Mr. Blake has only his talents and good character to recommend him. He is far too young. He is poor, and his family has no social standing."
"But, Father, surely a good character is everything. How often I have heard you say what a high opinion his dean had of him, and what an excellent character he had borne at school and college, and then think what a son and brother he is. How unselfish, how hard-working. How could any girl be afraid of entrusting her future to him?"
Dr. Ross sighed. Audrey's mind was evidently made up. Why had he brought this misfortune on them all by engaging this fascinating young master? For he certainly looked upon it as a misfortune. After all, was it any wonder that Cyril Blake, with his perfect face and lovable disposition, had found his way to his daughter's heart? Why could he have not fallen in love with someone else? He groaned to himself, for Audrey was the very apple of his eye, and there was no one he thought good enough for her, unless it were Michael. Not that such an idea ever really occurred to him. Michael's ill health put such a thing out of the question. But Michael was his adopted son, and far above the average of men, in his opinion.
"Father, you will remember that my happiness is involved in this," Audrey said, after a little more talk had passed between them. "You will be good to Cyril when he speaks to you tomorrow."
"Oh yes, I will be good to him." And then Audrey laid her hot cheek against him, and thanked him as she bid him good night. But when she had gone, there were no debates read that night. Dr. Russ had too many thoughts to occupy him, as he sat alone in his empty study. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Lover or Friend by Rosa Carey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. I felt such a culprit, you see. Still, it seems to me that love, true and profound love, should be a source of light and calm, a religion and a revelation in which there is no place left for the lower victories of vanity. Amiel. It cannot be denied that Cyril Blake had rather a hard time of it in the doctor's study. Dr. Russ received him kindly, but his kindness was a trifle iced as he shook hands with the young man, and then seated himself in his big easy chair. He groaned inwardly. "I am an old fool," he thought, "ever to have brought him here. How confoundedly handsome the fellow is. If one could only honestly dislike him." And then he assumed a judicial aspect as he listened to the culprit. On the whole, Cyril acquitted himself fairly. He was very pale and hesitated a little over his words, but he stated his case with sufficient eloquence. His love for Audrey bore him triumphantly, even through this ordeal. "You have reason to be angry with me," he said with ingenuous frankness. "I had no right to speak to Miss Ross until I had gained your permission to do so." "It was certainly a grievous mistake, Mr. Blake." You're very kind not to call it by another name. I will own frankly it was a mistake. I must beg you to make allowances for a very strong temptation. Under some circumstances a man is not always master of himself." Dr. Russ half smiled. After all, this braw wooer was bearing himself with manly dignity. "I hope you will believe me," continued Cyril earnestly, "when I say that I acted with no preconceived intention. My first declaration was perfectly hopeless. I expected nothing, asked for nothing. On the second occasion—" Here he paused, and in spite of his nervousness, a light came in his eyes. "Circumstances forced me to speak." "Circumstances can be controlled, Mr. Blake. If you had come to me, for example—" "It had been my intention to come to you, Dr. Ross, and to tender my resignation. I had made up my mind that it was my duty to leave this place. I had even spoken to my mother on the subject. I love your daughter, and therefore it would not be right for me to stay. These were the very words I should have spoken to you. Only she asked me not to go." And here the young man's voice trembled. Dr. Russ's magisterial aspect relaxed a little. His good heart, yearning only for his child's happiness, began to relent. "I am quite sure of your affection for Audrey, Mr. Blake." "You may be sure of it. There is no proof you could ask that would be refused by me. If I thought, that is, if you and she thought that this would not be for her happiness, I should be ready, even now, to go away." "Thank you. I can quite believe that you mean what you say, but I shall not put you to so severe a proof. My child told me last night that her mind was made up. Indeed, I understand that you and she are already engaged." "Only with your permission, sir." "I do not see how I am to withhold it when the girl tells me that her happiness is involved. I will speak to you plainly, Mr. Blake. You are certainly not in the position in which I should wish to see my future son-in-law. A man of your age, at the very beginning of his career, has no right to think of marrying." Cyril flushed. "I do not think of it. I must work my way before such a thing would be possible." "You mean because you are poor? Poverty is, of course, a serious obstacle, but just then I was thinking more of position. I should hardly be willing for my daughter to marry a junior classical master. Her sister is in a far better position." "I shall hope not always to be a junior master, Dr. Ross." "True, and of course interest can do a great deal. I must speak to Chaddington and see what is to be done in the future. Perhaps you know that Audrey has a little money of her own." "I am sorry to hear it." "Their grandfather left them each £5,000. As Audrey is of age, she is of course her own mistress. It was my intention to give her a couple of thousands on her marriage. Geraldine had it. Anything else will only come to them on my death."
I wish you had not told me all this." Dr. Ross smiled. "You are young, Blake," he said in his old friendly manner, "or you would not be so romantic as to wish Audrey were penniless. You will find a few thousands very serviceable by and by, when in the course of time a house falls vacant. I am speaking of the future, mind, for I do not mean you to have Audrey for at least a couple of years. We are in no hurry to lose her, and you must make your way a little first. Now I think we have talked enough for the present. I will just have a word with Audrey and send her to you." Then he held out his hand, and Cyril grasped it with a word or two of gratitude. Meanwhile, Audrey, seated close to her mother on the drawing-room couch, was pouring out the whole story. She told it very comfortably, with her face resting against her mother's shoulder, and only interrupted by a tearful inquiry at intervals. "Oh, Audrey! Oh, my darling child!" exclaimed Mrs. Ross in a sighing sort of voice, when the girl had finished her recital. "Are you sorry, Mother? Why do you speak in that tone? You know you have always liked Cyril." "Yes, my dear," but here Mrs. Ross sighed again. "How can one help liking him when he is so lovable? But Audrey, what will your sister say? And Percival?" "Poor dear Mother, so that was the reason of that dolorous voice. Well, do you know," with an engaging air of frankness, "I'm afraid we shall have a bad time with Gage. She will want me put in a strait waistcoat and fed on a cooling diet of bread and water. Father will have to assure her that there is no insanity in the family, and as to Percival, oh, Percival's face, when he hears the news, will be a joke." "I must say I don't see the joke, Audrey. I'm really afraid they will both be dreadfully shocked. You must tell them yourself. I would not take the news to Hillside for the world, and just now, too, when dear Geraldine ought to be spared all agitation." Audrey did not dare laugh. Her mother was far too much in earnest. "You must go yourself, Audrey," she repeated, "and I hope you will be very, very careful." "Don't you think it will be better to write, Mother? I am so sure that Gage will disapprove and say cutting things, and of course it will not be pleasant. If I were to write her a sisterly little note, just telling her the news and saying I would go to her tomorrow." And after a good deal of consideration, Mrs. Ross was brought to own that this plan would be the best. Mrs. Ross was so oppressed by the fear of Geraldine's disapproval that she could hardly give her attention to Audrey, and yet her motherly heart was stirred to its foundations. Audrey pretended to be hurt at last. "Oh, do not let us talk any more about Gage," she said impatiently. "I must give her time to come round. I want you to think about me and Cyril. Cyril, is it not a nice name? And you must be very fond of him, and treat him like your own son. He is to be a second, Michael." "Dear me, Audrey, I wonder what Michael will say. He can never have guessed anything before he went away." "I don't know, Mother. Michael is very sharp, you know. It struck me once or twice that he was watching Cyril, but he liked him. He always liked him." And here Audrey's voice was full of gladness. Michael's approval was necessary to her happiness. Whoever else might choose to cavil at her choice, it must not be Michael. Dear old Michael. "I wish he would come back," she said softly, for she felt a strange sort of longing to see his kind face again. She must write to him. She must tell him everything, just as though he were her brother. "Mother," interrupting herself, "I want to tell you something very pretty that Cyril said yesterday. I was talking of you and Father, and he said I must not be hurt, but he had fallen in love with you first. He thinks you the sweetest woman he has ever seen." "Dear fellow," murmured Mrs. Ross. The little compliment pleased her. With all her loyalty to Geraldine's husband, there were times when he was a little formidable to her. Perhaps, in her secret heart, she felt herself too young to be the mother-in-law of a man of 40, and in spite of Mr. Harcourt's real liking and respect for his wife's mother, he had never been guided by her. It had not been with him, as with younger men, to say, "Your mother thinks so-and-so should be done." Indeed, if the truth be told, Geraldine very rarely quoted her mother's opinions. She was so certain that Percival would contradict them. "We are surely able to make up our own minds without consulting your parents, my dear," he would say in rather a crushing tone, for prosperity had fed his self-confidence, and it needed the discipline of trouble to teach him humility. At that moment Dr. Ross entered the room, and at the first sight of his face, Audrey sprang up, and he opened his arms to receive her. "Oh, Daddy, is it all right?" "Well, it is as far right as it can be," in rather an inexplicable voice. "I mean, my dear, this girl of ours has taken the bit between her teeth. Geraldine never gave us this trouble. She fell in love with the right man at the right time, and everything was arranged properly."
"And now the right man has fallen in love with me,"
whispered Audrey in her father's ear. "But you have given your consent, John," returned his wife in a pleading tone.
In spite of her fears about Geraldine, her sympathies were by this time enlisted on the side of the lovers.
"Of course, Mr. Blake is a poor man, but I dare say Dr. Chaddington will push him when he knows how things are. And he is so nice and pleasant and clever, and dear Audrey really loves him." "Oh, sure of that," trying to catch a glimpse of his daughter's face. "Girls make mistakes sometimes."
And then, as a faint protest reached him,
"Well, you will find the fellow in my study if you want to talk to him. Perhaps you had better bring him in to see your mother."
And Audrey withdrew, blushing like a rose.
"She is very fond of him, John,"
observed Mrs. Ross, with a trace of anxiety in her tone, as though her husband's manner did not quite satisfy her.
"She's been talking to me for the last hour. Audrey never cared for anyone before. You remember young Silverdale and Fred Langton? They were both in love with her, and would have spoken if she had given them the chance, but she was as distant as possible." "Yes, and Fred Langton has 1,500 a year, and his father is a member of Parliament. He is a nice fellow, too, only a little too stout for so young a man, but he is not the sort Audrey would fancy. Blake is a good fellow, and I liked him from the first," continued the doctor in a musing tone. "But I never should have picked him out for Audrey." "Perhaps you think him too young," hazarded his wife. "Yes, I should have liked her to have married an older man. They are too much of an age, and Audrey, with all her good nature, has a will of her own. Blake is by no means a weak man. On the contrary, I should say he is strong, but he will have to give in to her." "Oh, I hope not."
For Mrs. Ross held the old-fashioned doctrines of wifely submission and obedience.
"They will not find it out for a little bit, but if I am not mistaken, Blake will discover in time that he is somewhat handicapped. The girl is too much on her side. There is her position, her little bit of money, and her equality as regards age. Blake will have to steer his way prudently, or he will find himself among shoals."
Mrs. Ross looked distressed. Her husband's opinion was infallible to her. It never occurred to her that he might be occasionally wrong in his premises.
"Percival and Geraldine will be dreadfully shocked," she replied. "I quite dread the effect on Geraldine."
Then Dr. Ross's mood changed.
"It is no business of hers, or of Harcourt's either," he said, rather sharply. "If Audrey has her parents' consent, she need not trouble herself about other people's opinions."
Then Mrs. Ross knew that whatever stormy discussion might be in store for her, she must not expect her husband to come to her assistance. He had more than once hinted that his son-in-law took rather too much upon himself, and on one occasion he had gone so far as to say that it was a pity Geraldine had married a man so much older than herself.
"Harcourt is a clever fellow, but he plays the autocrat rather too much. A man has a right to be master in his own house, but Woodcote is not Hillside."
And this speech had alarmed Mrs. Ross dreadfully.
"I wish your father cared for Percival as much as he does for Michael,"
she said once, a little plaintively, to Audrey.
"Nothing Michael says or does is ever wrong in his eyes."
"But there could not be two Michaels, mother,"
returned Audrey.
"and really, Percival does lay down the law far too much. I don't wonder father was a little put out. Of course, he is the older man."
Meanwhile, the lovers were enjoying themselves after their own fashion. When Audrey entered the study, Cyril was standing in the bay window with his back towards the door. But at the sound of her footstep, he turned round quickly and crossed the room. As he took her hands, he looked at her for a moment without speaking, and she saw at once that he was deeply moved. Then he put his arm round her very gently and kissed her. Somehow that silent caress touched Audrey. It was so much more eloquent than words. And when he did speak, his speech was very grateful to her ears. "Your father has been so good to me."
"Yes, I know. I told you yesterday how good he would be."
"Ah, but I had rather a bad time of it at first," he replied, shaking his head. "Do you see that chair?" pointing to the high-backed oaken chair that always occupied the corner by the writing-table. "Dr. Ross sat there, and I stood leaning against the mantelpiece, just opposite to him."
"Do you mean that father did not ask you to sit down?"
"Oh, no, he more than once pressed me to take a seat, but I felt it would be unbecoming for a culprit not to stand before his judge. I felt such a culprit, you see.
When a man steals another man's dearest possession without asking his leave, he must regard himself as a sort of traitor. Audrey smiled, but as Cyril drew her gently down beside him on the wide, cushioned window seat, she made a faint protest.
"I think Mother will be looking for us,"
she said, a little shyly. "But not just now," he pleaded. "You will stay with me for a few minutes, will you not, darling? I could not talk to you before your mother, and I want to tell you what Dr. Ross said. In spite of my presumption, he has treated me most generously. But, Audrey," half whispering her name, as though it thrilled him to say it, "he says that he will not spare you to me for at least 2 years.
"Oh, no, of course not. I could not leave Father and Mother for a long, long time,"
returned Audrey, somewhat troubled by this allusion to her marriage. It was one thing to be engaged and to make Cyril happy, but to be married was a far more serious consideration.
"If I'd been asked, I should have said at least 3 years,"
she added quickly. For one instant the young lover felt himself wounded, but his good sense enabled him to hide this from her. "You are right, dearest," he said quietly. "It would be mere selfishness for me to wish to take you away from this beautiful home until I have made one that shall in some degree be fitting for you. You will not expect a grand one. You know you have linked your lot to a poor man."
"Of course I know it,"
she replied calmly.
"You need not trouble about that, Cyril. I think I am different from other girls. I have never cared for wealth or luxury in the least. Woodcote is my home, and I love every stone of it, but I could be just as happy in a cottage."
"If it were like the grey cottage, for example."
"Oh, I've always been fond of the grey cottage,"
she returned, smiling at him, and the look of those sweet grey eyes made the young man's pulses beat faster.
"I should be perfectly satisfied with a home like that. Why,"
as he interrupted her with a rapturous expression of gratitude,
"did you think I should be hard to please? I'm not a fine lady, like Geraldine."
"You are the finest lady in the world to me," was Cyril's answer. It took all his self-control to sit there, just holding her hand and listening to her. He felt as though in his joy he could have been guilty of any extravagance, as though he ought to be kneeling before her, his lady of delight, pouring out his very soul in a tumultuous, incoherent stream of words. But it spoke well for his knowledge of Audrey's character that he restrained himself so utterly. Any such passionate love-making would have disturbed her serenity and destroyed her ease in his society. Her inborn love of freedom and a certain coyness that was natural to her would have revolted against such wooing. Cyril had his reward for his unselfish forbearance when he saw how quietly she rested against his arm, how willingly she left her hand in his as she talked to him in her frank, guileless way.
"I suppose your mother was pleased about this,"
she said presently. "You would have said so if you had heard us talking last night until 1 o'clock in the morning. You have made more than one person happy, dear. My mother will be your debtor for life."
"I wonder she is not a little jealous of me," returned Audrey. "She has had you so long to herself. I should think she would find me a little in her way."
"Oh no, she was too grateful to you for making me happy. My darling, it would cause me utter misery if you and my mother did not get on. I have been her one thought all these years. It is not right, of course," as Audrey's eyes expressed disapproval at this. "I have had more than my fair share, but I am only stating facts from her point of view. If you had refused me, if we had gone away, she would have broken her heart. As it is, she is ready to worship you for your goodness to me."
"You must take me to her by and by,"
returned Audrey gently.
"But now, Cyril, indeed we must go to Mother."
And this time he made no objection. Mrs. Ross welcomed him very nicely.
"Audrey tells me that I am to have another son,"
she said softly as she held out her hand to him. "If you will only let me be one," he returned gratefully as he carried the soft, motherly hand to his lips. Audrey might be forgiven if she regarded Cyril's behaviour as perfect. As for Mrs. Ross, the tears started to her eyes at that act of reverential homage. She told Audrey afterwards that she felt as though she could have kissed him.
"What a pity you did not. I think Cyril would have liked it,"
was Audrey's quiet answer. She heard her mother inviting him to dinner as she turned to the tea-table, for the afternoon was nearly over.
"We shall be just by ourselves, Mr. Blake."
"Will you call me Cyril, now?" he asked in almost a whisper, and a blush came to Mrs. Ross's comely face.
"I will try and remember,"
she said in the kindest possible voice, and then he joined Audrey at the tea-table, and made himself very busy in waiting on them both, and they were soon as easy and comfortable as possible.
"Would you like my mother to come and see you tomorrow?" he asked presently, when lamps had been brought in, and the October twilight had been excluded. "That will be the correct thing, will it not, Mrs. Ross?"
"I suppose so,"
she assented, but Audrey, with her usual impulsiveness, interrupted her.
"Why should you not take me across now?" she said. "I think it is so stupid to think about etiquette. Your mother is older than I, and it is for me to go to her."
Audrey spoke with decision, and Cyril looked enchanted. "I did not like to propose it," he said delightedly. "Will you really come? May I take her, Mrs. Ross?" But Audrey did not wait for her mother's permission. She left the room and returned presently in her hat and jacket.
"I am quite ready,"
she said, speaking from the threshold, but she smiled as she said the words. Was she interrupting an interesting conversation? Cyril was on the couch beside her mother, and he was talking eagerly. Perhaps, though Audrey did not know it, he was making up for his previous self-restraint by pouring out some of his pent-up feelings. "You understand," he said as he stood up, and Mrs. Ross beamed at him in answer.
"Are you two having confidences already?"
observed Audrey happily, as she looked on at this little scene, and Cyril laughed as he followed her into the hall. "She is the sweetest woman in the world, but one," he said, as they went out together into the soft, damp air. And Audrey, perhaps in gratitude for these words, took his arm, unasked, as she walked with him through the dark village street. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Lover or Friend by Rosa Carey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mr. Harcourt speaks his mind. It is idle to talk a young woman in love out of her passion. Love does not lie in the ear. Horace Walpole. Mrs. Blake was expecting them, had been expecting them for hours. Audrey could see that in a moment. The October evenings were chilly, and most people in Rutherford lighted a fire at sundown. So a clear little fire burnt in the drawing-room grate, and Mrs. Blake's favourite lamp with a pink shade cast a rosy glow over the little tea-table. The cups were ranged in due order, and some hot cakes were on the brass trivet, but the little tea-maker was not at her usual post. Only Mrs. Blake was standing alone in the middle of the room, and as Cyril led Audrey to her, she threw her arms round the girl with almost hysterical violence.
"Oh, my dearest girl!"
she exclaimed, pressing her with convulsive force, and Audrey felt a little embarrassed.
"I thought you would be looking for us," she said, releasing herself gently. "I asked Cyril to bring me. It seemed the right thing."
"No, dear, it was not the right thing," returned Mrs. Blake almost solemnly. "It was for me to come to you. But all the same, I knew Cyril would bring you. My boy would remember his mother even in his happiness."
"It was not my thought," began Cyril, but a very sweet look from Audrey checked him.
"What does it matter whose thought it was?" she said in her direct way. "If I asked him to bring me, it was because I knew it was what he wished, though he did not like to ask me. Dear Mrs. Blake, was it likely that I should stay away when we have always been such friends?"
For a moment Mrs. Blake seemed unable to answer. Some curious emotion impeded her utterance. She turned very pale and trembled visibly.
"And we shall be better friends than ever now,"
continued Audrey, taking her hand, for she felt very tender towards the beautiful woman who was Cyril's mother.
"I trust so,"
returned Mrs. Blake in a low voice, but there was a melancholy gleam in her large dark eyes. Then, with an effort to recover her usual manner,
"Audrey, I hope you have forgiven me for troubling you so yesterday. You must not expect me to say I'm sorry, or that I repent a word that I said then, but all the same I was rather hard on you."
"You certainly made me very wretched."
"Yes, I felt I was very cruel, but one cannot measure one's words at such a moment. I felt as though my children and I were being driven out of our paradise."
"And you thought it was my fault?"
But Audrey blushed a little as she asked the question.
"Oh, hush!"
And Mrs. Blake glanced at her son with pretended alarm.
"Do you know that in spite of all I had done for him, that ungrateful boy actually presumed to lecture me? He would have it that I had been cruel to you, and that no one but a woman would have taken such a mean advantage. But all the time he looked so happy that I forgave him. All's well that ends well. That is what I told him."
Cyril shook his head. Even in his happiness he had been unable to refrain from uttering his disapproval of his mother's tactics. His nature was almost as simple and transparent as Audrey's. It hurt him to remember how his mother had appealed to this girl's sense of compassion. "Do not let us talk any more of it,"
he said quickly. "I think Audrey has a great deal to forgive, but you and I, Mother, know her generosity." And the look that accompanied these words left Audrey silent for a moment.
"Where is Molly?"
she exclaimed presently, when, after a little more conversation, Mrs. Blake insisted that she must have just one cup of tea. In vain Audrey protested that they had had tea already at Woodcote, that in another hour or so they would have to dine. Mrs. Blake could not be induced to let them off.
"Where is Molly?" she continued. "May I go and look for her, Mrs. Blake?"
But before Mrs. Blake could answer, Audrey had exchanged a glance with Cyril and disappeared. She found Molly in the dining room. She was pacing up and down the room with a small black kitten in her arms, but the moment Audrey appeared the kitten was discarded and flung upon 4 trembling, sprawling legs, and Molly sprang towards her, almost overwhelming her with her girlish vehemence.
"Oh, Miss Ross, my dear Miss Ross, is it really true? Cyril said so this morning, but I could not believe him. I must hear it from your own lips. Do you mean, is it true that I hope one day to become your sister? Of course it is true, dear Molly. Oh, I am so glad. I am more than glad. I have been crying with joy half the day. But is he good enough for you, Miss Ross?"
Gazing at her idol with intense anxiety.
"I am very fond of Cyril. Kester and I think there is no one like him. But it does not seem as though anyone were quite good enough for you." "Oh, Molly, what nonsense. But I am not going to believe you. What do you mean by calling me Miss Ross, you silly child? Didn't I tell you we were going to be sisters?"
Molly, who had been rubbing her cheeks against her friend in a fondling, kittenish sort of way, started back in a moment.
"But I could not call you anything else," she returned, becoming crimson with shyness. "You will always be Miss Ross to me. My Miss Ross, you know. I could not think of you as anyone else. It would be such a liberty to call you by your Christian name." "Well, never mind. It will come naturally by and by," returned Audrey tranquilly. "I shall know you are fond of me, whatever you choose to call me, so you and Kester can do as you like." "May I write and tell him?" pleaded Molly. "Oh, dear Miss Ross, do let me."
But Audrey was not inclined to give permission. She explained to Molly that she meant to write herself to Captain Burnett, and that she thought Cyril would send Kester a note.
"Better leave it to him," she suggested. "You can write to him afterwards."
And as usual, Molly was docile. They went upstairs after this, Molly picking up the kitten on the way. Cyril sprang to the door as he heard their footsteps.
"Have we been long?"
Audrey asked, turning to him with a smile. Cyril hardly knew what he answered. For a moment a sense of giddiness came over him, as though he were suddenly dazzled. Could it really be true? He asked himself more than once. Audrey did not seem to guess his feelings. She was perfectly tranquil and at her ease. She had laid aside her hat and jacket to please Mrs. Blake, and as she sat there sipping her tea and talking softly to them all, she looked so fair and girlish in her lover's sight that the infatuated young man could not remove his eyes from her. And yet Audrey was only in the old dark-red cashmere that was Geraldine's pet aversion. But her brown hair had golden gleams in it, and the grey eyes were very bright and soft, and perhaps with that changing colour Audrey did look pretty, for youth and love are great beautifiers even of homely features. Audrey was sorry when Cyril reminded her that it was time to go. She was loath to leave that little drawing-room, so bright with lamplight and firelight. She went home and dressed for dinner in her white gown, feeling as though she were in some placid dream. The rest of the evening passed very tranquilly. Dr. Ross asked for some music. He was not in the mood for conversation, so Audrey sang to them all her favourite songs, while Cyril stood beside her and turned over the leaves. Now and then they could exchange a word or two, and just at the last she must needs sing Widow Miller, when as usual Dr. Ross softly beat time and crooned an accompaniment.
"The sang of the lark finds the widow austere. The beat of her wheel starts the night's dreamy ear. The tears of the toe-tap will whiles fall like rain, yet there's nobody hears Widow Miller complain."
"What a sad song, my dear. I should like to hear something more cheerful," whispered Cyril as she finished. But she did not seem to hear him. She rose from her seat and crossed the room to the corner where Dr. Ross was sitting.
"What is your favourite song, Daddy?"
she said, leaning over him. And as he smiled and nodded, she sat down on the low chair beside him and looked thoughtfully into the fire. She roused herself presently to bid Cyril good-bye, and to linger a moment with him at the door in the starlight. "I shall not see you until luncheon tomorrow unless you pass the window," he said with the egotism common to lovers. "You will think of me until then, will you not, dear?"
"Of course I shall think of you,"
returned Audrey with her usual gentleness. But she seemed to wonder a little at the sudden passion with which Cyril clasped her to him.
Good night, Cyril, dear. I shall be very busy all the morning writing letters, but we can have the walk you propose after 4.
And then she went back to her seat and leant her cheek against her father's arm as she looked into the fire again. "A penny for your thoughts, my child," observed Dr. Ross, when they had both been silent for a long time, "though I suppose I need not ask."
"I was thinking of Michael,"
she returned guiltily.
"Dear old Michael. How I wish he could be happy, too."
And then she bade them both good night and went up to her room, and strange to say, her last thought before she fell asleep was to wonder what Michael would say. The boys marvelled more than once the following morning at their master's evident abstraction. In spite of his efforts to fix his attention on Greek verbs and exercises, Cyril's eyes would turn perpetually to the window, but no slight girlish figure in dark red cashmere appeared on the terrace to gather the yellow and white and violet chrysanthemums that bloomed in the borders. Audrey was in her own private sanctum, and had given orders that no one should disturb her. Even Molly was to be sent away. She had very important business on her hands. There was her letter to Geraldine, and a very difficult one it was to write. So difficult that more than once Audrey thought that she would put on her hat and go up to Hillside instead, but she remembered that Gage was expecting visitors to luncheon. They would probably come early and drive away before dusk. Her letter must not be delivered before then. So she addressed herself again to her task. After all, it was a very sweet, womanly letter, and might have touched any sister's heart.
"If you cannot conscientiously approve, you can at least wish me joy in the life I have chosen for myself," she wrote. "I have accepted Mr. Blake of my own free will, because I think he is worthy of my affection. You do not know him yet, but he is so good, so good. Sometimes I think even Michael is not more to be trusted,"
and so on. But after all, it was far easier to write to Michael. Audrey had no need to pick her words or arrange her ideas with him. She could tell him everything as frankly as though he were her brother. There need be no limit to her confidence. Michael would never misunderstand her.
"The one drawback is that you are still away," she finished affectionately. "I shall not feel things are perfect until we have had one of our long talks on Michael's bench. When are you coming home? It will soon be November, and the trees will be stripped of their leaves. Why do you trouble yourself about another man's business? No one wants you more than your deserved cousin and friend, Audrey Ross."
And when this letter was in the post, and the note for Geraldine lying on the marble slab in the hall, she felt a sense of relief, and had leisure to think of Cyril. They had their walk together after afternoon school, but it soon grew dusk, and Audrey suggested that, as her mother was alone, they should go back to Woodcote to tea. There was no invitation to dinner that night, but Cyril did not expect it. He had his dormitory work, and as Audrey promised to see him before he went away for the night, he was quite content. "You must not think that I mean to bore Mrs. Ross with intruding myself on all occasions," he said. "I know you will tell me when I may come. I mean to be guided entirely by you. Under these circumstances, a man is tempted to be selfish."
"You will never be selfish,"
she said with one of her charming smiles.
"I could never have promised to marry a selfish man. But, Cyril, you will be guided by me in that other thing,"
changing her tone and looking at him very seriously, for they had had rather a hot argument. Cyril was going to Peterborough the next day to buy the betrothal ring, and Audrey had petitioned for a gold one. "But it will only look like a wedding guard," he had remonstrated, for he would rather have denied himself everything for 6 months. If only he could buy something fit for her acceptance, a pearl or sapphire ring, for example. Diamonds were beyond his means. But Audrey could not be induced to say that she liked pearls. On the contrary, she manifested an extraordinary preference for the idea of a broad chased gold band, with her own and Cyril's initials inside.
"I am going to marry a poor man," she said decidedly, "and he must not waste his money on me. What does it matter if it look like a guard? It can serve that purpose afterwards. Please do not look so disappointed, Cyril. When you can afford it, you shall give me any ring you like, pearl or diamond, but I like diamonds best."
And she was so evidently in earnest that he had to yield to her, and Audrey wore her gold ring with immense satisfaction. Audrey spent her evening quietly with her parents. She and Dr. Ross played chess together, and when he went off to his study, she stayed and talked to her mother. Mrs. Ross was not a lively companion that evening. The fear of Geraldine's disapproval was quickening her latent feelings of uneasiness into activity, and she could not keep those feelings to herself.
"I wonder if Geraldine will answer your letter this evening, Audrey?"
I don't think so, Mother dear. I'm to go there tomorrow, you see, so there'll be no need for her to write.
I'm afraid that she will be hurt because you have not gone to her today. She'll think it rather odd for you to write.
Why, Mother, opening her eyes rather widely at this, don't you remember Mr. and Mrs. Bland were to lunch there? How could Gage give me her attention? And then with guests to entertain? It would never have done to run the risk of upsetting her. Percival would have glared at us through luncheon if he had noticed our eyes were red. You know how easily Gage cries.
Did you tell her this in your letter?
I think I implied it, but I am not sure.
Oh, well, we must wait until tomorrow, with a sigh. But I can't deny I'm very anxious. You will go up to Hillside directly after breakfast, will you not, my dear? And do beg Geraldine to come back with you. I feel I shall not have a moment's peace until I have seen her.
Poor dear Mother,
observed Audrey caressingly, for there was a look of care in Mrs. Ross's brow. But though Audrey cheered up her mother and made her little jokes, she was quite aware of the ordeal that was before her, and it was with some undefined idea of propitiating her sister that she laid aside the red cashmere the next morning and put on a certain grey gown which Gage especially admired. It had a hat to match, with a grey wing, and Geraldine always looked at her approvingly when she came to Hillside in the grey gown. She was on the terrace, picking 2 or 3 yellow chrysanthemums, when she saw her brother-in-law coming towards her. A visit from him at this hour was a most unusual proceeding, and Audrey at once guessed that his business was with her. The idea of any interference from her brother-in-law was decidedly unpalatable. Nevertheless, she awaited him smilingly. Mr. Harcourt was a man who walked well. He had a fine carriage of the head, though some people said he held himself a little too erect, and too much with the air of a man who recognizes his own superiority. But as Audrey watched him as he walked up the terrace, she thought he had never held his head so proudly before.
"You are a very early visitor this morning, Percival," she observed as she arranged the chrysanthemums on her grey dress. As she looked up at him pleasantly, she shook hands with him. But there was no answering smile on Mr. Harcourt's face. "It is a very unusual business that brings me," he replied rather solemnly. "Is there anyone in the drawing-room, Audrey? I should like to speak to you quietly." "Susan is there, dusting the ornaments, but I can easily send her away," rejoined Audrey cheerfully. "Mother is in the study." And then she led the way to the drawing-room and gave Susan a hint to withdraw. Mr. Harcourt waited until the door was shut, then he put down his hat and faced round on his sister-in-law. "This is a very sad business," he said, still with the same portentous air of solemnity. "I'm sorry to say your sister is dreadfully upset." "Oh, I hope not," returned Audrey quickly. "I have never seen her more upset about anything. She hardly slept at all last night, and I was half afraid I should have to send for Dr. Musgrave this morning. She was not quite strong enough to bear such a shock." "Gage is so sensitive, you see." "She is not more sensitive than other people," feeling himself bound to defend his wife's nerves. "I am not in the least surprised to find how much she has taken it to heart. I think she feels very properly about it. We are both as disappointed as possible. We hoped better things of you, Audrey." "Is that not a little severe?" "I think not. I am bound to tell you the truth, plainly, that Geraldine and I strongly disapprove of this engagement." "I am so sorry," returned Audrey, with provoking good humour. "But you see, Percival, one must be guided by one's own feelings in such a personal matter, and I hope when you engage know Mr. Blake a little better, that you will alter your opinion." "I'm afraid I must differ from you there, even at the risk of displeasing you. I must say that I think Mr. Blake is the last man to make you happy." "Now, what reason could you have for making such a sweeping assertion?" asked Audrey, waxing a little warm at this. Percival had no right to stand there lecturing her after this fashion. It was not in a brother-in-law's province to interfere with her choice of a lover. If her parents had given their sanction to her engagement, and allowed her to throw herself away on a poor man, it was surely no one else's business to say a dissenting word. Percival might go home and lecture his own wife if he liked. "It is a pity you and Gage are so worldly," she said in what was meant to be a withering tone. Audrey had never been so near quarrelling with her brother-in-law. "Worldly?" he repeated in rather a perplexed tone. "My dear girl, I confess I do not understand you." "It is very easy to understand," she returned coldly. "You and Gage object to Mr. Blake because he is poor and has not made his position. You think I'm throwing myself away because I've engaged myself to a junior classical master who has to work his way up." "Just so," observed Mr. Harcourt. "That is exactly what we do think."
And yet you are surprised because I call you worldly. If you only knew how differently father and I think. Perhaps he is disappointed too. Indeed, I know that he is. He wanted me to marry an older man. But all the same, he agrees with me that a man so honourable and clever, one who has borne so high a character, who is so good a son and brother, would be likely to make a woman happy.
Mr. Harcourt shrugged his shoulders. They were arguing from different points. Audrey was not likely to convince him. He had started with a preconceived dislike to the whole business. He now proceeded to pull Audrey's impulsive speech to pieces. I do not deny that Blake is a good fellow, and he is clever too, but in marrying him you will be descending in the social scale. Who are the Blakes? No one knows anything about them. Edith always declared the father was a city man, but we do know that his mother is distinctly objectionable.
Excuse me, Percival, but you are speaking of a close friend. Even if she were not Cyril's mother, my friendship for her should prevent you from speaking against her in my presence.
Mr. Harcourt groaned as he heard the word Cyril, but he felt at the same time that he had gone too far. His quick temper had carried him away. He hastened to apologize. You must forgive me, Audrey, if I speak a little too plainly, but this is such a bitter disappointment to me. My very affection for you makes me object all the more strongly to this engagement. As Geraldine said to me last night, she has only one sister, and this makes it all the harder for her.
Yes, I understand. I am very sorry to disappoint you both. But, Percival, the thing is done now, and I want you engaged to make the best of it.
Will you not reconsider your decision? He asked, and there was softness and real affection in his look. Perhaps, after all, you may have mistaken your feelings. A girl is sometimes talked into a thing. But she shook her head.
I have not mistaken them, she said quietly. Don't say any more, Percival. I have no wish to quarrel, and of course I am a little sore about this.
Then Mr. Harcourt felt that his mission had been unsuccessful. The girl was contumacious, and would listen to no one. It's all Dr. Ross's fault, he said to himself, as he took up his hat and prepared to walk with her to Hillside. If he had refused his consent, she would have given the thing up. But in worldly matters, my respected father-in-law is a mere child. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Lover or Friend by Rosa Carey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. How Geraldine took it to heart. The world is a comedy to those who think, a tragedy to those who feel. Horace Walpole. It may be doubted if either Audrey or her brother-in-law enjoyed their walk to Hillside. Mr. Harcourt felt that he had failed signally in his brotherly mission, and any sort of failure was intolerable to him. To do him justice, he was thinking only of Audrey's future welfare. As he took up the wide, clerical-looking hat that he affected and walked with her down the terrace, he told himself sorrowfully that he might as well have held his tongue, but all the same he could not refrain from speaking another word or two. I do so wish I could make you see this thing as your friends will see it, he said, no longer laying down the law, but speaking in a tone of mild insistence, as became a man who knew himself to be right. They may not be so closely interested in the matter, but perhaps their view may be less prejudiced. Think, my dear girl, what a serious, what a terrible thing it would be if you were to discover too late that you had made a mistake.
I should never own it to be one,
she said, trying to smile. But it could not be denied that she found her brother-in-law a little depressing.
And you may be quite sure that I should abide by it. There is a fund of obstinacy in my nature that no one seems to have discovered but myself.
Then Mr. Harcourt gave vent to an impatient sigh. He must leave her to Geraldine, he thought, but even then he could not forbear from one Parthian thrust. You will live to repent it, he said very seriously, and then you will remember my warning. You must not look to me to help you out of your difficulties then, Audrey. I would have done anything for you now.
I will promise that I will not ask for your help,
she returned, so promptly that he looked quite hurt, and she hastened to soften her words.
If one makes a mistake of that kind, one must only look to oneself.
I have always regarded your interests as identical with Edith's, he returned a little stiffly. I mean, I've always treated you as though you were my own sister, but of course, if you cannot rely on me as your brother— But Audrey would not let him finish his sentence.
Why, Percival, she said gently, I do believe you are quarrelling with me just because I am taking you at your word. Are you not just a little illogical for once? In one breath you tell me not to look to you for help, and then you reproach me with unsisterly feelings. How are we to understand each other at this rate?
Then a faint smile played round Mr. Harcourt's mouth.
It was true that, in the heat of argument, he did not always measure his words. Even Geraldine had ventured to tell him so once. Well, we will say no more about it, he returned somewhat magnanimously, and though he could not pluck up spirit to turn the conversation into another channel, he refrained from any more depressing remarks. He gave her a friendly nod and smile as they parted in the hall. "You'll find Geraldine in the morning room," he said, and Audrey was much relieved that he did not offer to accompany her. Mrs. Harcourt evidently regarded herself as an invalid that morning. She was sitting in the corner of the big couch in her pale pink tea-gown. She rose at her sister's entrance, however, and crossed the room with languid steps. "Did Percival bring you?" she asked as she kissed her. Audrey felt as though she were to blame when she saw Geraldine's heavy eyes.
"I'm afraid you are far from well, Gage,"
she said a little anxiously, for after all, Geraldine was her only sister, and if things should go wrong with her. She felt a momentary compunction, one of those keen, pin-like pricks of conscience, as she remembered how often she had been vexed with her little ways. Mrs. Harcourt looked at her mournfully. "How can I be well?" she said, with reproachful sweetness in her voice. "I do not think I had 3 hours' sleep last night. Percival got quite concerned about me at last. Oh, Audrey, you have made me so very unhappy." And her eyes filled with tears.
"My dear Gage, I would not willingly make you unhappy for worlds.
But all the same, it has been such a shock, such a cruel disappointment to us both. Percival was nearly as upset about it as I was. If you could have seen him walking up and down the room last night. She must be mad to throw herself away in this fashion. He would say nothing else for a long time."
"I am quite aware of Percival's sentiments,"
returned Audrey coldly. Her manner alarmed Geraldine. "But you have not quarrelled with him for telling you the truth?" she asked with unmistakable anxiety. "Oh, Audrey, you do not know how fond Percival is of you. He is proud of you as though you were his own sister. He has always looked forward to your marriage. He used to say none of the men he knew were half good enough for you, that you ought to have someone who would be in every way your superior and to whom you could look up."
"Yes, and it is such a blessing that I can look up to Cyril. But he is so young, and though he is nice, yes, of course he is very nice and good-looking and clever, still one wants more in a husband. Somehow I never realized these things until I was actually standing at the altar with Percival and said those solemn words for myself. For better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, until death us do part. I felt then that if I had not been so sure of Percival, I would rather have died than have said those words." A faint shiver passed over Audrey as Geraldine spoke. She had never heard her talk in this way before. "Dear, dear Audrey," she continued, taking her sister's hand, "can you wonder that I am anxious that you should be as happy as I am, that it nearly breaks my heart to know that you are taking this false step?" A painful flush crossed Audrey's face. This was a worse ordeal than she had expected. She had been prepared for reproaches, even for bitter words, but this softness, this tearful and caressing gentleness, seemed to deprive her of all strength, to cut away the ground from under her feet. She was at once touched and grateful for her sister's forbearance. "You are very good to me, Gage," she said in a low voice. "I know how utterly I have disappointed you and Percival, and from a worldly point of view I dare say you are both right. Cyril is poor. He has to work his way up. He is not what people would call a good match. But then, you know, I have always been terribly unpractical."
"It is not only that," sighed Geraldine. "As far as Mr. Blake is concerned, one cannot say much against him. He is very gentlemanly. I suppose one will get used to him, though I shall never think him good enough for you. But there are other objections. The idea that Mrs. Blake will be your mother-in-law makes me utterly wretched."
"Poor woman! She is so nice, and I am so fond of her. I often wonder why you are so prejudiced against her, Gage, but of course it is all that tiresome Mrs. Bryce."
"No, indeed it is not," returned Mrs. Harcourt quickly. "I do not want to vex you, Audrey. Things are miserable enough without our quarrelling, and however unhappy you make me, I will never quarrel with my only sister. But you must let me say this for once, that I cannot like Mrs. Blake. From the first moment I have distrusted her, and I know Percival feels the same."
"But, Gage, do be reasonable. I'm going to marry Cyril, not Mrs. Blake." "When a woman marries, she enters her husband's family," returned Geraldine in her old decided manner. "You will belong to them, not to us, at least," correcting herself as the thought of her daily visits to Woodcote occurred to her. "You will never have to share your husband's interests and responsibilities with regard to his family. You cannot divide yourself from him without failing in your wifely duty." I am quite of your opinion, returned Audrey, happily. Cyril's mother and Kester and Molly will be very dear to me. I never dreamt for one moment of separating my interests from his.
If I thought you really loved him, observed Geraldine, but here she stopped, warned by an indignant flash in Audrey's grey eyes.
You might have spared me that, Gage, she said rather sadly. I think I've had enough to bear already from you and Percival. You have done your best to depress and dishearten me. You have not even wished me happiness.
Then Geraldine burst into tears.
I don't want to be unkind,
she sobbed in such distress that Audrey repented her quick words.
But you must give me time to get over this. It's the first real trouble I've ever had.
And then, as Audrey kissed her and coaxed her, she allowed herself to be somewhat consoled.
You know you must think of yourself, Gage. You must not make yourself ill about me. I am not worth it.
Then Geraldine did summon up a smile.
And you will be good to Cyril. The poor fellow cannot help falling in love with me, you know. Of course, we shall behave properly to him,
returned Geraldine, drawing herself up a little stiffly.
You must not expect us to receive him with open arms. Mr. Blake must know how entirely we disapprove of the engagement. But of course, as my father has given his consent, we have no right to make ourselves disagreeable. You must give me a little time, Audrey, just to recover myself, and then he shall be asked to dinner. I hope you will not ask me at the same time,
exclaimed Audrey in genuine alarm, and Geraldine looked rather shocked.
Of course you must come with him. That is understood. He will be asked everywhere if...
Looking at her suggestively.
You mean your engagement to be known? Most certainly. I object very strongly to secrecy under any circumstances. Then in that case you must be prepared for congratulations and a round of dinners. I prefer congratulations to condolences,
returned Audrey a little wickedly, and then, as though to atone for her joke, she suddenly knelt down before her sister and put her arms round her.
Dear Gage, I do feel such a wretch for having upset you like this. No wonder Percival owes me a grudge. Now, do say something nice to me before I go, there's a darling.
And of course, Geraldine melted in a moment.
I do pray with all my heart that you may be happy,
she sighed, and then they kissed each other very affectionately.
Give my love to Mother, and tell her I'm not well enough to come to her today,
were Geraldine's parting words as Audrey left her. Mr. Harcourt came out of his study the moment he heard the door close. "Well," he asked with a shade of anxiety in his tone, "have you made any impression, my dear?"
"No, Percy," returned his wife sadly. "She's bent on taking her own way. The Blake influence is far too strong."
"Oh, well," in a tone of strong disgust. "She's making her own bed, and must lie on it. It was an evil day for all of us when your father engaged Blake for his junior classical master. I wanted him to have Sowerby. Sowerby is the better man, and all his people are gentlefolks. But there is no turning the doctor when he's got an idea in his head. No one but Blake would do. And now mischief has come of it. But, all the same, I won't have you making yourself ill about it. Remember that, my love. You have got me to think about, and I don't choose to have my wife spoiling her eyes after this fashion. It is too damp for you to go out, for there's been a sharp shower or two. But I have half an hour to spare, and can read to you if you like." And to this Geraldine gratefully assented. It may be doubted whether she heard much of the brilliant essay that Mr. Harcourt had selected for her delectation, but it was very soothing to lie there and listen to her husband's voice. The sentences grew involved presently, and there was a humming, as though of bees, in the quiet room. Mr. Harcourt smiled to himself as he went on reading. The sleep would do her more good than the essay, he thought, and in this he was right. When Mrs. Ross received her daughter's message, she at once prepared to go up to Hillside and spent the remainder of the afternoon there. Geraldine had awakened from her nap much refreshed, and was disposed to take a less lugubrious view of things. She was certainly somewhat depressing at first, and her mother found her implied reproaches somewhat hard to bear. She was still too languid and subdued to speak with her usual decision. "I suppose that we shall all have to make the best of it," she observed presently, in a resigned tone of voice. "It will always be a great trouble to me, but one must expect trouble in this world, as I said to Percy just now. I am afraid we have been too happy."
"Oh, my dear, you must not say such things."
"It is better to say them than to think them. Percy never minds how much I complain to him, if I will only not brood over worries by myself. He says that is so bad for me."
"Percival is quite right, my love.
and Mrs. Ross looked anxiously at her daughter's pale face.
But you know your one duty is to keep yourself cheerful. Try and put all this away from your mind, and leave Audrey to be happy in her own way. Mr. Blake is really a very nice, lovable fellow, and I am quite fond of him already, and so is your father, and I am sure your father is a good judge of character.
Yes, mother dear, and you must not think Percy and I mean to be tiresome and disagreeable. It is not the young man so much that we mind, though we shall always think Audrey is lowering herself in marrying him, but it is that odious Mrs. Blake. Then for a moment Mrs. Ross felt herself uncomfortable. Mrs. Blake had called on her that very morning, while Audrey was at Hillside, and in spite of her mildness and toleration, she had been obliged to confess to herself that Mrs. Blake's manners had not quite pleased her. Geraldine managed to extract the whole account of the interview, though Mrs. Ross gave it rather reluctantly. "And I suppose she was absurdly impulsive as usual, mother?" she asked when Mrs. Ross had finished a somewhat brief narrative.
Well, yes, she is always rather effusive. People have their own style, you see.
Only Mrs. Blake's is, unfortunately, a very bad style.
I dare say you are right, my dear, and I certainly preferred a quiet manner, and it was not quite good taste lauding your father and me to the skies for our goodness in allowing the match. Poor woman, I dare say she was a little excited, only it was a pity to let her feelings carry her away. Still, she was very nice about Audrey.
She will be her daughter-in-law, you know. Then Mrs. Ross winced slightly. She was glad that Mrs. Charrington was that moment announced. She was a pleasant, chatty woman, and always paid long visits. Geraldine was her special favourite. As the news of the engagement had not yet reached her, the talk was confined to certain local interests: a new grant of books to the library, the difficulty of finding a butler, and the lameness of one of Dr. Ross's carriage horses. And Mrs. Ross was in this manner relieved from any more awkward questions. Her husband was her only confidant, and to him she did disburden herself.
I do wish that Mrs. Blake were a different sort of woman, John,
she observed that night.
She is very handsome and amusing, but she is certainly too unrestrained in her talk.
We must take folk as we find them, Emmy,
turned Dr. Ross quietly.
Mrs. Blake is not your sort. In spite of having a grown-up son, she is not quite grown up herself. Middle-aged people ought not to talk out all their feeling as though they were children. But she is a very pleasant person for all that.
So I always thought, but she tires one. Not that I would let Audrey know that.
Oh, Audrey would keep a dozen Mrs. Blakes in order,
was her husband's response, and then Mrs. Ross said no more. Geraldine kept her word, and about a week later Cyril Blake received a civil little note asking him to dine at Hillside on the following evening. "We shall be quite by ourselves. It will be only a family party, just my husband's brother, Mr. Walter Harcourt, and his wife." For the Walter Harcourts had come on a visit. Cyril looked a little grave as he showed the note to Audrey. "I suppose I must go, but it will be very terrible. I don't mind telling you, Audrey, that I'm awfully afraid of your sister."
"Poor fellow,"
returned Audrey with one of her charming smiles.
"I wish I could spare you this ordeal, but I can give you one bit of comfort. Gage will behave very nicely to you."
And though Cyril still felt a little dubious on this point, he was obliged to own afterwards that she was right. The evening was a far pleasanter one than he expected. Mr. Harcourt was thawed by his brother's presence, and though there was a slight stiffness and reserve in his manner to Cyril, there was no aggressiveness, and Geraldine was too much of a gentlewoman to behave ungraciously to any guest. Both of them were quite civil to Cyril, though they could not be said to be demonstrative, and there was no attempt to treat him as one of themselves. Mr. Walter Harcourt was a barrister, and was rapidly rising in his profession. He was considerably younger than his brother, and had recently married a wealthy young widow. He was a clever talker, and his stock of legal anecdotes kept them all well amused. He and Audrey were old friends, and at one time Geraldine and her husband had privately hoped that their acquaintance might ripen into a tenderer feeling. As soon as the ladies reached the drawing-room, Mrs. Walter Harcourt, who was a pretty, vivacious little woman, observed confidentially to Geraldine,
"My dear, I must congratulate you. That future brother-in-law of yours is one of the handsomest men I've ever seen. I always thought Walter a good-looking fellow, and I dare say you thought much the same of Percival, but both our husbands looked very ordinary people beside him. In fact, Walter was quite clumsy."
"Nonsense, Maggie," returned Geraldine, glancing behind her to see if Audrey were within earshot. "How can you make such absurd comparisons? Of course Mrs. Blake is good-looking, but for my own part, I always distrust handsome men. They are generally such fools, you see. I hate talking to a man who's too self-engrossed to pay me attention. But Mr. Blake is thoroughly nice. I must go to Audrey and tell her how much I admire her fiancé." "Thank goodness that is over," exclaimed Cyril fervently as Audrey joined him in the porch. "I have not had a word with you yet." Audrey smiled as she gathered up her long dress and stepped out into the dark shrubberies.
"It was very pleasant," she observed tranquilly. "The Walter Harcourts are clever, amusing people. You got on capitally with both of them, and Cyril, I am sure Gage was as nice as possible."
"Oh, yes," he returned quickly. "And I admire her excessively, but all the same I should never feel at my ease with her." And as Audrey uttered a protest at this, he continued seriously. "Of course I know what Mrs. Harcourt thinks of my presumption. Her manner told me that at once. You are not one of us. That is what her tone said to me, and yet she was quite kind and civil. Oh, Audrey," interrupting himself and speaking almost passionately, "if I were only more worthy of you. But have patience with me, and your people shall respect me yet."
"Dear Cyril, please do not talk so."
And Audrey stole closer to him in the October darkness.
"You have behaved so beautifully tonight, and I felt oh so proud of my sweetheart. And if I am content, what does it matter what other people think?"
"Forgive me, darling," he returned remorsefully. "I am only sometimes a little sore because I can give you so little." And then his mood changed, for the subtle comfort of her sweet words was thrilling through him. For he was young, and the girl he worshipped from the depths of his honest heart was alone with him under the dim, cloudy skies. Was it any wonder that the world was forgotten, and only the golden haze of the future seemed before them, as they walked together through the quiet streets to Woodcote? End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Lover or Friend by Rosa Carey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. What Michael thought of it.
Not to be solitary, one must possess entirely to oneself a human creature and belong exclusively to her or him. Guizot.
How then is one to recover courage enough for action? By extracting a rich experience out of our losses and lessons. Amiel. Captain Burnett had finished his troublesome piece of business and was thinking of his return home. His friend was, metaphorically speaking, on his feet again, and Michael was now free to leave London. He had waited, however, for another day or two on Kester's account. The friendly doctor who had undertaken to look into his case had already done wonders. Kester was making rapid progress under his care, and his bright looks and evident enjoyment of his town life reconciled Michael to their long, protracted stay. "We must certainly go back to Rutherford next week," he observed one morning as they sat at breakfast together. Kester had some appointment with Fred Summers, called him out early, and Captain Burnett good-naturedly left his letters unread, that he might pour out the coffee and attend to his wants. "They will keep, and I have nothing to do this morning," he remarked carelessly, as he took them up and laid them down again. After all, he would not be sorry to read them alone. There was an Indian letter, and one from Audrey, and several notes that were evidently invitations. When Kester had left him, he sat down in an easy chair by the window. There was a little table beside him, with a red jar full of brown leaves and chrysanthemums. He picked out one and played with it for a moment, and then Booty jumped up, uninvited, and curled himself up on his knee. He read the invitations first, and then threw them aside. "I shall be at Rutherford," he thought, and then he opened his Indian letter. It was from a fellow officer and contained an amusing account of a visit he had lately paid to Calcutta. Just at the end it said, "By the by, somebody told me the other day that your uncle, Mr. Carlyle, was ill. He's got a nasty attack, and the doctors are shaking their heads over him. The fellow who told me, it was Doniston, mentioned that you are likely to take a lively interest in the news. Is that true, old man, or has Mr. Carlyle any nearer relative than yourself? From what I hear, he is a sort of nabob in these parts." Captain Burnett put down this letter and looked dreamily out of the window. Was it really so, he wondered. Major Glyndwr was not the sort of fellow to mention a mere report. His uncle was by no means an old man, and once or twice a rumour of his intended marriage had reached his ears, but had never been verified. If it were true that his uncle were in a bad way, that he should not recover, then indeed there was a possibility. And here, in spite of himself, Michael fell into a daydream. If he were rich, if he had sufficient to offer a comfortable home and some of the luxuries of life to the woman he wished to make his wife, would it be right for him to speak? For years his poverty and ill health had kept him silent. He had made no sign. He had been her faithful friend and cousin. That was all. But now, if the pressure of narrow means were removed, if, after all, he were his uncle's heir, as he verily believed himself to be, might he not venture to plead his cause at last? His health was better, and his doctor had often told him, half seriously and half in joke, that all he needed was a good wife to take care of him.
"I shall never be as strong as other men," he said to himself. "Some women might object to me on that score, but she is not that sort. She loves to take care of people, to feel herself necessary to them."
And here a smile came to his lips.
"I have never spoken to her, never dropped a hint of my feelings, but somehow I do not think she would be surprised if I ever told them. We have been so much to each other. I think I should teach her to love me in time. At least, I would try, my sweet."
And here there was a sudden gleam and fire in his eyes, and then he took up Audrey's letter and began to read it. But when he had finished the first sentence, a curious, dull feeling came over him, and he found that he could not understand what he was reading. He must go over the passage again. But as he reread it, the same numbness and impossibility of comprehension came over him, and yet the words were very clearly written.
"Shall you be very much surprised, my dear Michael, to hear some news I have to tell you? I am engaged to Mr. Blake. I will tell you all about it presently, just as though you were my father confessor. I will not hide one little thing from you. But I was never one to beat about the bush, and I hope my abruptness here has not made you jump. But, oh, Michael, dear, I am so happy," etc.
He read this sentence half a dozen times, until something of its meaning had taken hold of his dense brain. And then he read the letter straight through, to the very end, slowly, and often pausing after a sentence that seemed to him a little involved. And as he read, there was a pinched grey look upon his face, as though some sudden illness had seized him, but he was not conscious of any active pain, though the whole plan and purpose of his life lay crushed in the dust before him, like the chrysanthemum that Booty was tearing petal by petal, until his master's coat sleeve was covered with golden-brown shreds. On the contrary, as he sat there, holding the letter between his limp hands, his mind wandered off to a story he had once read. Was it the wreck of the Royal George, he wondered? The name of the vessel had escaped him, but he knew the story was a true one. It had really happened. He had read how the vessel was doomed. She was a troop ship, and there were hundreds of brave English soldiers on board. And when they knew there was no hope, the officers drew up their men on the deck, just as though they were on parade, and the gallant fellows stood there in rank and file as they went down to their watery grave.
"And not a man of them flinched. You may depend on that," he said half aloud. "For they were Englishmen, and Englishmen know how to die."
And it seemed to him that he was still ruminating over this old story that had happened so many, many years ago, when Kester returned, and he must needs tell him the story again, and he told it very well too.
"And not a man of them flinched,"
he repeated, rising a little feebly from his chair.
"For they were Englishmen, and Englishmen know how to die. Why are you staring at me, boy? It is a good story, is it not?"
"Very good indeed, but I was only afraid you were not quite well, Captain Burnett. You look so queer somehow, and your hand is shaking."
"I have sat too long. I think I must walk off my stiffness. Don't wait lunch for me, Kester. I may go to the club."
And then he took down his hat and went out in the streets, with Booty ambling along at his heels. But he did not go far. He strolled into the park and sat down on a bench. The air refreshed him, and the miserable, numb feelings left him, and he had power to think. But there were deep lines in his face as he sat there, and a great sadness in his eyes. And just before he rose to go home, a few words escaped him.
"Oh, my darling, what a mistake! When you belong to me, will you ever find it out for yourself? Will you ever recognize that it is a mistake?"
And then he set his teeth hard, like a man who knows his strength and refuses to be beaten. And the next morning, as they sat at breakfast, Michael looked up from his newspaper and asked Kester if he had heard the Rutherford news.
"Perhaps your mother or Molly has written to,"
he observed, as he carelessly scanned the columns. Kester looked up a little anxiously.
"No one has told me anything," he said rather nervously. "I hope it is not bad news."
Most people would call it good news. Your brother and Miss Ross are engaged. Well,
as Kester jumped from his seat, flushing scarlet,
aren't you delighted? I think you ought to write a pretty note to Miss Ross to go with my letter.
Have you written to her? Will you give her a message from me? I would rather write to Cyril. I don't take it in, somehow. You are quite sure it is true, Captain Bennet. Of course I am glad that Cyril should be happy, but I always thought—
And here Kester stammered and got confused. But Michael did not help him. He took up his paper again and left him to finish his breakfast in silence. And after that he remarked that he was going down to his club. Kester curled himself up on the window-seat as soon as he was left alone, and fell into a brown study. Somehow he could not make it out at all. He was sharp-witted by nature, and years of suffering and forced inaction had made him more thoughtful than most boys of his age. He had long ago grasped the idea that his idolized hero was not happy, and during their stay in Scotland some dim surmise of the truth had occurred to him.
"Dear old Cyril,"
he observed half aloud.
"I'm awfully glad for his sake, but it always seemed to me as though Miss Ross were cut above us. If only I were sure that he was glad too."
And here a troubled look crossed the boy's face as he was thinking of the story Captain Bennet had told him yesterday, and of the strange dazed look in Michael's eyes.
"And not a man of them flinched, but they were Englishmen, and Englishmen knew how to die."
"Ah, and to live too," thought Kester as he roused himself at last and sat down to his Greek. When Audrey heard that Michael was really coming home, she felt as though she had nothing more to wish. She had read his letter at least a dozen times. Its brotherly tenderness and anxiety for her welfare had touched her to the heart.
"I am very grateful for your confidence,"
he wrote, after a few earnest wishes for her happiness.
"I would like, if it were possible, to keep my old place as mentor. We have always been such friends, dear, such true and trusty comrades, and I do not think that Mr. Blake will object to my cousinly surveillance. I could not afford to lose you out of my life, Audrey, so let me subscribe myself, now and forever, your faithful friend and brother, Michael."
Audrey sighed gently as he put down the letter. It touched, but it did not completely satisfy her. Michael had not said he was glad to hear of her engagement. He was truthful almost to a fault. The conventional falsehoods that other men uttered were never on his lips. If he could not approve, he would take refuge in silence.
"Silence never damages a man's character,"
he was fond of saying, but many people found this oppressive. Audrey had secretly longed for some such word of approval. If Michael had only told her that he applauded her courage in marrying a poor man, if he had praised her unworldliness, she would have been utterly content. But the letter that Michael had written, with a breaking heart, held no such comfort for her. He had accepted her decision without a word, and though his message of congratulations to Cyril was all that could be wished, there was no further allusion to him.
"Michael thinks I have been rash,"
she said to herself a little sorrowfully.
"I suppose he, too, considers that Cyril is rather too young. If Michael were only on our side, I should not care what the rest of the world thinks."
And then she folded up the letter. But on the day Michael was expected, her face was so radiant that Cyril pretended to be jealous. "You're very fond of your cousin," he observed as he followed her to the window, where she was watching the clouds a little anxiously. Audrey heard him rather absently. She was thinking that the dampness might bring on Michael's neuralgia, and that if he had only named his train, the carriage might have been sent for him. Indeed, she would have driven out herself to meet him and Kester.
"Oh, yes," she rejoined. "I have missed him terribly all this time. Nothing is right without Michael."
And as Cyril looked a little surprised at this, she added quickly,
"He is like my own brother, Cyril, so it is perfectly natural, you see. Ever since his illness, he has been one of us."
And as Cyril professed himself satisfied with this explanation, there was nothing more said, and Audrey went up to put the finishing touches to Michael's rooms, and to arrange the chrysanthemums and coloured leaves in the big Indian jars. If she had only known how Michael would shudder at the sight of these chrysanthemums. He had taken a dislike to the flowers ever since Booty had covered his coat sleeve with golden brown petals. After all, Michael came before he was expected. Audrey was sitting chatting to her mother in the twilight when they heard the hall door open and close, and the next moment they saw Michael standing on the threshold looking at them.
"My dear Michael!"
exclaimed Mrs. Ross, but Audrey had already crossed the room. Both their hands were in Michael's, and he was looking at her with his old kind smile, though he did not say a word, but Audrey didn't seem to notice his silence.
Have you walked from the grey cottage? We did not hear any wheels. Why did you not let us know your train, and I would have driven in to meet you? Mother, I'm going to ring for the lamp and tea. Michael will be tired.
And Audrey did as she said, and then picked up Booty and lavished all sorts of caresses on the little animal, while she listened to the quiet explanations that Michael was giving to Mrs. Ross.
"You are looking very well, Audrey," he said at last. "You have not lost your moorland colour yet."
And though he said this in his usual tone, he thought that never in his life had he seen her look so sweet.
I wish I could return the compliment, was her answer. You are looking thin and pale, Michael. You have been giving us such a good account of yourself, but London never suits you.
"I think it suits me better than it did,"
he returned quietly, but he could not quite meet her affectionate look.
"I shall have to run up there pretty frequently now. One must look up one's friends more. Out of sight is out of mind in many cases."
Audrey gave an incredulous smile. She thought Michael would not act up to this resolution, but he fully meant what he said. Woodcote, dearly as he loved it, would never be his home now. Of course, he would do things by degrees. His brief absences should grow longer and more frequent until they had become used to them, and perhaps in time he might break with his old life altogether. But he put away these thoughts, and talked to them in his usual easy fashion, asking questions about Geraldine and her husband, and presently Dr. Ross came in and monopolized him entirely. Audrey felt as though she had not had a word with him when she went upstairs to dress for dinner. True, he had asked after Cyril, and inquired if he were coming in that evening, but on Audrey's replying in the negative, he had made no observation.
When father is in the room, he will never let Michael talk to anyone else, she said to herself, rather discontentedly. If I could only get him alone.
She had her wish presently, for on her return to the drawing-room, she found him lying back in an easy chair looking at the fire. He was evidently thinking intently, for he did not hear her entrance until she was close beside him, but at the touch of her hand on his shoulder, he started violently.
Penny for your thoughts, Michael,
she said gaily as he jumped up and stood beside her on the rug.
"They're too valuable to be saleable," he returned lightly. "Suppose you let me hear yours instead."
You shall have them, and welcome. Oh, Michael, how delicious it is to be talking to you again. Letters are so stupid and unsatisfactory.
"Do you mean my letters in particular?"
"Oh, no, they were as nice as possible, but all the same they did not quite satisfy me, do you know?"
And here her tone was a little wistful.
"You have not told me that you are glad about my engagement. You said so many nice things, but somehow I was longing for just one word of approval from my old mentor."
An uneasy flush crossed Michael's face, but the firelight was flickering just then, and Audrey could not see him distinctly. For one moment he was silent. Then he put her gently in a seat and placed himself beside her. It would be easier to talk to her so, and perhaps he was conscious of some sudden weakness.
"How cold your hands are," she observed anxiously. "If you will break the big coal, the fire will burn more brightly."
And as he obeyed her, she continued,
Now we can see each other. I do dislike a flickering, uncertain light. Now will you tell me frankly if you are glad or sorry when you got my letter?"
He was more prepared now, and his voice was quite steady as he answered her.
"Mentor has no objection to be catechized, but he wishes to put one question first. Are you quite content and happy, Audrey?"
"Indeed I am,"
turning to him one of the brightest faces he had ever seen.
"Then, my dear, I am satisfied too."
"Oh, but that will not do. You must tell me your own private opinion. I know you like Cyril. You have always spoken well of him. But are you sure that in your heart you thoroughly approve my choice?"
She was pressing him close, but he did not flinch. He only turned to her rather gravely.
"My dear Audrey, there are limits even to Mentor's privileges. When two people make up their minds to take each other for better, for worse, no third person has a right to give an opinion. I know little of Mr. Blake, but I have already a respect for him. I am perfectly sure that in time we shall be good friends."
"I hope so. I hope so from my heart,"
she returned earnestly.
"You are very guarded, Michael, and though you are too kind to say so, I know you think I have acted rather hastily. Perhaps you would rather I had waited a little longer, but Cyril was so unhappy, and I was not quite comfortable myself. It is so much nicer to have it all settled."
"Yes, I see."
"And now everything is just perfect. Oh, Michael, you must not go away for a long time. I cannot do without you."
"I hope you don't expect me to believe that."
"But it is perfectly true, I assure you. Actually, Cyril pretended to be jealous today because I could think of nothing but your coming home. He was only teasing me, for of course he understands what we feel for each other. If you were my brother, Michael, I could not want you more. But that is the best of Cyril. He really is so unselfish, almost as unselfish as you."
"Oh, dear child," returned Michael lazily. "Did you ever hear of a certain philosopher named Diogenes, and how he set off one day, lamp in hand, to search through the city for an honest man? Really, your remark makes me inclined to light my own private farthing, dip, and look for this curious anomaly, an unselfish man."
"You would not have to go far," she returned innocently. "There are 2 of them in Rutherford at the present moment."
But he only shook his head and laughed at this guileless flattery. And at that moment, to his relief, Dr. Ross came into the room. But as he took his place at the dinner table, he had a curious sensation, as though he had been racked, and though he laughed and talked, he had an odd feeling all the time, as though he were not quite sure of his own identity. And all that evening, a few words that Audrey had said haunted him like a refrain.
"If you were my own brother, Michael, I could not want you more. If you were my own brother, I could not want you more."
End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Love or a Friend by Rosa Carey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Michael turns over a new leaf. "My privilege is to be the spectator of my own life drama, to be fully conscious of the tragicomedy of my own destiny, and more than that, to be in the secret of the tragicomic itself. Without grief, which is the string of this venturesome cat, man would soar too quickly and too high, and the chosen souls would be lost for the race, like balloons, which but for gravitation would never return from the Empyrean." Amiel. Michael's return had greatly added to Audrey's happiness. In spite of her lover's society and her natural joyousness of disposition, she had been conscious that something had been lacking in her complete contentment.
"No one but Michael could take Michael's place,"
as she told him, a little pathetically, that first evening. But when a few days had elapsed, she became aware that things were not quite the same between them, that the Michael who had come back to her was not exactly the old Michael. The old Michael had been somewhat of an autocrat, a good-natured autocrat, certainly, who tyrannized over her for her own good, and who assumed the brotherly right of inquiring into all her movements and small daily plans. They had always been much together, especially since Geraldine's marriage had deprived her of sisterly companionship, and it had been an understood thing in the Ross family that where Audrey was, Michael was generally not far off. Under these circumstances, it was therefore quite natural that Audrey should expect her cousin to resume his usual habits. She had counted on his companionship during the hours Cyril was engaged in his schoolroom duties. In old times, Michael had often accompanied her on her visits to her various protégés. He had always been her escort to the garden parties that were greatly in vogue at Rutherford, or he would drive her to Braille or some of the outlying towns or villages where she had business. It was somewhat of a disappointment, then, to find that Michael had suddenly turned over a new leaf and was far too occupied to bid her beck and call. Kester came to him almost daily, and it became his custom to spend the remainder of the morning in Dr. Ross's study. He had a habit, too, of writing his letters after luncheon. In fact, he was seldom disengaged until the evening, when he was always ready to take his place in the family circle. Audrey accused herself of selfishness. Of course, she ought to be glad that Michael's health had so much improved. Her father was always remarking on the change, in a tone of satisfaction.
"He is like the old Mike," he said once. "He has taken a new departure, and has shaken off his listlessness. Why, he works quite steadily now for hours without knocking up. He is a different man. He takes a class of me every morning. It does me good to see him with half a dozen boys round him. Blake will have to look out for himself. He is hardly as popular as the captain."
Audrey took herself to task severely when her father said this. It was evident that Michael had spoiled her. She was determined not to monopolize him so selfishly, but somehow, when it came to the point, she was always forgetting these good resolutions. And another thing puzzled Audrey. Michael was certainly quieter than he used to be. When they were alone, which was a rare occurrence now, he seemed to have so little to say to her. Sometimes he would take up his book and read out a few passages, and if she begged him to put it down and talk to her instead, he would dispute the point in the most tiresome fashion.
"I think people talk too much nowadays," he would say in his lazy way. "It is all lip service now. If women would only cultivate their minds a little more, and learn to hold their tongues until they have something worth saying, the world would not be flooded with all this muddy small talk. Now, for example, if you would allow me to read you this fine passage from Emerson."
But if Audrey would allow nothing of the kind, and if, on the contrary, she manifested an obstinate determination to talk, he would argue with her in the same playful fashion, but she could never draw him into one of their confidential talks. But when they were all together of an evening, Michael would be more like his old self. He would sit beside the piano when she sang, and turn over the leaves for her, or he would coax her to be his partner in a game of whist, and lecture her in his old fashion. But all the time he would be looking at her so kindly that his lectures never troubled her in the least. But when Cyril spent the evening at Woodcote, which was generally once or twice a week, Michael never seemed to think that they wanted him. He would bury himself in his book or paper, or challenge Dr. Ross to a game of chess. He never took any notice of Audrey's appealing looks, and her kindly attempts to draw him into conversation with her and Cyril were all disregarded. Audrey bore this for some time, and then she made up her mind that she must speak to him. She was a little shy of approaching the subject. Michael never seemed to give her any opening now, but she felt she must have it out with him. One evening, when she and Cyril had exchanged their parting words in the hall, she went back to the drawing-room and found Michael standing alone before the fire. She went up to him at once, but as he turned to her she was struck with his air of weariness and depression.
"Oh, Michael, how tired you look," she observed,
laying her hand on his arm.
"Have you neuralgia again?"
And as he shook his head, she continued anxiously.
"You're sure you are quite well, that nothing is troubling you? You have been so quiet this evening, Michael."
And here she blushed a little.
"I want to say something to you, and yet I hardly know how to put it. It is just like your thoughtfulness, but indeed there is no need. You are never in the way."
"Is this an enigma? If so, I may as well tell you. I give it up at once. I never could guess conundrums."
And Michael twirled his moustache in a most provoking way, but all the same he perfectly understood her.
"I give it up," he repeated.
Audrey pretended to frown.
"Michael, I never knew you so tiresome before. It is impossible to speak seriously to you, and I really am serious."
And then her tone changed, and she looked at him very gently.
"You mean it so kindly, but indeed it is not necessary. Neither Cyril nor I could ever find you in the way."
He looked down at the rug as she spoke, and there was a moment's silence before he answered her. She had come straight to him from her lover to say this thing to him. It was so like Audrey to tell him this. An odd thought occurred to him as he listened to her, one of those sudden flashes of memory that sometimes dart across the mind. He remembered that once in his life he had kissed her. It had been half a lifetime ago. She was only a child. They were staying in London, and he had come to see her on his way from some review. He remembered how Audrey had stood and looked at him. She had the same clear grey eyes then.
"How grand you look, Mike!"
she exclaimed in an awestruck tone, for as a child she had always called him Mike.
"I wish you would always wear that beautiful scarlet coat, and I think, if you did not mind, I should like you to kiss me just for once."
Michael remembered how he had felt as she made that innocent request, and how Dr. Ross had laughed, and then when he kissed her cheek, she thanked him quite gravely and slipped back to her father.
"Why don't you ask for a kiss too, Gage?"
Dr. Ross observed in a joking way. But Geraldine had looked quite shocked at the idea.
"No, thank you, father. I never kiss soldiers,"
she replied discreetly, at which reply there had been a fresh laugh.
"He may be a soldier, but Mike's Mike, and I wanted to kiss him,"
returned Audrey stoutly.
"Why do you laugh, Daddy? Little girls may kiss anybody."
Had he cared for her since then, he wondered, and then he pulled himself up with a sort of start.
"Michael, why do you not answer me?"
"Because I was thinking," he returned quietly. "Audrey, do you know you are just as much a child as you were a dozen years ago? Does it ever occur to you, my dear, that Blake might not always endorse your opinion? Stop," as she was about to speak. "We all know what a kind-hearted person our Lady Bountiful is, and how she never thinks of herself at all. But I have a sort of fellow-feeling with Blake, and I quite understand his view of the case. That 2 is company, and 3 are none."
"But, Michael,"
and here Audrey blushed again most becomingly,
Indeed, Cyril is not so ridiculous. I know what people generally think, that engaged couples like to be left to themselves, and I dare say it is pleasant sometimes, but I don't see why they are to be selfish. Cyril has plenty of opportunities for talking to me, but when it comes of an evening, there is no need for you to turn the hermit.
It is a character I prefer. All old bachelors develop this sort of tendency to isolate themselves at times from their fellow creatures. To be sure, I am naturally gregarious, but then I hate to spoil sport. Do as you would be done by, that is the Bennet motto. So by your favour, I intend Blake to have his own way.
Oh, how silly you must think us, she returned impatiently. I wish you would not be so self-opinionative, Michael, for you are wrong, quite wrong. I should be far happier if you would make one of us, as you do on other evenings.
And this is the role you have selected for me, replied Michael, mournfully, to play gooseberry in my old age, and get myself hated for my pains. No, my dear child, listen to the words of wisdom. Leave Mentor to enjoy a surreptitious nap in his armchair, and be content with your Blake audience.
And in spite of all her coaxing and argument, she could not induce him to promise that he would mend his ways.
You are incorrigible, she said as she bade him good night. After all, Cyril gives me my own way far more than you do.
But Michael seemed quite impervious to this reproach. The smile was still on his face as she left him, but as the door closed, his elbow dropped heavily on the mantelpiece, and a sombre look came into the keen blue eyes.
Shall I have to give it up and go away? He said to himself. Life is not worth living at this price. Oh, my darling, my innocent darling, why do you not leave me in peace? Why do you tempt me with your sweet looks and words to be false to my own sense of honour? But I will not yield. I dare not, for all our sakes. If she will not let me take my own way, I must just throw it all up and go abroad. God bless her. I know she means what she says, and Mike is Mike still.
And then he groaned, and his head dropped on his arms, and the tide of desolation swept over him. He was still young, in the prime of life, and yet what good was his life to him? Audrey was a healthy-minded young person. She was not given to introspection. She never took herself to pieces in a morbid way to examine the inner workings of her own mind, after the manner of some folk, who regulate themselves in a bungling fashion, and wind themselves up afresh daily, and who would even time their own heartbeats if it were possible. Audrey was not one of these scrupulous self-critics. She would have considered it waste of time to be always weighing herself and her feelings in a nicely adjusted balance. Know thyself, said an old thinker, but Audrey Ross would have altered the saying.
Look out of yourself. Self-forgetfulness is better than any amount of self-knowledge.
Nevertheless, Audrey was a little thoughtful after this conversation with Michael, and during the next few weeks she was conscious of feeling vaguely dissatisfied with herself. Now and then she wondered if she were different from other girls, and if her absence of moods and her constant serenity and gaiety were not signs of a phlegmatic temperament. She was perfectly content with her own position. She had never imagined before how pleasant it would be to be engaged, and to have one human being entirely devoted to her. She was very much attached to her fiancé. He never disappointed her. On the contrary, she discovered every day some new and admirable trait that excited her admiration, and as a lover he was simply perfect. He never made her uneasy by demanding more than she felt inclined to give. At the same time, it deepened her sense of security and restfulness to feel how completely he understood her. But now and then she would ask herself if her love for Cyril were all that it ought to be. She began to compare herself with others, with Geraldine, for example. She remembered the months of Geraldine's engagement, and how entirely she and Percival had been absorbed in each other. Geraldine had never seemed to have eyes or ears for anyone but her lover, and in his absence she had hardly seemed like herself at all. She had been obliged to pay a few weeks' visit to some friends in Scotland, and Audrey had accompanied her, and she remembered how, when their visit was half over, she had jestingly observed that she would never be engaged to anyone if she were compelled to lose her own identity.
Well, you know you're not the same person, Gage, she had said. Instead of taking pleasure in our friend's society, you shut yourself up and write endless letters to Percival. And when we drive out or go in the boat, you never seem to see the beautiful scenery, and the mountains and the loch might be in the clouds, And when anyone asks you a question, you seem to answer it from a distance, and everyone knows that your thoughts are at Rutherford."
And though Geraldine had chosen to be offended at this plain speaking, she had not been able to defend herself. And then, had not Audrey once found her crying in her room, and for a long time she had refused to be comforted. Audrey had been much alarmed, for she thought something must be wrong at Woodcote, but it was only that Percival had a headache and seemed so dull without her.
"He says he really cannot bear the place without me, that he thinks he must go to Edith, and I want to go home dreadfully," finished Geraldine tearfully. "I didn't think engaged people ought to leave each other, and I know Percival thinks so too."
Audrey remembered this little episode when, during the Christmas holidays, Cyril was obliged to go up to town for 10 days. She missed him excessively, and wrote him charming little letters every day, but nevertheless the time did not hang heavily on her hands. But she was glad when the day of his return arrived, and she went down to the grey cottage to welcome him. Mrs. Blake had suggested it as a little surprise, and Audrey had agreed at once. Cyril's delight at seeing her almost deprived him of good manners. He knew his fiancée objected to any sort of demonstration before people, and he only just remembered this in time, as Audrey drew back with a heightened colour. But he made up for it afterwards, when Mrs. Blake left them alone, and Audrey was almost overwhelmed by his vehement expressions of joy at finding himself with her again. "It has been the longest 10 days I've ever spent in my life," he observed. "I was horribly bored and as homesick as possible. I'm afraid Norton found me very poor company. If it had not been for your letters, I should not have borne it. You shall never send me away again, dearest."
"But that is nonsense," she returned in her sensible way. "You cannot stop at Rutherford all the year round, and it will not do for you to lose your friends. I shall have to pay visits myself, and I'm afraid I shall not always ask your leave if any very tempting invitations come."
"You will not need to do so," he answered quietly. "Do you think I should begrudge you any pleasure? I have no wish, even if I had the right, to curtail your freedom. I am not so selfish."
"You are never selfish," she returned softly. "Cyril, dear, I suppose I ought to be pleased that you feel like this, but you know, I'm just a little sorry."
Sorry? And indeed, he could hardly believe his ears, for was he not paying her a pretty compliment?
"Yes, it makes me rather uncomfortable. It seems to me as though I ought to feel the same, as though there was something wanting in me. I sometimes fancy I am different from other girls."
"Do not compare yourself with other people," he returned quickly, for he could not bear her to look troubled for a moment. This mood was new to him, and he had never seen a shade on her bright face before. "You have a calm temperament that is your great charm. You are not subject to the cold and hot fits of ordinary mortals. It is my own fault that I cannot be happy without you, but I do not expect you to share my restlessness."
"Ah, that is right,"
she replied, very much relieved by this.
"You're always so nice at understanding things, Cyril. Do you know, I was blaming myself for feeling so comfortable in your absence, but I was so busy, I had so many things to interest me. And then I had Michael."
The young man flushed slightly, yet he had learnt to repress himself. He knew far better than she did that his love was infinitely greater than hers. But what of that? She was a woman made to be worshipped. It never troubled him when she talked of Michael. Cyril's nature was too noble for jealousy. But just for the moment, her frankness jarred on him.
"I think I was nearly as happy as usual,"
she went on, determined to tell the truth.
"And yet, by your own account, you were perfectly miserable."
"But that was my own fault," he returned lightly. "Men are unreasonable creatures. They are not patient like women. It is true that I have no life apart from you now, and that I always want to be near you, but I do not expect you to feel the same." Audrey looked at him thoughtfully. He gave her so much, and yet he seemed to demand so little.
"You're very good to me, Cyril,"
she said in a low voice.
"I never thought you would understand me so thoroughly. You leave me so free, and you make me so happy. I wonder where you have learnt to be so wise."
"My love for you has taught me many things," he answered. "Do I really make you happy, sweetheart?" But the look in her eyes was sufficient answer. This was his reward, to see her perfect content and trust in him, and to bask in her sweet looks and smiles. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Lover or Friend by Rosa Carey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 2 Family Events. A solemn thing it is to me to look upon the babe that sleeps, wearing in its spirit deeps the undeveloped mystery of our Adam's taint and woe, which when they developed be, will not let it slumber so. Mrs. Browning. One morning, as the Ross family were sitting at breakfast, Audrey noticed that Michael seemed very much absorbed by a letter he was reading. He laid it down presently, but made no remark, only he seemed a little grave and absent during the remainder of the meal. Just as they were rising from table, she heard him ask her father in rather a low tone if he would come into the study for a moment, as he wanted a few words with him, and as they went out together, he mentioned the word dog-cart. Could he have it in time to catch the 11:15 train? Audrey felt a sudden quickening of curiosity. Michael's manner was so peculiar that she was sure something must have happened. She wondered what this sudden summons to town meant. It was a bitterly cold day, and a light fall of snow had whitened the ground. A 3 miles drive in a dog-cart was not a very agreeable proceeding, only Michael seemed so strangely callous to weather now. Surely her father would insist on his having a fly from the town. He was always so careful of Michael's comfort. Audrey could settle to nothing. It was impossible to practice or answer notes until she had had a word with Michael. So she took up the paper and pretended to read it, until the study door opened, and she heard her cousin go up to his room. The next moment Dr. Ross walked in, looking as though he were very much pleased. "Mike's a droll fellow," he said, addressing his wife, who was looking over the tradesman's books. "He has just told me, with a very long face, that his uncle, Mr. Carlyle, is dead, and that he has left him all his money, and he is as lugubrious over it as though he had been made bankrupt." Audrey uttered an exclamation, but Mrs. Ross said in her quiet way,
"Perhaps he is grieved at the loss of his uncle, John. It would hardly be becoming to rejoice openly at the death of a relative, however rich he might be."
"I'm afraid many men would if they were in Mike's shoes. Why, they say Mr. Carlyle was worth 6,000 or 7,000 a year, most of it solid capital, and locked up in safe securities and investments. He was always a canny Scotsman, and liked to take care of his money. And here is Mike pretending not to care a jot about it, and looking as though he had the cares of all the world on his shoulders."
"I think he shows very good feeling. Michael was never mercenary, and the loss of his only near relative will make him dull for a time."
"My dear Emmy, that is a very pretty sentiment, but ultimately it does not hold good in this case. Mike has never seen his uncle since he was a lad of 18, that is about 17 years ago, and he has often owned to me that Mr. Carlyle was very close in his money dealings. 'It is a pity there is no sympathy between us,' he said once. 'Uncle Andrew does not seem to have a thought beyond his money grubbing. He is a decent sort of fellow, I believe, and I dare say he'll end by marrying some pretty girl or other, and then he will be properly miserable all the rest of his life. That does not sound much like an affectionate nephew.'"
"Oh, I never cared for him," interposed Audrey. "Michael and I have often talked about him. It seems so strange that he should leave him his money when he took so little notice of him all these years."
"Well, he was not a demonstrative man," returned her father, "but in his way he seemed both fond and proud of Mike. I remember when he got the Victoria Cross and was lying between life and death, poor lad, that Mr. Carlyle wrote very kindly and enclosed a cheque for £200. I had to answer the letter for him, and I remember when he got better and first came down here that I recommended him to keep up a friendly intercourse with his uncle, though I do not believe he took my advice. Mike was always such a lazy beggar."
"And he has to go up to town to see his lawyer, I suppose?"
"Yes, and he thinks he may be away a week or two, but there I must not stand here talking. I have told Reynolds to order a fly from the town, but he need not start for 3/4 of an hour."
Audrey waited impatiently for another 20 minutes before Michael made his appearance. He looked very cold, and at once proceeded to wheel an easy chair in front of the fire.
"I may as well get warm," he observed. "I expect we shall have a regular snowstorm before night. Look at that leaden sky. Well, what now?"
For Audrey was kneeling on the rug, and she was looking at him with her brightest and most bewitching smile.
"Michael, I am so glad, so very, very glad. I think I am as pleased as though your fortune were mine."
"Do you think that is a decent remark to make to a fellow who has just lost his uncle? Really, Audrey, you may well look ashamed of yourself. I quite blush for you. Avarice, thy name is woman."
"Now, Michael, don't be absurd. I'm not a bit ashamed of myself. Of course I am sorry the poor man is dead, but as I never saw him, I cannot be excessively grieved.
But I am delighted that he has done the right thing and left you all his money, and I am sure in your heart that you are glad too.
It does not strike you that I may regard it in the light of an unmitigated bore. What does an old bachelor like myself want with this heap of money? I should like to know how I am to spend 6,000 or 7,000 a year. Why, the very idea is oppressive.
You are very good at pretense, Michael, as though I am not clever enough to see through that flimsy attempt at philosophy. You think it would be in for a dig to look too delighted.
Oh, you think I am going in for a stoic, he returned blandly.
Yes, but you're not really one. You're never cut out for a poor man, Michael. The role did not suit you at all. It is a pain and a grief to you to travel second class, and it is only the best of everything that is good enough for you. And you like to put up at first-class hotels, and to have all the waiters and railway officials crowding round you. Even when we were in Scotland, the gillie took you for some titled aristocrat, you were so lavish with your money. It is a way you have, Michael, to open your purse for everyone. No wonder the poor widow living down by the fir plantation called you the noble English gentleman.
Why, what nonsense you talk, he replied.
But all the same, it pleased him to think that she had remembered these things. Oh, those happy days, that would never come back.
And now you'll be able to gratify all your tastes. You have always been so fond of old oak, and you can have a beautiful house and furnish it just as you like, and you can buy pictures and old china and books. Why, you can have quite a famous library, and if you want our assistants, Gage and I will be proud to help you, and if you will only consult us, it will be the loveliest house you ever saw.
What do I want with a house? He returned a little morosely. I should think rooms would be far better for a bachelor.
Ah, but you need not be a bachelor any longer, she replied gaily. You have always told us that you could not afford to marry, but now you can have the house and wife too.
But here she stopped for a moment, for some other words sounded oddly as she said them. Michael's wife? What a curious idea. And would she be quite willing for Michael to marry? His wife must be very nice, nicer than most girls, she said to herself, and here she looked at him a little wistfully. But Michael did not make any response. He had the poker in his hand, and when she left off speaking, he broke up a huge coal into a dozen glowing splinters.
And then, do you remember, she went on, how I used to long for a mail phaeton and a pair of bay horses? When my ship comes, I will drive a pair. How often you have said that to me. Will you drive me in the park sometimes, Michael, until you have someone else whom you want to take? For, of course, when you have a wife—
But here he interrupted her with marked impatience.
I shall never have a wife. I wish you would not talk such nonsense, Audrey.
And there was such bitterness in his tone that she looked quite frightened. But the next moment he spoke more gently.
Do you not see, dear, that I am a little upset about all this money coming to me? It is a great responsibility as well as a pleasure.
Then, as she looked a little downcast at his rebuke, he put his hand lightly upon her brown hair and turned her face towards him.
Why, there are tears in your eyes, you foolish child, he said quickly. Do you really mind what I said, my dear Audrey?
In a more agitated tone, for to his surprise a large bright tear fell on his other hand.
Oh, it was not that, she returned in rather a choked voice. Please don't look so concerned, Michael. You know I never mind your scolding me.
Then what is it?
He asked anxiously.
What can have troubled you? Was it my want of sympathy with your little plans? The old oak and the carvings and the books, and even the mail phaeton may come by and by, when I have had time to realize my position as Croesus. Did my apathy vex you, Audrey?
No, for of course I understood you, and I liked you all the better for not caring about things just now. It was only— You'll think me very foolish, Michael.
And here she did look ashamed of herself.
But I felt, somehow, as though all this money would separate us. You will not go on living at Woodcote, and you will have a home of your own, and other interests, and perhaps— don't be vexed— but if ever you do marry, I hope, your wife will be good to me.
I think I can promise you that, he returned quietly. Thank you, dear, for telling me the truth.
Yes, but Michael, are you not shocked at my selfishness?
Not in the least. I understand you far better than you understand yourself.
And here he looked at her rather strangely as he rose.
Must you go now?
Yes, it is quite time. I can hear wheels coming up the terrace.
And then he took her hands, and his old smile was on his face.
Don't have any more mistaken fancies, Audrey.
All the gold of the Indies would not separate us. If I furnish my house, I will promise you that Gage and you shall ransack Wardour Street with me, and when you are married, my dear, you shall choose what I shall give you." And as he said this, he stooped over her, for she was still kneeling before the fire, and kissed her very gently, just above her eyes. It was done so quietly, almost solemnly, that she was not even startled. "I don't suppose Blake would object to that from Cousin Michael," he said gravely. "Goodbye for a few days." And then he was gone.
"I'm so glad he did that," thought Audrey. "He has never done it before, as though Cyril would mind. I was so afraid I had really vexed him with all my foolish talking. But he looked so sad, so unlike himself, that I wanted to rouse him. I will not tease him any more about a possible wife. It seems to hurt him somehow. And yet why should he be different from other men? If he does not go on living here with father and mother, he will want someone to take care of him."
And here she fell into a brown study, and the work she had taken up lay in her lap. After all, it was she who was leaving him. When she was Cyril's wife, how could she look after Michael? Audrey could think of nothing else for the remainder of the day. She told Cyril about her cousin's good fortune when he took her out for a walk that afternoon. Neither of them minded the hard roads and grey wintry sky. When a few snowflakes pelted them, they only walked on faster. Cyril showed a proper interest in the news. "I'm delighted to hear it," he said heartily. "Captain Burnett is one of the best fellows I know, and he deserves all he has got." And then, as it was growing dark, and they could hardly see each other's face, he coaxed her to go back with him to the grey cottage to tell Kester the wonderful news. Now it so happened that Mrs. Blake and Molly had gone to a neighbour's, and were not expected back for an hour, but Cyril begged her to stay and make tea for them. And a very cosy hour they spent, sitting round the fire, and making all kinds of possible and impossible plans for their hero. But the next day, Audrey's thoughts were diverted into a different channel, for Geraldine's boy was born, and great was the family rejoicing. Dr. Russ himself telegraphed to Michael. Audrey never liked her brother-in-law so well as on the morning when he came down to Woodcote to receive their congratulations. Mrs. Ross was at Hillside, and only Audrey and her father were sitting at breakfast. Mr. Harcourt looked pale and fagged, but there was marvellous content in his whole mien. The slight pomposity that had always jarred on Audrey had wholly vanished, and he wrung her hand with a warmth of feeling that did him credit. Once, indeed, she could hardly forbear a smile when he said, with a touch of his old solemnity, "Nurse says that he is the finest child that he has seen for a long time, and Mrs. Ross perfectly agrees with her," but she commanded herself with difficulty.
"I wonder if he's like you or Gage, Percival."
"It is impossible to say at present. One cannot get to see his eyes, and he is a little red. Mrs. Lockhart says they are all red at first, but he is astonishingly heavy. In fact, he is as fine a boy as you could see anywhere." Audrey went on with her breakfast. It was so inexpressibly droll to see Percival in the character of the proud father, but Dr. Ross seemed perfectly to understand his son-in-law. Audrey's pleasure was a little damped when she found that she must not see Geraldine. She went about with her head in the air, calling herself an aggrieved aunt, and she pretended to be jealous of her mother, who had taken up her residence at Hillside during the first week. But when the day came for Audrey to be admitted to that quiet room, and she saw Geraldine looking lovelier than ever in her weakness, with a dark downy head nestled against her arm, a great rush of tenderness filled her heart, and she felt as though she had never loved her sister so dearly. "Will you take him, Aunt Audrey?" And Geraldine smiled at her.
"No, no, do not move him. Let me see mother and son together for a moment. Oh, you two darlings, how comfortable you look."
But Audrey's tone was a trifle husky, and then she gave a little laugh.
"Actually, boy is a week old today, and this is the first time I've been allowed to see my nephew."
"It did seem hard," returned Geraldine, taking her hand, "but mother and nurse were such tyrants, and Percival was just as bad. We were not allowed to have a will of our own, were we, baby? It was such nonsense keeping my own sister from me, as I told them."
"Percival is very pleased with his boy, Gage."
And then a soft, satisfied look came into the young mother's eyes.
"I think it is more to him than to most men," she whispered. "He is not young, and he did so long for a son. Do you know, Mother tells me that he nearly cried when she put baby into his arms. At least, there were tears in his eyes, and he could scarcely speak when he saw me first. Father loves his little boy already," she continued, addressing the unconscious infant, and after that Audrey did consent to take her nephew. "What do you mean to call him, Gage?" "Mother and I would have liked him to be called John, after father, but Percival wishes him so much to have his own father's name, Leonard, and of course he ought to have his way. You must be my boy's godmother, Audrey. I will have no one else, and Michael must be one godfather. Percival told me this morning that Mr. Bryce must be the other." "I am so glad you thought of Michael," responded Audrey rather dreamily. Baby had got one of her fingers grasped in his tiny fists, and was holding it tightly, and the nurse came forward and suggested that Mrs. Harcourt had talked enough, and though Audrey grumbled a little, she was obliged to obey. Audrey took advantage of the first fine afternoon to walk over to Braille. It was more than 3 miles by the road, but she was a famous walker. The lanes were still impassable on account of the thaw. February had set in with unusual mildness. The snow had melted. The little lake at Woodcote was no longer a sheet of blue ice, and Eiderdown and Snowflake were dabbling joyously with their yellow bills in the water, and their soft plumes tremulous with excitement. Audrey had set out early, and Cyril had promised to meet her halfway on her return. The days were lengthening, but he was sure the dusk would overtake her long before she got home. Audrey was inclined to dispute this point. She liked to be independent and to regulate her own movements, but Cyril was not to be coerced. "I shall meet you probably by the windmill," he observed quietly. "If you are not inclined for my companionship, I will promise to keep on the other side of the road." And of course, after this remark, Audrey was obliged to give in, and in her heart she knew she would be glad of his company. She had not seen Mr. O'Brien for some weeks. During the winter, her visits to Vineyard Cottage were always few and far between. Michael had driven her over a few days before Christmas, but she had not been there since. She had heard that Mrs. Baxter had been ailing for some weeks, and her conscience pricked her that she had not made an effort to see her. She would have plenty of news to tell them, she thought. There was Michael's fortune and Gage's baby. Last time she had told them of her engagement, and had promised to bring Cyril with her one afternoon. She had tried to arrange this more than once, but Cyril had proposed that they should wait for the spring. Audrey enjoyed her walk, and it was still early in the afternoon when she unlatched the little gate and walked up the narrow path to the cottage. As she passed the window, she could see the ruddy gleams of firelight and the broad back of Mr. O'Brien as he sat in his great elbow-chair in front of the fire. Mrs. Baxter opened the door. She had a crimson handkerchief tied over her hair, and her face looked longer and paler than ever. "Why, it is never you, Miss Ross," she cried in a subdued crescendo. "Whatever will father say when he knows it's you? There's a deal happened, Miss Ross, and I am in a shake still when I think of the turn he gave me only the other night. I heard the knock and opened the door, as it might be to you, and when I saw who it was, at least. Why, father, what are you shoving me away for?" For Mr. O'Brien had come out of the parlour, and had taken his daughter rather unceremoniously by both shoulders, and had moved her out of the way. "You leave that to me, Priscilla," he said in rather a peculiar voice, and here his great hand grasped Audrey's. "You have done a good deed, Miss Ross, in coming here this afternoon, for I am glad and proud to see you." And then, in a voice he tried in vain to steady, "Susan was right. She always was, bless her. And Matt has come home." End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Lover or Friend by Rosa Carey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
"I could not stand it any longer, Tom."
The beautiful souls of the world have an art of saintly alchemy, by which bitterness is converted into kindness, the goal of human experience into gentleness, ingratitude into benefits, insults into pardon. Amiel.
"Matt has come home?"
Audrey uttered an exclamation of surprise and pleasure as she heard this unexpected intelligence.
"Is it really true? Oh, Mr. Bryan, I am so glad, so very glad. When did he come? Why did you not send for me? My dear old friend, how happy you must be to get him back after all these years of watching and waiting."
A curiously sad expression crossed Mr. O'Brien's rugged face as Audrey spoke in her softest and most sympathetic voice. "I'm not denying that it is happiness to get the lad back," he returned in a slow, ruminative fashion, as though he found it difficult to shape his thoughts into words. "But it is a mixed sort of happiness, too. Come in and sit down, Miss Ross. Matt has gone out for a prowl, as he calls it, and I will tell you how it all happened while Prissy sees to the tea." And as Mrs. Baxter withdrew at this very broad hint, Mr. O'Brien drew up one of the old-fashioned elbow chairs to the fire, and then, seating himself, took up his pipe from the hob and looked thoughtfully into the empty bowl. "Things get terribly mixed in this world," he continued, "and pleasures mostly lose their flavour before one has a chance of enjoying them. I am thinking that the father of the prodigal son did not find it all such plain sailing after the feast was over, and he had time to look into things more closely. That elder brother would not be the pleasantest of companions for many a long day. He would still have a sort of grudge, like my Prissy here."
"Oh, I hope not."
"Oh, it is true, though. Human nature is human nature all the world over. But there, I'm teasing you with all that rigmarole, only I seem somehow confused, as though I could not rightly arrange my thoughts. When did Matt come home? Well, it was 3 nights ago, and would you believe it, Miss Ross, it feels more like 3 weeks.
"I wish you had written to me. I would have come to you before."
"Aye, that was what Prissy said. She was always bidding me take ink and paper. There's Miss Ross ought to be told, father. She was always dinning it into my ears, but somehow I could not bring myself to write. Where's the hurry, I said to Prissy, when Matt is a fixture here? I would rather tell Miss Ross myself, and I've had my way too, with a touch of his old humour. And here we are, talking comfortably as we've been used to do, and that is better than a stack of letters." Audrey smiled. Whatever her private opinion might be, she certainly offered no contradiction. If she'd been in his place, all her world should have heard of her prodigal's return, and should have been bidden to eat of the fatted calf. She would have called her friends and neighbours to rejoice with her over the lost one who had found his way home. Her friends' reticence secretly alarmed her. Would Vineyard Cottage be a happier place for its new inmate? "Yes, it is better for you and me to be talking over it quietly," he went on, "and I'm glad Matt took that restless turn an hour ago. You see, the place is small, and he's been used to bush life, and after he's been sat a bit and smoked 1 or 2 pipes, he must just go out and dig in the garden, or take his mile or 2 just to stretch his muscles. But he will be back by the time Prissy has got the tea."
"And he came back 3 nights ago,"
observed Audrey. "Aye, we were going upstairs, Prissy and I. The girl had been in bed for an hour. I was just smoking my last pipe over the kitchen fire, as I like to do, when we heard a knock at the door, and Prissy says to me, 'I expect that is Joshua Ruddock, father, and Jane has been taken bad, and I cannot get the nurse in time.' But Prissy is a good soul at helping any of her neighbours, and sometimes one or other of them will send for her to sit up with a sick wife or child, and then she goes to the door while I knock the ashes out of my pipe. But the next moment she gave a sort of screech, and I made up my mind that it was that rascal Joe asking for a night's lodging. Not that he would ever have slept under my roof again. I confess I swore to myself a bit softly when I heard Prissy fly out like that. 'Father,' she says again, 'here is a vagrant sort of man, and he says he's Uncle Matt.' And she won't believe in me, Tom, so you'd better come out and look at yourself. And sure enough, I knew the lad's voice before I got sight of his face. I give you my word, Miss Ross," he continued, somewhat huskily, "I hardly knew how I got to the door, for my limbs seemed to have no power. 'Do you think I don't know your voice, lad?' I said, and though it was dark, I got hold of him and pulled him into the light. We were both of us white and shaking as we stood there, but he looked me in the face with a pitiful sort of smile. 'I could not stand it any longer, Tom,' he said. 'I suppose it was homesickness, but it would have killed me in time. I had not got a creature in the world belonging to me. Will you and Susan take me in?' And then with a laugh, though there were tears in his eyes, 'I'm precious tired of the husks, old chap.' Well, I didn't seem to have my answer ready, for I was fairly choked at the sight of his changed face and those poor pitiable words. But he did not misunderstand me, and when I took his arm and pushed him into a chair by the fire, he looked round the place in a dazed kind of way. 'Where's Susan?' he asked. 'I hope she's not sick, Tom.' And with that he did break me down. The thought of how Susan would have welcomed him, not standing aloof as Prissy was doing, and how she would have heartened us up in her cheery way, was too much for me, and I fairly cried like a child. Well, I knew it was my lad, in spite of his grey hairs, when he cried too, just for company. Matt always had a kind heart and way with him. 'I never thought of this, Tom,' he said, when we were a bit better. All today Susan's face has been before me bonny and smiling as I last saw it. Prissy, there is not much like her mother, and so she is in her coffin, poor lass. Well, you're better off than me, Tom, for you've got Prissy there to look after you, and I have neither wife nor children. Do you mean they all gone? I asked, staring at him, and he nodded in a grim, sorrowful kind of way. I've lost them all. There, we won't talk about that just yet. What is it Susan used to say when the children died? The Lord gave and the Lord hath taken away. Those are pious words, Tom. And then he looked at me a bit strangely. Well, it was Prissy who interrupted us by asking if Matt wanted food, and then it turned out that he was most starving. I think I was born to ill luck, Tom, he went on, for some scamper rather robbed me of my little savings as soon as I reached London, and had to make shift to pay my fare down here. It is a long story to tell you. I found you out. I went to the old place first, and they sent me on here. I had a drop of beer and a crust at the Three Loaves, and old Giles, the ostler, knew me and told me a long yarn about you and Prissy. And then we would not let him talk any more. When he was fed and warmed, Prissy made up a bed for him, for we saw he was nearly worn out, and there was plenty of time for hearing all he had to tell us. But I could not help going to his room before I turned in, for there came over me such a longing to see Matt's face again. There it was, not the old face, and I knew my bright, handsome lad would never come back. Well, he was not asleep, for he turned on his pillow when he saw me. If one could only have one's life again, he said, and there was a catch in his voice. I couldn't sleep for thinking of it. I've shamed you, Tom, and I've shamed all that belonged to me, and many, many a time I've longed to die and end it all, but something would not let me. I was always a precious coward. Boy, I tried to shoot myself once, but I couldn't do it. I bungled so. That was when things were at their worst, but I never tried again, so don't look so scared, old chap. Well, it was terrible to hear him talk like that, of throwing his life away, and I said a word or two to show what I thought of it, but he wouldn't listen. Don't preach, Tom. You are such a hand at preaching, but I'll tell you something you may care to hear. It was when I was out in the bush. I'd been down with a sort of fever, and it got precious low. Well, it came over me one day, as I was alone in the hut, that if that sort of life went on, I should just lose my reason, for the loneliness, and the thought of the prison life, and all the evil I had done, and the way I had thrown aside my chances, seemed crowding in upon my mind, and I felt I must just blow my brains out. And I knew I should do it this time, and then all at once the thought came to me, why not go to Tom? Tom and Susan, a good sort. They won't refuse a helping hand to a poor wretch. And the very next day, I packed up my traps and started for Melbourne. My lad, I said, it was just Providence that put that thought in your head, and then I left him, for my heart was too full to talk, except to my Maker. But I dreamt that night that Susan came to me, and that we stood together by Matt's bedside, looking down at him while he slept. He looks old and grey, I heard her say quite distinctly, but he will grow young again beside my Tom. And then she looked at me so gently and sighed. Be patient with him. He is very unhappy. And then I woke.
Oh, I hope you told him that dream.
Aye, I did. I told him a power of things about Susan and myself and Prissy, and he never seemed tired of listening. But after that first evening, he didn't open out much of his own accord. He told us a few things, mostly about his bush life, and where he went when he got his ticket of leave. But somehow he seemed to dislike talking about himself, and after I'd questioned him pretty closely, he suddenly said, Look here, old chap, I don't mean to be rough on you, but I've grown used to holding my tongue during the last few years. What is the use of raking up bygones? Do you suppose I am so proud of my past life that I care to talk about it? Why can we not start afresh? You know me for what I am, the good-for-nothing Matt O'Brien. I know I am no fit companion for you and Prissy. If you tell me to go, I will shift my quarters without a reproachful word. Shall I go, Tom? No, I said, almost shouting at him, and snapping my pipe in two. You'll just stay where you are, lad. Do you think I will ever suffer you to wander off again? And then, as he looked at me very sadly, I opened the big Bible we'd been reading in that morning, and showed him the verse that was in my thoughts that moment. The Lord do so to me, and more also, if aught but death part me and thee. Do you mean that, Tom? And his voice was rather choky. Aye, I do, was my answer. And then he gripped my hand without speaking, and went out of the room, and we didn't see him for an hour or two, and that is about all I have to tell you, Miss Ross.
Thank you, old friend.
returned Audrey gently, and she looked reverently into the thoughtful face beside her. The rugged, homely features were beautified to her. He was only a small tradesman, yet what nobleman could show more tender chivalry to the fallen man who had brought disgrace on his honest name? In her heart, Audrey knew there was no truer gentleman than this simple, kindly Tom O'Brien. "There's Matt," he observed presently, and Audrey roused herself and looked anxiously at the door. She was longing, yet dreading, to see this much-loved prodigal. Priscilla's description of a vagrant sort of man had somewhat alarmed her, and she feared to see the furtive look and slouching gait that so often stamp the man who has taken long strides on the downward path. She was greatly surprised, therefore, when a tall, fine-looking man with closely cropped grey hair and a black moustache came quickly into the room. On seeing a young lady, he was about to withdraw, but his brother stopped him. "Don't go away, lad. This is Miss Ross, the young lady who I told you was with Susan when she died."
"And I am very glad to welcome you back, Mr. O'Brien,"
observed Audrey cordially, as she held out her hand. Matt O'Brien reddened slightly as he took the offered hand with some reluctance, and then stood aside rather awkwardly. He only muttered something in reply to his brother's question of how far he had walked. "I think I will go to Priscilla," he said, with a touch of sullenness that was mere shyness and discomfort. "Don't let me interrupt you and this young lady, Tom." And before Mr. O'Brien could utter a remonstrance, he was gone.
"I'm afraid I'm in the way," suggested Audrey. "Perhaps your brother does not like to see people. It is growing dark, so I may as well start at once. Mr. Blake has promised to meet me, so I shall not have a solitary walk."
"Nay, you must not go without your cup of tea," returned the old man, rubbing up his hair in a vexed manner. "I hear Prissy clattering with the cups. Don't fash your head about the lad. He's a bit shamed of looking honest folk in the face, but we'll get him over that. Sit ye down and I'll fetch him out of the kitchen." And without heeding her entreaties to be allowed to go, Mr. O'Brien hurried her into the next room, where the usual bountiful meal was already spread, and where Mrs. Baxter awaited them with an injured expression of face. "I think father has gone clean daft over Uncle Matt," she observed, as Mr. O'Brien departed on his quest. "Draw up to the table, Miss Ross. Father will be back directly, but he won't touch a mouthful until he sees Uncle Matt in his usual place. He fashes after him from morning to night, and can hardly bear him out of his sight. It is Matt come here alongside of me, or try this dish of Prissy's, my lad, until you would think there was not another person in the house. It's a bit trying, Miss Ross. I must confess, though, I won't fly in the face of Providence, and say I'm not glad that the sinner has come home. But there, one must have one's trials, and heaven knows I've had a plentiful share of thorns and briars in my time."
"I'm sorry to hear you speak like this, Mrs. Baxter. I was hoping that you would rejoice in Mr. O'Brien's happiness. Think how he has longed for years to see his brother's face again."
Mrs. Baxter shook her head mournfully. "Aye, Miss Ross, but the best of us are poor ignorant creatures, and maybe the blessings we long for will turn to a curse in the end. I doubt whether our little cottage will be the restful place it was before Uncle Matt came home. He has gone to a bad school to learn manners, and wild oats and tares, and the husks that the swine did eat to poor crops after all, Miss Ross," finished Priscilla, a little vaguely. Audrey bent over her plate to conceal a smile, but she was spared the necessity of answering, as just then the two men entered. It was the first meal that Audrey had failed to enjoy at Vineyard Cottage, and notwithstanding all her efforts to second Mr. O'Brien's attempt at cheerfulness, she felt that she failed most signally. Neither of them could induce Matt O'Brien to enter into conversation. His gloomy silence or brief monosyllabic replies compelled even his brother at last to desist from any such attempt. Now and then Audrey stole a furtive glance at him as he sat moodily looking out into the twilight. A handsome lad was still a good-looking man, but the deep-seated melancholy in the dark eyes oppressed Audrey almost painfully. There was a hopelessness in their expression that filled her with pity. Why had he let that one failure, that sad lapse from honesty, stamp his old life with shame? Had he not expiated his sin? Was he so beaten down and crushed with remorse and suffering that he had only longed to end an existence that seemed God-forsaken and utterly useless? And then, half unconsciously, she noted the one serious defect in his face, the weak, receding chin, and she guessed that the mouth hidden under the heavy moustache was weak, too. "I will not ask you what you think of Matt tonight," observed Mr. O'Brien as he accompanied Audrey to the gate. "He's not been used to a lady's company, and he's grown into silent ways, living so much alone."
"He looks terribly unhappy."
"Aye, poor chap, he is unhappy enough. He's got a load on his heart that he's carrying alone. Sometimes it makes my heart ache, Miss Ross, to see him sitting there, staring into the fire, and fetching up a sigh now and then. But there, as Susan says, the heart knoweth its own bitterness. But if ever a man is in trouble, Matt is that man." And Audrey felt that her old friend was right. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Lover or Friend by Rosa Carey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Will you call the guard? Plead guilty at man's bar, and go to judgment straight. At God's no other way remains to shun that fate. Archbishop Trench. Captain Burnett had settled his business and was returning again to Rutherford after more than a month's absence. He would willingly have lingered in town longer. Lonely as his bachelor quarters were, he felt he was safer in them than in his cosy rooms under his cousin's roof, where every hour of the day exposed him to some new trial, and where the part he played was daily becoming more difficult. In town he could at least be free. He had no need to mask his wretchedness, or to pretend that he was happy and at ease. No demands, trying to meet, were made on his sympathy. No innocently loving looks claimed a response. At least the bare walls could tell no tales, if he sat for long hours brooding over a future that looked grim and desolate. And he was a rich man. Heavens, what mockery! And yet how his friends would have crowded round him if they had known it. Comfort, nay, even luxury, was within his power. He could travel, build, add acre to acre. He could indulge in philanthropic schemes, ride any hobby. And yet, though he knew this, the thought of his gold seemed bitter as the apples of Sodom. It had come too late. Ah, that was the sting. His poverty had been the gulf between him and happiness, and he had not dared to stretch his hand across it to the woman he loved. And now, when his opportunity had gone, and he had lost her irrevocably, fate had showered these golden gifts upon him as though to bribe him as one bribes children with some gilded toy. Was it a wonder that, as he sat trying to shape that dreary future of his heart was sore within him, and that now and again the thought crossed him that it might have been well for him if his battered body could have been laid to rest with those other brave fellows in Zululand? And then he remembered how Kester had once told him that he must be the happiest man in the world. He had quite forgotten that boyish outburst. "Don't you see the difference?" he could hear him say. "I've got this pain to bear, and no good comes of it. It is just bearing and nothing else. But you have suffered in saving other men's lives. It is a kind of ransom. It must be happiness to have a memory like that." Was he suffering for nothing now? Would any good to himself or others come from a pain so exquisite, so rife with torture, a pain so strongly impregnated with fear and doubt that he scarcely dared own it to himself? Only now and again those few bitter words would escape his lips.
"Oh, my darling, what a mistake! Will you ever find it out before it is too late?"
And then with a groan he would answer, as though to himself, "Never." Old habits are strong, and it was certainly absence of mind that made Captain Burnett take his usual third-class ticket, and he had seated himself and dismissed his porter before he bethought himself that the first-class compartment was now within his means. Audrey had told him laughingly that such creature comforts were dear to him, that he was a man who loved the best of things, to whom the loaves and fishes of bare maintenance were not enough without adding to them the fine linen and dainty appendages of luxury, and he had not contradicted her. But all the same, he knew that he would have been willing to live in poverty until his life's end, if he could only have kept her beside him. Happily, the third-class compartment was empty, and he threw himself back in the farthest corner, and taking out his Baedeker, began to plan what he called his summer's campaign, a tour he was projecting through Holland and Belgium, and which to land him finally in the Austrian Tyrol. He would work his way later to Rome and Florence and Venice, and he would keep Norway for the following year, and he would travel about in the desultory, dilettante sort of fashion that suited him best now. He would probably go to America and see Niagara and all the wonders of the New World that was so young and fresh in its immensity. Indeed, he would go anywhere and everywhere until his trouble became a thing of the past and he had strength to live and work for the good of his fellow creatures. But he felt that such work was not possible to him just yet. Michael studied his Baedeker in a steady, business-like way. He had made up his mind that to brood over an irreparable misfortune was unworthy of any man who acknowledged himself a Christian, that any such indulgence would weaken his moral character and make him unfit for his duties in life. The sorrow was there, but there was no need to be ever staring it in the face. As far as was possible, he would put it from him and do the best for himself and others. Michael's stubborn tenacity of purpose brought its own reward, for he was soon so absorbed in mapping out his route that he was quite startled at hearing the porters shouting, "Wombra!" And the next moment the door was flung open, and a shabbily dressed man with a gait and bearing of a soldier entered the compartment, and taking the opposite corner to Michael, unfolded his paper and began to read. Michael glanced at him carelessly. He was rather a good-looking man, he thought, with his closely cropped grey hair and black moustache, but his scrutiny proceeded no further, for just then he caught sight of a familiar face and figure on the platform that made him shrink back into his corner, and wish that he too had a newspaper behind which he could hide himself. There was no mistaking that slim, graceful figure and the little, close, black bonnet. There was something about Mrs. Blake which he would have recognized a quarter of a mile off. By Jove, she was coming towards his compartment. Her hands were full of parcels, and she was asking a grey-headed old gentleman to open the door for her. How handsome and bright and alert she looked. She smiled her acknowledgment. The old gentleman looked back once or twice. Even old fogies have eyes for pretty women. But Mrs. Blake was too busy arranging her parcels in the rack to notice the impression she had made. If only he had had that newspaper, he might have pretended that he was asleep. But when the parcels were in their place, she would see him. There was nothing for him but to take the initiative.
"Let me put that up for you, Mrs. Blake."
And at the sound of his voice, she turned round. In a moment, he knew that she was not pleased to see him, that if she had discovered that he was there, nothing would have induced her to enter the compartment. It was his extraordinary quickness of intuition that made him know this, and the sudden shade that crossed her face when he addressed her. Underneath Mrs. Blake's smooth speeches and charm of manner, he had always been conscious of some indefinable antagonism to himself. As he had once told Geraldine, there was no love lost between them.
"In a ladylike way, she certainly hates me," he had said.
"Dear me, Captain Bennett, how you startled me. I thought there were only strangers in the carriage. Thank you. That parcel is rather heavy. I've been shopping in Warnborough and am terribly laden. I hope Cyril will meet me. If the omnibus be not at the station, I must certainly take a fly. I had no idea you were coming back until tomorrow. Kester certainly said tomorrow. How delighted he will be, dear boy, when I tell him I have seen you."
"The christening will be tomorrow, you know, and I have to stand sponsor to my small cousin."
"Oh, to be sure, how stupid of me to forget. And yet Molly told me all about it. It's very soon. Baby is only a month old, is he not? But I hear Mrs. Harcourt is not to be allowed to go to the church."
"No, so Audrey tells me."
"I think that a pity. When my children were christened, I was always with them. To be sure, both Kester and Molly were 2 months old, at least. What is your opinion, Captain Bennett? You are a strict churchman, I know, ought not the mother to be there as a matter of course?"
Mrs. Blake spoke in a soft voice, with her usual engaging air of frankness. Michael's answer was decidedly stiff. Of all things, he hated to be entrapped into a theological argument, but he would not compromise truth.
"I think there is one thing even more desirable than the mother's presence," he returned quickly, "and that is that these little heathens be made Christians as soon as possible. I think Harcourt is perfectly right to have his son baptized without exposing his wife to any risk."
"And she is still so delicate, as dear Audrey tells me. She was up at Hillside last evening, and Cyril fetched her. My boy is a most devoted lover, Captain Bennett."
"Cela va sans dire,"
returned Michael lightly. He may be forgiven for regarding this speech in the worst possible taste. And then he stopped, attracted by singular action on the part of their fellow passenger. He had put down his paper, and was leaning forward a little in his seat, staring intently into Mrs. Blake's face.
"Good God, it is Olive," he muttered. "As I live, it is Olive herself."
And then he threw out both his hands in a strange, appealing sort of way, and his face was pale. "Olive," he went on, and there was something strained and pitiful in his voice, as though pleading with her. "How am I to sit here and hear you talk about the little chaps and take no notice? How am I to mind my promise and not speak to my own wife?" Michael gave a violent start, but he had no time to speak, for Mrs. Blake suddenly clutched his arm with a stifled scream. She looked so ghastly, so beside herself with terror, that he could not help pitying her.
"Captain Burnett,"
she gasped.
"will you stop the train? I will not travel any longer with this madman. I shall die if I am in this carriage a moment longer. Don't you see he is mad? Will you call the guard? I...
She sank down, unable to articulate another syllable. Captain Burnett hardly knew how to act. They would reach the station for Rutherford in another quarter of an hour. He knew the man opposite him was no more mad than he was. There was no insanity in those deep-set, melancholy eyes, only intense pain and sadness. The very sound of his voice brought instant conviction to Michael's mind that he was speaking the truth. Whatever mystery lay beneath his words, he and Mrs. Blake were not strangers to each other. Her very terror told him that.
"Mrs. Blake," he said, endeavouring to soothe her, "there's nothing to fear. Do try to be reasonable. No one could molest you while you're under my protection. Perhaps this gentleman,"
with a quick glance at the man's agitated face and shabby coat,
"may have made some mistake. You may resemble some friend of his."
"No fear of that," interposed the man sullenly, and now there was an angry gleam in his eyes that alarmed Michael. "A man can't mistake his own wife, even if he has not seen her for 15 or 16 years. I will take my oath before any court of justice that is my lawful wedded wife, Olive O'Brien." Mrs. Blake uttered another faint scream and covered her face with her hands. She was shaking as though in ague fit.
"I assure you, you must have made some mistake,"
replied Michael civilly.
"This lady's name is Blake. She and her family are well known to me. If you like, I will give you my card, if you should wish to satisfy yourself by making further inquiries, but as you must see, it is only a case of mistaken identity."
If Michael spoke with the intent of eliciting further facts, he was not wholly unsuccessful. "It's nothing of the kind," returned the man roughly. "Don't I tell you it is no mistake? I can't help what she calls herself. If she has taken another husband, I'll have the law of her and bring her to shame. She has only one husband, and his name is Matthew O'Brien."
"Good heavens! Do you mean that Thomas O'Brien of Vineyard Cottage is your brother?"
And as Michael put this question, he felt the plot was thickening. "Yes, Tom, poor old chap, is my brother, and he knows naught about Olive and the young ones. He thinks they are dead. I told him I'd lost them all. Has she not been talking about them, Cyril and Kester, and my little Molly?" And now there were tears in Matthew O'Brien's eyes.
"Hush," interposed Michael. "Don't say any more. Don't you see she has fainted? Will you move away a moment, that she may not see you? Open the window. Make a thorough draught."
Michael was doing all that he could for Mrs. Blake's comfort. He loosened her bonnet strings, and made his rug into a pillow, and taking out his brandy flask, moistened her white lips. However she had sinned, he felt vaguely, as he knelt before her, that hers would be a terrible expiation. Matt O'Brien stood a little behind, talking half to himself and half to Michael. "Ah, he is a handy chap," he soliloquized. "He must have a wife of his own, I'm thinking. Poor lass, she does look mortal bad. I've frighted her pretty nearly to death, but it is her own fault. I never would have hurt a hair of her head. She is as handsome as ever, and as hard-hearted too. I used to tell her she was made of stone, not a bit of love, except for the children. She is coming too, sir," he continued excitedly. "I was half afraid she was dead, lying so still."
"Yes, she is recovering consciousness,"
replied Michael quietly.
"But it is rather a serious fainting fit, and I must ask you to leave her to me, Mr. O'Brien. There is my card. I shall be at Rutherford, and will try to see you tomorrow. No, not tomorrow. There is the christening, but the next day. I will come over to Vineyard Cottage. There we are stopping. Please send a porter to me."
And then Michael turned again to his patient. She had opened her eyes, and was looking at him as though she were dazed.
"Who am I? What has happened?" Are you giving me brandy, Captain Burnett?
You have been ill, he returned coolly. Are you subject to these fainting fits? I want you to try and stand, and then I will help you to my fly. Porter, will you take those parcels, please? Now, Mrs. Blake, do you think you can walk?
I will try,
she replied in an exhausted voice. But just at that moment Matt O'Brien passed.
Oh, I remember, she gasped. The madman! It was he who frightened me so, Captain Burnett.
Looking at him with a return of the old terror in her face and a sort of wildness in her eyes.
You did not believe that improbable story. How can I, a widow, have a living husband?
And she laughed hysterically.
Will you permit me to assist you? Was Michael's sole answer as he lifted her from the seat. Can you fasten your bonnet? I was obliged to give you air.
But as her trembling hands could not perform the office, he was compelled to do it himself.
Now you can come, he went on in a quiet, authoritative voice that was not without its effect on her,
and half leading, half supporting her, he placed her at last safely in the fly. But as he seated himself beside her, and they drove off, in the gathering dusk of the March evening, he felt a cold hand grip his wrist.
Oh, Captain Burnett, do say that you do not believe him.
Michael was silent.
It was too utterly horrible, too improbable altogether,
she continued with a shudder.
No man calling himself a gentleman ought to believe such an accusation against a woman.
Still silence.
If it should reach my boy's ears, he'll be ready to kill him.
Mrs. Blake, will you listen to me a moment, for your children's sake? I desire to stand your friend.
And not for my sake, not for the sake of a lonely, misjudged woman.
No, he replied coldly. I will confess the truth. It is the best. In our hearts, we are not friends, you and I. From the first, I have mistrusted you. I have always felt there was something I could not understand. Friends do not have these feelings. But all the same, I wish to help you.
Oh, that is kind, and now I do not mind your hard words.
But I must help you in my own way. Tomorrow I shall come to you, and you must tell me the whole truth, and whether this man, Matthew O'Brien, be your husband or not.
I tell you,
she began excitedly, but he checked her very gently.
Hush, do not speak now. You will make yourself ill again.
Ah, yes,
she said, falling back on her seat.
I have palpitations still. I must not excite myself.
Just so. And tomorrow you will be calmer and more collected, and you will have made up your mind that the truth will be best, because—
He paused, as though not certain how to proceed.
Because of what?
She asked sharply, and he could detect strained anxiety in her tone.
Because it would be better for you to tell your story in your own way, far better than for me to hear it from Mr. O'Brien.
You would go to him?
And there was unmistakable alarm in her voice.
Most certainly I would go to him. This is a very important matter to others, as well as yourself, Mrs. Blake.
I will kill myself,
she said wildly,
before I tell any such story. You have no heart, Captain Burnett. You are treating me with refined cruelty. You want to bring me to shame because you hate me and because—
But again he checked her.
Do not exhaust yourself with making all these speeches. You will need all your strength. I will come to you tomorrow evening, and if you will tell me the truth, I will promise to help you as far as possible. Surely at such a crisis you will not refuse such help as I may be able to offer you. If only—
He paused, and there was deep feeling in his voice.
For your children's sake.
But though he could hear her sob as though in extremity of anguish, she made him no answer, nor could he induce her to speak again until they reached the grey cottage, where the fly stopped, and he got out and assisted her to alight. She kept her face averted from him.
I will be with you tomorrow, he repeated as he touched her hand.
But to this there was no audible reply. She only bowed her head as she passed through the gate he held open for her, and disappeared from his sight. End of Chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Lover or Friend by Rosa Carey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. I did not love him.
When a man begins to do wrong, he cannot answer for himself how far he may be carried on. He does not see beforehand, he cannot know where he will find himself after the sin is committed. One false step forces him to another.
Newman. An Italian proverb, too well known, declares that if you would succeed, you must not be too good. Emerson. Audrey found Michael strangely uncommunicative that evening. He hardly responded to her expressions of pleasure at seeing him again, and all her questions were answered as briefly as possible. His manner was as kind as ever. Indeed, he spoke to her with more than his usual gentleness. But during dinner he seemed to find conversation difficult, and all her little jokes fell flat. She wanted to know how many pretty things he had bought, and if he had put down his name for the proof engraving of a certain picture he had longed to possess.
20 guineas is nothing to you now, Michael, she observed playfully.
No, I forgot all about the picture, he returned, starting up from his chair. But I have bought you a present.
And the next moment he put in her hand a little case. When Audrey opened it, there was a small cross studded with diamonds of great beauty and lustre, and the whole effect was so sparkling and dainty that Audrey quite flushed with surprise and pleasure.
Oh, Mother, look how beautiful! But, Michael, how dare you waste your money on me? It must have cost a fortune.
Then she added a little thoughtfully,
I'm afraid Cyril will be sorry when he sees this. He is always lamenting that he cannot give me things.
I chose a bracelet for Geraldine,
he returned carelessly, as though buying diamonds were an everyday business with him.
Would you like to see it?
And he showed her the contents of the other case.
I have a small offering from my godson in the shape of the inevitable mug, and I mean to give this to Leonard's mamma.
It is very handsome. Mother thinks so, don't you, Mother? And Gage is devoted to bracelets. But I like mine ever so much better. It is the very perfection of a cross, and I shall value it, so dearly, Michael.
And Audrey held out her hand as she spoke. Michael pressed it silently. It was little wonder, he thought, that Audrey liked her gift better than Geraldine's. It had cost, at least, 3 times as much. In fact, its value had been so great that he had written the cheque with some slight feeling of shame and compunction.
There is no harm after all, as she is so fond of diamonds,
he assured himself, as he put the little case in his pocket.
She will not know what it cost me, and he will never be able to buy ornaments for her. I may as well give myself this pleasure.
And just for the moment, it did please him to see her delight over the ornament.
It is not so much the diamonds that please me as Michael's kindness and generosity, she said to Cyril the next day. He has bought nothing for himself, and yet he has been in town a whole month. He only thought of us.
And Cyril observed quietly, as he closed the case, that it was certainly very kind of Captain Bennet. But a close observer would have said that Michael's generosity had not quite pleased him.
I suppose you'll wear this tonight at the Charringtons? He asked presently.
Yes, and those lovely flowers you have brought me,
she added with one of her charming smiles, and somehow the cloud passed in a moment from the young man's brow. What did it matter, after all, that he could not give her diamonds? Had he not given himself to her, and did they not belong to each other for time and for eternity? And as he thought this, he took her in his arms with a loving speech.
You are sweet as the very sweetest of my flowers, he said, holding her close to him. You are the very dearest thing in the world to me, Audrey. And sometimes when I think of the future, I am almost beside myself with happiness.
When the little excitement of the diamonds was over, Michael relapsed again into gravity, and he was still grave when he went up to Hillside the next day. A wakeful night's reflection had brought him no comfort. He felt as though a gulf were opening before him and those whom he loved, and that he dared not, for very dread and giddiness, look into it. When they returned from church, and were about to sit down to the sumptuous luncheon, he took Geraldine aside and presented his offerings. To his surprise, she was quite overcome, and would have called her husband to share her pleasure, but he begged her to say nothing just then.
Audrey has a present too, but she took it far more calmly, he said in a rallying tone.
But as he spoke, he wondered at his cousin's beauty. Her complexion had always been very transparent, but now excitement had added a soft bloom. Was it motherhood, he asked himself, that deepened the expression of her eyes and lent her that new gentleness?
I never saw you look better, Gage,
he said in quite an admiring voice, but Geraldine was as unconscious as ever.
I am very well, she returned, smiling, only not quite as strong as usual. It is such a pity that Percival will not allow me to invite you to dinner, because he says that I ought to be quiet this evening. He and Mother made such a fuss over me. Percival means to take Baby and me for a change during the Easter holidays. That will be nice, will it not? I think we shall go to Bournemouth.
Very nice,
he returned absently.
I wish Audrey would go too, but I am afraid she will not leave Cyril. He is not going away this vacation. That is the worst of her sister being engaged. She is not half so useful.
I think Audrey would go with you if you asked her. She is very unselfish.
Yes, but she has to think about someone else now, and I do not wish to be hard on Cyril. He is very nice, and we all like him.
I am very glad to hear that, Gage.
Yes, we must just make the best of it. Of course, Ursula and I will always consider she is throwing herself away, but that cannot be helped now. By the by, Michael, this is the first time I have seen you since you came into your fortune. I have never been able to tell you how delighted we both were to hear of it.
Well, it was a pretty good haul.
Yes, but no one will do more with it. But you must not buy any more diamonds.
And then she smiled at him, and just then Master Leonard made his appearance in his long lace robe, and as Geraldine moved to take her boy in her arms, there was no further conversation between them. They left soon after luncheon. Mr. Bryce had to take an early afternoon train, and Dr. Ross accompanied him to the station. Audrey drove home with her mother. They expected Michael to follow them, but he had other business on hand. There was his interview with Mrs. Blake, and on leaving Hillside he went straight to the grey cottage. Molly met him at the door. She looked disturbed and anxious.
"Yes, you ought to go on up to the drawing-room, Captain Bennet," she said, when he asked if Mrs. Blake were at home. "Mamma is there. I heard her tell Biddy so. Do you know," puckering up her face as though she were ready to cry, "Mamma will not speak to any of us, not even to Cyril. She says she is ill, and that only Biddy understands her. It is so odd that she is able to see a visitor."
What makes you think she is ill, Molly?
"Oh, because she looked so dreadful when she came home last night, and she could hardly walk upstairs, and Cyril was not there to help her. He was quite frightened when I told him, and went to her room at once, but her door was locked, and she said her head ached, so that she could not talk. Biddy was with her then. We could hear her voice distinctly, and Mamma seemed moaning so."
Has she seen your brother this morning?
"Yes, just for a minute, but the room was darkened, and he could not see her properly. She told him that the pain had got on the nerves, and that she really could not bear us near her, but she would not let him send for a doctor, and Biddy seemed to agree with her."
"Perhaps she will be better tomorrow,"
he suggested, and then he left Molly and went upstairs.
"Poor little girl," he said to himself. "I wonder what she would say if she knew her father were living."
And then he tapped at the drawing-room door. He was not quite sure whether anyone bade him enter. Mrs. Blake was sitting in a chair drawn close to the fire. Her back was towards him. She did not move or turn her head as he walked towards her, and when he put out his hand to her, she took no notice of it.
"You have come,"
she said in a quick, hard voice, and then she turned away from him and looked into the fire.
"Yes, I have come,"
he replied quietly as he sat down on the oak settle that was drawn up near his chair.
"I am sorry to see you look so ill, Mrs. Blake."
He might well say so. She had aged 10 years since the previous night. Her face was quite drawn and haggard. He had never before noticed that there were threads of grey in her dark hair. She had always looked so marvellously young, but now he could see the lines and the crow's feet, and as his sharp eyes detected all this, he felt very sorry for her.
"Ill, of course I'm ill,"
she answered irritably.
"All night long I've been wishing I were dead. I said yesterday that I would rather kill myself than tell you my story, but today I have thought better of it."
"I am glad of that."
"Of course I'm not a fool, and I know I'm in your power, yours and that man's."
And here she shivered.
"Would you tell me this one thing first? Is Matthew O'Brien your husband?"
"Yes, I suppose so. I was certainly married to him once."
"Then why in the name of heaven, Mrs. Blake, do you allow people to consider you a widow?"
"Because I am a widow," she returned harshly. "Because I have unmarried myself and given up my husband. Because I refused to have anything more to do with him. He brought me disgrace, and I hated him for it."
"But pardon me, it is not possible. No woman can unmarry herself in this fashion, unless you mean—"
And here he stopped, feeling it impossible to put any such question to her. But what on earth could she mean?
"No, I have not divorced him. I suppose, in one sense, he may still be regarded as my husband, but for 14 years he has been dead to me, and I have called myself a widow."
"But you must have known it was wrong,"
he returned, a little bewildered by these extraordinary statements. If she had not looked so wan and haggard, he would have accused her of talking wildly.
"No, Captain Bennet, I do not own it was wrong. Under some circumstances a woman is bound to defend herself and her children. A tigress will brave a loaded gun if her young are starving. If it were to come over again, I would do the same. But I will acknowledge to you that I did not love my husband." No, that is evident.
I never loved him, though I was foolish enough to marry him. I suppose I cared for him in a sort of way. He was handsome, and had soft, pleasant ways with him, and I was young and giddy and ready for any excitement. But I had not been his wife 3 months before I would have given worlds to have undone my marriage.
Was he a bad husband to you?
No, Matt was always too soft for unkindness, but he was not the man for me. Besides, I had married him out of pique. There was someone I liked much better. You see, I'm telling you all quite frankly. I'm in your power, as I said before. If I refused to speak, you'll just go to Matt, and he would tell you everything.
I am very much relieved to find you so reasonable, Mrs. Blake. It is certainly wiser and better to tell me yourself. You have my promise that, as far as possible, I will give you my help. But at present I do not know how this may be.
Yes, I will tell you my story, she answered, but there was a bitterness of antagonism in her tone as she said this. I've always been afraid of you, Captain Bennet. I felt you disliked and mistrusted me, and I have never been easy with you. If it were not for Kester and your kindness to him, I should be horribly afraid of you. But for Kester's sake, you would not be hard on his mother.
I would not be hard on any woman, he answered quietly. It is true I have mistrusted you. I told you so yesterday. But if you will confide in me, you shall not repent your confidence.
You mean you will not be my enemy?
I am no woman's enemy, he said a little proudly. I wish someone else had been in my place yesterday, who can understand it is not a pleasant business to ask these questions of a lady, but there are many interests involved, and I am like a son to Dr. Ross. I am bound to look into this matter more closely for his sake, and—"
He paused, and if possible Mrs. Blake turned a little pale. "Let me tell you quickly," she said. "Perhaps after all you will not blame me, and you will help me to keep it from Cyril." And here she looked at him imploringly, and he could see the muscles of her face quivering. "No, I never loved Matt. I felt it was a condescension on my part to marry him. My people were well connected. One of my uncles was a dean, and another was a barrister. My father was a clergyman."
"What was his name?"
"Stephen Carrick. He was a vicar of Bardley."
"I have heard of Dean Carrick. He wrote some book or other, and came into some notoriety before his death. Is it possible that you are his niece?"
"Yes, I was very proud of him, and of my other uncle, but they would have nothing to do with me after my marriage. We were living in Ireland then, and when Matt brought me to London, I seemed to have cut myself adrift from all my people. My father died not long afterwards, and my mother followed him, and my 2 brothers were at sea. I saw the name of Carrick in the papers one day, James Carrick. He was in the Navy, so it must have been Jem. Well, he is dead, and as far as I know, Charlie may be dead too." She spoke with a degree of hardness that astonished him, but he would not interrupt her by a question. He saw that, for some reason of her own, she was willing to tell her story. "I soon found out my mistake when Matt brought me to London. From the first we were unfortunate. We had neither of us any experience. Our first landlady cheated us, and our lodgings were far too expensive for our means. My money had not then come to me. At my mother's death I was more independent. I might have grown fonder of Matt but for one thing. Very shortly after our marriage, indeed before the honeymoon was over, I discovered that he had already stooped to deceit. He had always led me to imagine that his people were well-to-do, and that his parentage was as respectable as mine. Indeed, I understood that his only brother was a merchant, with considerable means at his disposal. I do not say Matt told me all this in words, but he had a way with him of implying things. I was very proud, ridiculously proud, if you will, and I had a horror of trade. You may judge, then, the shock it was to me when I found out, by the merest accident, from reading a fragment of a letter, that his brother was a corn chandler in a small retail way. We had our first quarrel then. Matt was very cowed and miserable when he saw how I took it. He wanted to coax me into forgiving his deceit. "I know what a proud little creature you were, Olive," he said, trying to extenuate his shabby conduct, "and that there was no chance of your listening to me if you found out Tom was a tradesman. What does it matter about the shop? Tom is as good a chap as ever breathed, and Susan is the best-hearted woman in the world." But I would not be conciliated. I would not go near his people, and when he mentioned their names I always turned a deaf ear. It is a bad thing when a woman learns to despise her husband, but from that day I took Matt's true measure, and my heart seemed to harden against him. Perhaps I did not go the right way to improve him or keep him straight, but I soon found out that I dared not rely on him. I think I should have left him before the year was out, only my baby was born and took all my thoughts, and Matt was so good to me that, For very shame I dare not hint at such a thing. But we were not happy. His very fondness made things worse, for he was always reproaching me of my coldness. "You are the worst wife that a man could have," he would say to me. "You would not care if I were brought home dead any day, and yet if the boy's finger aches, you want to send for the doctor. If I go to the bad, it will be your own fault, because you never have a kind look or word for me." But he might as well have spoken to the wind. There was no love for Matt in my heart, and I worshipped my boy. "You are speaking now of your eldest son." "Yes, of Cyril. He was my firstborn, and I doted on him. I had 2 other children before Kester came, but happily they died. I say happily, for I had hard work to make ends meet with 3 children. I was so wrapped up in my boy that I neglected Matt more and more, and when he took to going out of an evening I made no complaints. We were getting on better then, and I seldom quarrelled with him, unless he refused to give me money for the children. Perhaps he was afraid to cross me, for the money was generally forthcoming when I asked for it, but I never took the trouble to find out how he procured it, and he was only too pleased to find me good-tempered and ready to talk to him, or to bring Cyril to play with him, for he was fond of the boy too. Well, things went on tolerably smoothly until Molly was born, but she was only a few months old when the crash came. She stopped, and an angry darkness came over her face. "You need not tell me," returned Michael, anxious to spare her as much as possible. "I am aware of the forgery for which your husband incurred penal servitude for so many years." "You know that?" she exclaimed with a terrifying stare. "Who could have told you? Oh, I forgot Matt's brother at Braille. Why did I never guess that Audrey's old friend she so often mentioned was this Tom O'Brien? But there are other O'Briens. There was one at Richmond when we lived there, and I thought he was still in his shop." "We heard all the leading facts from him. He told Audrey everything." "Then you shall hear my part now," she returned with flashing eyes. "What do you suppose were my feelings when I heard the news that Matt was in prison and that my boy's father was a convicted felon? What do you imagine were my thoughts when I sat in my lodgings with my children round me, knowing that this heritage of shame was on them?" "It was bad for you," he whispered softly, for her tragical aspect impressed him with a sense of grandeur. She was not good. By her own account, she had been an unloving wife, but in her way she had been strong. Only her strength had been for evil. "Yes, it was bad. I think for days I was almost crazed by my misfortunes, and then Matt sent for me. He was penitent and wanted my forgiveness, so they told me." "And you went?" "Of course I went. I had a word to say to him that needed an answer, and I was thankful for the opportunity to speak it. I dressed myself at once and went to the prison. Cyril cried to come with me and slapped me with his little hands when I refused to take him, but I only smothered him with kisses. I remember how he struggled to get free and how indignant he was. 'I don't love you one bit today, Mamma. You are not my pretty Mamma at all.' But I only laughed at his childish pet, my bright, beautiful boy. I can see him now." Matt looked utterly miserable, but his wretchedness did not seem to touch me. The sin was his, and he must expiate it. It was I and my children who were the innocent sufferers. He began cursing himself for his mad folly, as he called it, and begged me over and over again to forgive him. I listened to him for a few minutes, and then I looked at him very steadily. "I will forgive you, Matt, and not say a hard word to you, if you will promise me one thing." "And what is that?" he asked, seeming as though he dreaded my answer. "That you will never try to see me or my children again."
End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Lover or Friend by Rosa Carey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Shall you tell him tonight? Wouldst thou do harm, and still unharmed thyself abide? None struck another yet, except through his own side. From our ill-ordered hearts we oft are fain to roam, as men go forth who find unquietness at home. Michael raised his eyes and looked attentively at the woman before him, but she did not seem to notice him. She was too much absorbed in her miserable recital. I had made up my mind to say this to him from the moment I heard he was in prison. He should have nothing more to do with me and the children. It was for their sake I said it. He shrank back as though I had stabbed him, and then he began reproaching me in the old way.
I had never loved him. From the first I had helped to ruin him by my coldness. He was the most wretched man on earth, for his own wife had deserted him. But after a time I stopped him. It is too late to say all this now, Matt. You are quite right. I never loved you. I was mad to marry you. We have never been suited to each other. But I was fond of you. I was always fond of you, Olive. But I answered him sternly. Then prove your affection, Matt, by setting me free. Let me go my way, and you go yours, for as truly as I stand here, I will never live with you again. But what will you do? He asked. Oh, Olive, do not be so cruelly hard. There is Tom. He will take you and the children and care for you all. But at the mention of his brother, I lost all control over myself. Oh, I know I said some hard things then. I am not defending myself, and he begged me at last very piteously not to excite myself, and he would never mention Tom again, only he must know what I meant to do with myself and the children while he was working out his sentence. Then I will tell you, I replied, for at least you have a right to know that, although from this day I will never acknowledge you as my husband. I will not go near your beggarly relations myself, and he would never mention Tom again, only he must know what I meant to do with myself and the children while he was working out his sentence. Then I will tell you, I replied, for at least you have a right to know that although from this day I will never acknowledge you as my husband, I will not go near your beggarly relations, but I have a little money of my own, as you know, though you have never been able to touch it. I will manage to keep the children on that. Well, we talked. At least I talked, and at last I got him to promise that he would never molest me or the children again. Matt was always weak, and I managed to frighten him. I threatened to make away with myself and the children sooner than have the shame brought home to them. Not that I meant it, but I was in one of my passionate moods when anything seemed possible. I told him what I meant to do, for I had planned it all in my head already. I would sell out all my money and change my investments so that all clue should be lost, and I would take another name, and after a time the children should be told their father was dead. I would give myself out to be a widow, and in this way no disgrace would ever touch them. Would you believe it? Matt was so broken and penitent that he began to think that after all this would be best, that it would be kinder to me and the children to cut himself adrift from us. I saw him again, and he gave me his promise. You are a clever woman, Olive, he said. You will do better for the youngsters than ever I could have done. I have brought disgrace on everyone belonging to me. If you would only have trusted to Tom, but you will go your own gait. I dare not cross you. I never have dared, lest evil should come of it, but I think no woman ever had a colder heart. You have killed it, Matt, was my answer, and then I said good-bye to him, and we parted. Well, I took Biddy into my confidence. She was a faithful creature, and had been devoted to me since my childhood. She had accompanied me to England on my marriage, and had been my one comfort before the children were born. Strange to say, she had always disliked Matt, and if I had only listened to her, his wooing would have been unsuccessful. I found a lawyer who would do my business, and then I took up a lodging at Richmond and called myself Mrs. Blake, and for a few years we lived quietly and comfortably. The investments had prospered. One especially was yielding a handsome dividend, so I was better off than I expected. I had got rid of some house property, and I put aside this money for my boy's education. I need not tell you that he was my one thought. Sometimes when I saw him growing so fast and looking so noble and handsome, my heart would quite swell with pride and happiness to think he was my son, and I forgot Matt and the past wretchedness and only lived in and for him. My other children were nothing to be compared to him.
And you heard nothing of your husband?
I tell you I had no husband. He was dead to me. Do you think I would allow a man like Matt to blight my boy's career? A poor creature, weak as water and never able to keep straight. A man who would be cowed into giving up his own wife and children. I would have died 100 times over before I would have let Cyril know that his father was a convict. Michael held his peace, but he shuddered slightly as he thought of Audrey.
He will make her give him up,
he said to himself. Yes, I was happy then, she went on. I always had an elastic temperament. I did not mind the poverty and shifts as long as Cyril was well and contented. I used to glory in giving up one little comfort after another and stinting myself that he might have the books he needed when he was at Oxford. I used to live on his letters, and the day when he came home was a red-letter day. And you never trembled at the idea that one day you might come face to face with your husband? Oh no, such a thought never crossed my mind. I knew Matt too well to fear that he would hunt me out and make a scene. Another man would in his place, but not Matt. He had always been afraid of me, and he dared not try it on. It was accident, mere accident, that made him cross my path yesterday. But I know, and I can manage him still, and you will not betray me, Captain Bennett." "I do not understand you," he returned, almost unable to believe his ears. Could she really think that he would make himself a party to her duplicity? "I think my meaning is sufficiently clear," she replied, as though impatient at his denseness. "Now you have heard my story, you cannot blame me. Under the circumstances you must own that my conduct was perfectly justifiable." "I am not your judge, Mrs. Blake," he answered quietly, "but in my opinion nothing could justify such an act of deception. None of us has any right to say, 'Evil, be thou my good,' when you deceived the world and your own children by wearing widow's weeds, when all the time you knew you had a living husband. You were distinctly living a lie, and I glory in that lie," she answered passionately. "Do not," he returned with some emotion, "for it will bring you bitter sorrow. Do you think the son for whom you have sacrificed your integrity will thank you for it?" But before he could finish his sentence, a low cry, almost of agony, stopped him. Ah, he had touched her there. "You will kill me," she gasped, "if you only hint at such a thing. Captain Burnett, I will say I am sorry. I will say anything, if you will only help me to keep this thing from my boy. Will you go to Matt? Will you ask him for all our sakes to go away? He is not a bad man. When he hears about Cyril's prospects, he will not spoil them by coming here and making a scene. I will see him if he likes, but I think it would be better not. Tell him if he wants money, he shall have it. There is a sum I can lay my hands on, and Cyril will never know." "You want to bribe your husband to go away?" "Yes. You have promised to help me, and this is the only way." "Pardon me. There are limits to anything. An honest man cannot soil his hands with any such acts of deception. When I said I would help you, it was real help I meant, for good and not for evil. I will not attempt to bribe your husband. Neither will I stand by and see you blindfold your son." Then she threw herself on her knees before him, with a faint cry for mercy, but he put her back in her seat, and then took her hands in his and held them firmly. "Hush! You must not do that. I will be as kind to you as I can. Do you think that my heart is not full of pity for you, in spite of your wrongdoing? Try to be reasonable and listen to me. I have only one piece of advice to give you. Tell your son everything, as you have told me." "Never, never. I would die first." "You do not know what you are saying," he returned soothingly. "Do you think a son is likely to judge his own mother harshly? If I can find in my heart to pity you, will your own flesh and blood be more hard than a stranger?" "Oh, you do not know Cyril," she replied with a shudder. "He is so perfectly truthful. I have heard him say once that nothing can justify a deception. In spite of his goodness, he can be hard, very hard. When Kester was a little boy, he once told a lie to shield Molly, and Cyril would not speak to him for days." "I do not say that he will not be shocked at first, and that you may not have to bear his displeasure, but it will be better, 100 times better, for him to hear it from your own lips." "You'll never hear it," she returned, and now she was weeping wildly. "The story will never be told by me. How could I bear to hear him tell me that I had ruined him, that his prospects were blasted? Oh, have mercy upon a miserable woman, Captain Bennett. For the sake of my boy, for Kester's and Molly's sake, help me to send Matt away." He made no answer, only looked at her with the same steady gentleness. That look, so calm, yet so inexorable, left her no vestige of hope. Her rock would have yielded sooner than Michael Bennett, and she knew it. "I was wrong to trust you," she sobbed. "You are a hard man. I always knew that. You will stand by and see us all ruined, and my boy breaking his heart with shame and misery, and you will not stretch out your hand to save us." But he let this pass. Her very despair was making her reckless of her words. "Mrs. Blake," he said quietly, "will you tell your son that he has a father living?" "No, I will not tell him." Then Michael got up from his chair as though the interview were at an end. His movement seemed to alarm Mrs. Blake excessively. "You're not going? Do you mean that you are actually leaving me in this misery? Captain Bennet, I would not have believed you could be so cruel.
There is no use in my staying. I cannot convince you that your best hope for the future is to throw yourself on your son's generosity. I regret that you will not listen to me. You are giving me a very painful task.
Then she started up and caught him by the arm.
Do you mean that you'll tell him?
I suppose so. Somebody must do it, but I would rather cut off my right hand than do it.
Shall you tell him tonight?
No, certainly not tonight.
Tomorrow?
Yes, tomorrow or the next day, but I must speak to Mr. O'Brien and Dr. Ross first.
Then she left him without saying another word, but it went to his heart to see her cowering over the fire in her old miserable attitude.
Mrs. Blake, he said, following her, if you think better of this, will you write to me? 2 or 3 words will be enough. I will tell him myself, just that.
But she made no reply.
I shall wait in the hope that I may receive such a note. A few hours' delay will not matter, and perhaps a little consideration may induce you to be brave. Remember, there is no wrong-doing except that of heinous and deadly sin that we may not strive to set right. It needs courage to confess to a fellow creature, but love should give you this courage.
But still she did not move or speak, and he was forced to leave her. He found Biddy hovering about the dark passage, and he guessed at once that she had been a listener. A moment's consideration induced him to take the old woman by the shoulder and draw her into an empty room close by. She looked somewhat scared at his action. She had a candle in her hand, and he could see how furtively her wild, hawk-like eyes glanced at him.
Biddy, I know that you are mistress's trusted friend, that she confides in you. Aye. Use every argument in your power, then, to induce her to tell her son about his father. I dare not, sir. She would fly into one of her mad passions and strike me. Good heavens! I have worked enough with her sometimes. She's always had her tantrums from a child, but I'm used to them, and I know how to humour her. She'll never tell Mr. Cyril. I know them both too well for that. You heard all I said, Biddy. You need not deny it. You have been listening at the door. It is not me who would deny it,
she returned boldly, but there was a flush in her withered cheek.
There is nothing that my mistress could say that she would wish to keep from me. I have been with her all her life. As a baby she slept in my bosom, and I loved her as my own child. Oh, it was an ill day for Miss Olive when she took up with that good-for-nothing Matthew O'Brien. Bad luck to him and his. Nevertheless, he is her husband, Biddy. I don't know about that, sir. I was never married myself, and 14 years is a long absence. Aren't they more her children than his, when she has slaved and sacrificed herself for them? You meant it well, sir, what you said to the mistress, but I take the liberty of differing from you, and would sooner bite my tongue out and speak the word that will bring them all to shame. Then I must not look to you for help. I'm afraid not, sir. I am on my mistress's side. You are an obstinate old woman, Biddy, and I looked for better sense at your age.
Nevertheless, he shook her by the hand very kindly, and then she lighted him downstairs. Molly came out of the dining room and looked at him wistfully.
Is Mamma better now, Captain Bennet? Well, no, I am afraid not, but I think you need not trouble. Biddy will look after her. Biddy is dreadfully mysterious, and she will hardly let any of us speak to Mamma, and I think it is my place, not Biddy's, to wait on her. She has no right to tell me to go downstairs and to treat me like a child. I am 15. Yes, indeed. You are growing quite a woman, Molly.
And Michael looked very kindly at Audrey's protégé. He and Molly were great friends.
Cyril came some time ago. He had to dress for the party, you know, and Biddy would not let him go into the drawing-room and interrupt you. She was mounting guard all the time. Cyril was quite cross at last, and asked me what on earth was the matter, and why you and Mamma were having a private interview, but of course I could not tell him.
I suppose not, my dear.
He says he shall ask Mamma tomorrow, and that he shall bring Miss Ross to see her, because he is sure she is ill. Will you come in and see Kester, Captain Bennet? He is busy with his Greek.
But Michael declined. It was late, and he must hurry home and dress for dinner. He had forgotten all about the Charringtons' dinner party and dance, and he was a little startled as he entered the hall to see Audrey standing before the fire talking to Cyril. Both of them were in evening dress. Audrey looked very pretty. She wore a white silk dress. He had seen her in it once before, and he had thought then how wonderfully well it became her, and the sparkling cross rested against her soft throat. Cyril's roses, with their pale pinky tint, gave her just the colour that was needed, and her eyes were very bright, and perhaps her lover's praise had brought that lovely glow to her face.
"You will be late, Michael. The dressing bell sounded an age ago, and Father is in the drawing-room. What have you been doing with yourself all these hours?"
"I had forgotten you were going out," he returned, parrying her question. "How nice you look, Audrey. I thought white silk was bridal finery. Cinderella turned into a princess was nothing to you."
"I feel like a princess with my roses and diamonds."
But she looked at Cyril, not at Michael, as she spoke. Cyril was standing beside her with one arm against the carved mantelpiece. He was looking handsomer than ever. Just then there was the sound of carriage wheels, and he took up the furred cloak that lay on the settee beside him, and put it gently round her shoulders. "You must not take cold," Michael heard him say. There was nothing in the words, but the glance that accompanied the simple remark spoke volumes. Michael drew a deep, heavy sigh as he went upstairs. "Poor fellow! How he worships her," he thought. "What will be the end of this tangle?" And then he dressed himself hastily and took his place at the table to eat his dinner with what appetite he might, while Mrs. Ross discoursed to him placidly on the baby's beauty and on dear Geraldine's merits as a mother and hostess. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Lover or Friend by Rosa Carey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. I must think of my child, Mike. Ah, the problem of grief and evil is, and will be always, the greatest enigma of being, only second to the existence of being itself. Amiel. Michael listened in a sort of dream. He was telling himself all the time that his opportunity was come, and that it was incumbent on him not to sleep another night under his cousin's roof until he had made known to him this grievous thing. As soon as they rose from the table, and Dr. Ross was preparing as usual to follow his wife into the drawing-room until the prayer bell summoned him into the schoolroom, Michael said, a little more seriously than usual, "Dr. Ross, would you mind giving me half an hour in the study after prayers? I want your advice about something." For he wished to secure this quiet time before Audrey returned from her party. The doctor was an observant man, in spite of his occasional absence of mind, and he saw at once that something was amiss. "Shall you be able to do without us this evening, Emmy?" he said, with his usual old-fashioned politeness, that his wife and daughters thought the very model of perfection. "It is too bad to leave you alone when Audrey is not here to keep you company." But Mrs. Ross assured them that she would not in the least mind such solitude. She was reading the 3rd volume of an exciting novel, and would not be sorry to finish it. And as soon as this was settled, and the coffee served, the gong sounded, and they all adjourned to the schoolroom. Michael never missed this function, as he called it. He liked to sit in his corner and watch the rows of boyish faces before him, and try to imagine what their future would be. And above all things, he loved to hear the fresh young voices uniting in their evening hymn. But on this evening, he regarded them with some degree of sadness. "They have the best of it," he thought rather moodily. "They little know what is before them, poor fellows, and the hard rubs fate has in store for them." And then, as they filed past him, and one little fellow smiled at him, he drew him aside and put him between his knees. "You look very happy, Willie. I suppose you have not been caned today," a favourite joke of the captain's.
"No, sir," returned Willie proudly. "But Jefferson Minor fought me, and I licked him. You may ask the other fellows, and they'll tell you it was all fair. He's a head taller than me, and I licked him," finished Willie, with an air of immense satisfaction on his chubby baby face. "Ah, you licked him, did you?" returned Michael absently. "And Jefferson Minor is beaten. I hope you shook hands afterwards. Fair fight and no malice, Willie. There's a shilling for you because you did not show the white feather in the face of the enemy. You will be at the head of a brigade yet, my boy." For all Dr. Ross's lads were bitten with the military fever, and from Willie Sayers to broad-shouldered Jeff Davidson, each boy nourished a secret passion and desire to follow the captain's footsteps, and were ready to be hewed and slashed into small pieces
If only the Victoria Cross might be the reward. As soon as the curly-haired champion had left him, Michael followed his cousin into the study. Dr. Ross had already lighted his lamp and roused his fire into a cheerful blaze.
"What is it, Mike? You look bothered,"
he asked as Michael drew up his chair.
"Nothing wrong with the money, I hope?"
"What should be wrong about it?"
returned Michael rather disdainfully.
"It's about as safe as the Bank of England. No, it is something very different, a matter that I may say concerns us all. I heard something the other day rather uncomfortable about the Blakes."
"Nothing discreditable, I hope?"
returned the doctor quickly.
"I'm afraid I must answer yes to that question, but at least I can assure you that there is nothing against Blake."
Then Dr. Ross looked relieved.
"Whatever blame there is attaches solely to the mother."
With all her good looks, I never quite liked the woman,"
ejaculated Dr. Ross, sotto voce. Nevertheless, he had always been extremely pleased with her, but perhaps a man finds it difficult to be otherwise with a pretty woman.
"I have unfortunately found out, but perhaps I ought to say fortunately for us, that Mrs. Blake is not a widow. Her husband is living."
"Good heavens!"
"Neither is her name Blake. She changed it at the time she discarded her husband. I'm afraid you must prepare yourself for a shock, Dr. Ross, for the whole thing is distinctly reprehensible."
"And you mean to tell me,"
returned the doctor, with an anxious blackness gathering on his brow,
that my future son-in-law is cognizant of this fact?"
No,
replied Michael eagerly.
"You are doing him injustice. Blake is as ignorant of the thing as you are yourself. He has no more to do with it than you or I. Did I not tell you that the sole blame rests with his mother?"
Then the doctor, in spite of his Christianity, pronounced a malediction against the Blake womankind.
"She's just the sort to get into mischief," he continued. "There's a dangerous look in her eyes. Go on, Michael, don't keep me in suspense. There is something disgraceful behind all this. What reason has any woman to allege for giving up her husband?"
"Her excuse is that he brought shame and dishonor on her and on his children, and that she would have nothing more to do with him. He had committed a forgery and had been condemned to penal servitude for 7 years.
Then the doctor said,
"Good heavens!" again.
At certain moments of existence it is not possible to be original. When the roof is falling on one's head, for example, or a deadly avalanche is threatening. But Michael needed no answer. He only wished to finish his story as quickly as possible.
"You know Audrey's friend, Thomas O'Brien?"
"To be sure I do. He is a retired corn chandler. I went to his shop once, in Peterborough."
"And you've probably heard of his brother, Matt?"
Then Dr. Ross gazed at him with a face of despair. His fortunes were accumulating. He had a sense of nightmare and oppression. Surely this hideous thing could not be true. No such disgrace could threaten him and his. If an earthquake had opened in the Woodcote grounds, he could not have looked more horrified.
"Do you mean to tell me, Mike, that this Matt O'Brien is Cyril's father?"
Then Michael gave him a detailed and carefully worded account of his interview with Mrs. Blake.
"Then it is true, quite true,"
in a hopeless tone.
"There cannot be a doubt of it. I had it from her own lips. Tomorrow I must see O'Brien himself and hear his side. I cannot help saying that I am sorry for the woman. In spite of her falseness, she is utterly crushed with her misery."
But it may be doubted if Dr. Ross heard this. He was occupied with his own reflections.
"This will break Audrey's heart. She is devoted to the fellow."
"Oh, I hope not. She has more strength than other girls."
"Of course, I cannot allow this affair to go on. I must see Blake and tell him so at once."
"There is no hurry, is there? I think you should let me speak to O'Brien first."
"Well, if you wish it, but I confess I do not see the necessity."
"And I hope you will be gentle with Blake. Remember that not a vestige of blame attaches to him. It is simply his misfortune that he is the son of such parents. I expect he will be utterly broken-hearted."
Then Dr. Ross gave vent to an impatient groan. No man had a softer heart than he, and he had liked Cyril from the first.
"I must think of my child, Mike," he said at last.
"Yes, you must think of her, but you must be merciful to him, too. Think what he will suffer when he knows this, and he is as innocent as a babe. I suppose,"
and then he hesitated and looked at his cousin,
"that there will be no way of hushing up things and letting the engagement go on."
Then the doctor nearly sprang out of his chair.
"Are you out of your senses, Michael, to put such a question to me? Is it likely that any man in my position would allow his family to be allied to a convicted criminal? Would any amount of hushing up render such an alliance tolerable?"
"Well, I suppose not."
"I have never much cared for conventionality or for the mere show of things, but I suppose that in some sense the good opinion of my fellow men is necessary for my comfort. When Blake came to me and told me that he had not a shilling in the world beside his earnings as my classical master, I did not let his poverty stand in the way. I told him that as my girl's happiness was involved, I could not find it in my heart to withhold my consent. "You are certainly not in the position in which I should wish to see my son-in-law," I said to him, "but I will speak to Chaddington and see what is to be done." Well, I have spoken, and Chaddington only promised the other day that he would push him on. I have no doubt at all that, with my interest and standing in the place, Cyril would have had a house in time, and Audrey's position would have been equal to her sister's.
"And you mean to say that all this is at an end?"
"Of course it is at an end," almost shouted the doctor. "And Cyril's career is practically at an end too. Do you suppose any public school in England would employ a master whose relatives are so disreputable that he is obliged to make use of an assumed name? When I refuse to allow him to marry my daughter, I must give him his congé at the same time."
"Then in that case, he's a ruined man."
And to this, Dr. Ross gave a sorrowful assent. "How am I to help myself or him, Mike? I will do all in my power to soften the weight of this blow to him. But when all is at an end between him and Audrey, how am I to keep him in Rutherford? The thing would be impossible. He would not wish it himself. He is very proud and high-spirited by nature, and such a position will be intolerable to him. No, he must go, but if money will help him, he may command me to any reasonable amount."
"He will not take your money."
And then he added,
"Poor beggar,"
under his breath. "You will stand by me, Mike?"
"Most certainly I will. But I mean to befriend Blake too, as far as he will let me."
"I should not think he would refuse your sympathy. A man needs someone at such a time. But when I spoke, I was thinking of my girl. You have great influence with her, Michael. Sometimes I think no brother's influence could be stronger. How would it be if she were to hear the news first from you?"
Then Michael recoiled as though someone had struck him in the face.
"Impossible! I could not tell her. I would rather be shot,"
he returned vehemently.
"Well, it is not a pleasant business, and I suppose I must do it myself. Only the idea crossed my mind that perhaps it might come better from you. I shall not be able to refrain from indignation. I am apt to get a little warm sometimes."
But Michael firmly negatived this notion.
"It will go hard with her, whoever tells it," he said decidedly. "Nothing can soften such a blow, and it is far better for her to hear it from her father. You see," he continued rather sadly, "it will be a fair division, for I have to break it to poor Blake, and I shall have tough work with him, for he worships the ground she walks on."
"Aye, poor fellow. I know he does. What a cruel affair it is, Mike. That woman's deceit will go far to spoil 2 lives.
But to this, Michael would not agree. He said, with a great deal of feeling, that Audrey was not the girl to let any love affair spoil her life. She thought too little of herself, was too considerate and unselfish, to allow any private unhappiness to get too strong a hold over her, and so spoil other people's lives.
"You will see what sort of stuff she has in her," he said with the enthusiasm
of a lover who can find no flaw at all.
"She will bear her sorrow bravely, and not allow it to interfere with others. She is far too good and noble. You need not fear for her. She has strength enough for 12 women."
And Dr. Ross felt himself a little comforted by such words. "Do you mind waiting up for her tonight?" he asked presently. "Unfortunately, Emmy has sent all the servants to bed because I said I had some writing to do. I feel very upset about all this. Then she will find out from my manner that something is amiss. Would it bother you, Mike? She will just come in here and warm herself, but if you tell her you are tired, she will not detain you."
"I have no objection to do that,"
replied Michael, trying to hide his reluctance, and indeed Dr. Ross looked so pale and jaded that Audrey's suspicions would have been excited.
"Go to bed and get a good night's rest. It is nearly 12 now, and they meant to be home by 1.
Then Dr. Ross allowed himself to be persuaded. "I don't know about the good night's rest," he replied, "but I should be glad to think over the whole thing quietly before I see either of them. There is no hurry, as you say. And perhaps you had better get your interview over with O'Brien. Shall you tell Cousin Emmeline? Tell Emmy? And here the doctor's voice was somewhat irritable, as one disagreeable detail opened after another. Not tonight, certainly. Why, she'll be asleep. No, it would never do to tell her before Audrey. It would get round to Geraldine, and there would be the deuce of a row. Tell the child I was tired, and bid her good night. And then Dr. Ross shook Michael's hand with fervour, and took himself off. Michael spent a dreary hour by himself in the study. It was a relief to him when he heard the carriage wheels, but as he opened the door he was quite dazzled at the scene before him. It was a brilliant moonlight night, and the terrace and wide lawn were bathed in the pure white light. A crisp frost had touched the grass and silvered each blade, and the effect against the dark background of trees and shrubs was intensely beautiful. And the moonlight shone full on Audrey's upturned face as she stood talking to her lover, and the silken folds of her dress and her soft furred cloak and hood looked almost of unearthly whiteness. In Michael's bewildered eyes she seemed invested, at the present moment, with some new and regal beauty, but her light musical laugh dispelled the illusion.
"Why, Michael, what has become of father?"
"He was tired and went off to bed more than an hour ago. I hope you do not object to his deputy. I suppose you are not coming in, Blake, as it is so late."
"Of course he is not,"
returned Audrey in a tone that allowed of no appeal.
"He has early work tomorrow, and he must get as much rest as he can. Good night, Cyril. We have had a delightful evening, have we not?"
And to this Cyril responded gaily, for it was not possible there could be any lingering adieus before Michael, and as Cyril ran down the terrace, Audrey waited until Michael had fastened the door, and then accompanied him to the study.
"How nice and warm it is,"
she observed in a pleased tone.
"You always keep such a splendid fire."
"I am a chilly mortal, you know, and these March nights have a touch of December in them."
"Yes, it is quite frosty."
And Audrey threw back her hood and cloak and sat down in Dr. Ross's favourite chair. Had she any idea how like a picture she looked, Michael wondered, with all those soft white draperies about her, and the sparkling cross upon her neck? Then he turned away his head with a mute sensation of pain. How happy, how very happy, she looked.
"We have had such a nice evening,"
she began in her most animated manner.
"Everything was so well arranged. There was a dinner party first, which was followed by what they called a Cinderella dance, but actually they do not mean to break up for another hour and a half. Mrs. Charrington was quite annoyed because we came home so early."
"And you enjoyed yourself?"
"Oh, immensely. I watched twice with Cyril. Do you know he dances splendidly? He was certainly my best partner."
"Yes, he looks as though he would dance well. Would you believe it, Audrey, that when I was a youngster, I was considered a good dancer too? It is rather droll to remember that now."
"I can very easily believe it. You do everything well, Michael."
"Pshaw!" And Michael added, with a pretended yawn, "I think I could sleep well, though." But Audrey refused to take this very broad hint.
"What a hurry you are in, and I have not warmed myself yet. Do stay a little longer, Michael. I so seldom get you to myself."
"But it is very late," he returned, unwilling to yield.
"I will only keep you a few minutes," he replied eagerly, "but I want to tell you something."
Then he was obliged to sit down again. "What is it?" he asked a little languidly, for the spell of her presence was so strong that it threatened to subjugate him. He was never willingly alone with her now. The fear was always upon him that in some weak moment he might betray himself. The fear was an idle one. No man was less likely than Michael to lose his self-control, but nevertheless it was there.
"It is about Cyril," she returned softly. "Dr. Charrington has been so nice to him tonight. He stood out once during the Lancers, and Dr. Charrington came up to him, and they had quite a long talk together. He said father had been speaking to him, and that he had quite made up his mind that Cyril should be in the upper school next year, when Mr. Hanbury left. It would be a better position, and he would be able to have private pupils, and he as good as told him that he would do his best to push him, for father's sake."
"Blake must have been very pleased at this," replied Michael, but he spoke in a dull, monotonous way.
"Yes, he is quite excited, don't you see?" she continued a little shyly. "It will make all the difference to us if Dr. Charrington pushes Cyril. for of course it would make it possible for him to marry."
Then Michael felt as though he had accidentally touched a full-charged battery. He waited until the numb tingling sensation had left him before he answered her. "I did not know that you wished to shorten your engagement," he said very quietly. "I understood that there would be no talk of settling for the next 2 or 3 years. But of course, if your father has no objection—"
"How you talk, Michael,"
returned Audrey, blushing with some annoyance at this obvious misunderstanding of her meaning.
"It is Cyril who is in a hurry. For myself, I should be perfectly content to go on as we are for the next 5 years. Do you not remember my tirade on the pleasures of freedom?"
"I think I do recall something of the kind." Alas, had he ever forgotten anything she had said to him?
"Well, I'm afraid I'm of the same opinion still. Only I dare not let Cyril know that. He would be so hurt. I suppose," reflectively, "men are different from women. They do always seem in such a dreadful hurry about everything. When Cyril complains that he feels unsettled, and that I get between him and his work, I do not pretend to understand him. I am very matter-of-fact, am I not, Michael?"
"I should not have said so."
"Oh, but I am, and I am afraid Cyril thinks so. Well, as I've told you my good news, I will not detain you any longer."
And then Michael rose, with a feeling of relief. But as he followed her a few minutes later upstairs, he wondered what she must have thought of him. With all his efforts, he had been unable to bring himself to utter one word of congratulation. "It would have been a lie," he said to himself vehemently. "How could I find it in my heart to deceive her for a moment? This may be their last happy day. Heaven help them both." And Michael went to bed in profound wretchedness.
"My roses are withered,"
thought Audrey, as she regarded the drooping buds and leaves.
"My poor beautiful roses, and they were Cyril's gift too. What a pity that flowers must die, and we must grow old, that in this world there must always be decay and change. Shall I ever be happier than I am tonight, with Cyril to love me, and Michael, dear Michael, to be my friend? What makes him so grave? He's always grave now."
And then she sighed and laid down her flowers, and took the glittering cross from her neck.
"My poor Michael, I should like to see him happy too,"
she finished, as she put it away in its case. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of Lover or Friend by Rosa Carey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Olive will acknowledge anything. Evil, like a rolling stone upon a mountain top, a child may first impel, a giant cannot stop. By despising himself too much, a man comes to be worthy of his own contempt. Amiel. Audrey was sure it was the east wind that made everyone so unlike themselves the next morning. Bailey had told her that the wind was decidedly easterly, or perhaps, more strictly speaking, northeast. She had run down the garden to speak to him about some plants, and perhaps with some intention of intercepting Cyril when he went across to breakfast, and they had had quite a confabulation on the subject. But when she got back to the house, she found rather a subdued state of things. Mrs. Ross looked tired. Her husband had kept her awake by his restlessness, and she had got it firmly in her mind that a fit of gout was impending. Dr. Ross had once had a touch of gout, a very slight touch to be sure, but it had given him a wholesome fear of the complaint, and had implanted in him a deep distrust of other men's port wine, and his devoted wife had never forgotten the circumstance.
"And I am sure,"
she observed in an undertone to her daughter,
"that if I were not quite certain that there is nothing troubling your father, for of course he would have told me of it at once, I should have said there was something on his mind. He tossed and groaned so. But mark my words, Audrey, it is his old enemy, the gout, and if only I could induce him to speak to Dr. Pilkington, he might ward it off still."
"What is it that you are telling the child, Emmy?"
asked the doctor, who had very sharp ears.
"Gout? Stuff and nonsense. There never was better in my life."
"I think your complexion looks a little sallow this morning, John,"
returned Mrs. Ross, rather timidly, for she knew her husband's objection to any form of ailment.
"I'm sure you never closed your eyes all night."
But at this Dr. Ross pished impatiently, and it was then that Audrey hazarded her brilliant suggestion about the east wind.
"Michael looks rather limp too," she went on, "and he never could endure an east wind."
"Have your own way, Audrey,"
returned her cousin good-humouredly, but neither to her nor to Mrs. Ross did he confess that his night had been sleepless too. When he had finished this breakfast, he went round to the stables, where Dr. Ross joined him. He had ordered the dog-cart to be got ready for him, and he told the groom that there was no need to bring it round to the front door. Dr. Ross watched him silently as he drew on his driving gloves and turned up the collar of his coat.
"You will have a cold drive, I'm afraid,"
he said at last, as Michael took the reins and the brown mare began to fidget.
"Come to my study the moment you get back."
And Michael nodded. Much as he disliked the business before him, he was anxious to get it over, so he drove as fast as possible, and as the mare was fresh and skittish, she gave him plenty to think about, and he was quite warm with the exertion of holding her in and restraining her playful antics by the time he pulled up at the village inn, which went by the name of the Cat and Fiddle. Here he had the mare put up, while he walked down the one main street of Braille, and down a lane or two, until he came to Mr. O'Brien's sequestered cottage. Mr. O'Brien opened the door himself. When he saw Michael, he shook his head with an air of profound sadness, and led the way without speaking into the parlour, where he usually sat, and where Sam was basking before the fire, after the luxurious habit of cats. He got up, however, and rubbed his sleek head against Michael's knee, as he sat down in the black elbow chair, but Mr. O'Brien still stood on the rug, shaking his head sadly. "You have come, Captain. I made up my mind you would come today. To get at the rights of it, I told Matt, so depend upon it, the Captain will look us up. I said to him, he is a man of action, and he is not likely he will let the grass grow under his feet. You will be round, sure enough, and you will have to be ready with your answers."
"Where is your brother, Mr. O'Brien?"
"He's gone out for a bit, but he'll be back presently. I told him not to go far. You'll be wanted. You may take my word for it. You'll be wanted, Matt," I told him, and then he promised he would be round directly.
"I'm afraid this affair has been a great shock to you, Mr. O'Brien.
Miss Ross once told me that you had no idea whom your brother married." "Well, sir, I can't say as much as that. Matt told me that the name of the girl he was going to wed was Olive Carrick, and that she came of respectable people, but he did not tell me much more than that. And now I put it to you, Captain, how was I to know that any woman would falsify her husband's name, and that she should be living close to my doors, as one might say, for what is a matter of 3 miles? It gave me a sort of shiver, and I've not properly got rid of it yet. When I think of that dear young creature whom Susan and me have always loved, that she should be entrapped through that woman's falseness into an engagement with Matt's son, it goes to my heart. It does indeed, Captain, to see that dear sweet lady dragged into a connection that will only disgrace her."
"My cousin would think it no disgrace to be connected with you, Mr. O'Brien."
For he knew too well Audrey's large-mindedness and absence of conventionality.
"She has always looked upon you as her friend."
"Thank you, Captain, that is very handsomely said, and I wish my Prissy could have heard it, for she has done nothing but cry since the news reached her. Rachel refusing to be comforted is nothing compared to Prissy when the mood is on her. She literally waters all her meals with her tears. Yes, you mean it handsomely, but I'm an old man, Captain Burnett, and I know the world a bit, and I have the sense to see that Thomas O'Brien, honest and painstaking as he may be, is no fit connection for Dr. Ross's daughter. Why, to think she might be my niece and call me uncle." And here the old man's face flushed as he spoke. "It is not right. It is not as it should be. She must give him up. She must indeed, Captain."
"I'm afraid Dr. Ross holds that opinion, Mr. O'Brien. You will understand that he means no disrespect to you, but it is simply intolerable to him that any daughter of his should marry Matthew O'Brien's son. You see, I am speaking very plainly."
"Yes, sir, and I am speaking just as plainly to you. In this sort of case, it is no use beating about the bush. Matt has made his bed, and he must just lie in it, and his children, heaven help them, poor young things, must just lie in theirs too. Dear, dear, to think that when she was talking to me so pleasantly about Molly and Kester, and what is her lad's name, that neither she nor I had an idea that she was speaking to their uncle. There, it beats me, Captain, it does indeed." And there were tears in her old man's eyes.
I'm afraid there is heavy trouble in store for them all, and for my cousin, too. She would be very unwilling to give up Blake.
Humph! That is what he calls himself. Well, she was always faithful, Captain. She is made of good stout stuff, and that sort wears best in the long run. If she is a bit difficult, send her to me and I'll talk to her. I will put things before her in a light she won't be able to resist. In spite of the sadness of the conversation, Michael could hardly forbear a smile.
I hardly know what you would say to her, Mr. O'Brien.
You leave that to me, Captain. It is best not to be too knowing about things. But I don't mind telling you one thing that I would say. My dear young lady, you have been a good and true friend to Thomas O'Brien, and I am grateful and proud to call you my friend. But I will not have you for my niece. Matt's son may be good as gold. I have nothing to say against the poor lad, who after all is my own flesh and blood. But it would be a sin and shame to wed him when his father picked oakum in a felon's cell. Don't you think that'll fetch her, sir? Women are mostly proud, and like they're meant to have clean hands. And I'll say it too. And here Mr. O'Brien thumped the arm of his chair so emphatically that Sam woke and uttered a reproachful mew.
I hope you will not be put to the pain of saying this to her,
returned Michael in a low voice. What a fine old fellow this was. He wondered what Dr. Ross would say when he repeated this speech to him. Nature must have intended Tom O'Brien for a gentleman. Could anything be more touching than the way he sought to shield his girl-friend, even putting aside the natural claims of his own flesh and blood to prevent her from being sullied by any contact with him and his? Michael felt as though he longed to shake hands with him and tell him how he honoured and respected him, but he instinctively felt that any such testimony would hardly be understood. One word he did venture to say.
I think it is very good of you to take our side.
Nay, sir, I can see naught of goodness in it. As my Susan used to say, you should not praise people for walking along a straight road and for not taking the first crooked path that offers itself. Susan and I thought alike there. We were neither of us fond of crooked turnings. There can only be one right and one wrong, Tom, as she would say, and I hope, Captain, that I shall always tell the truth and shame the devil as long as I am a living man.
I should think there would be no doubt of that,
returned Michael heartily, and then a faint smile crossed the old man's face. But it faded in a moment, as footsteps sounded in the passage outside. That is Matt. He has kept his word in coming back so soon. I'd better fetch him in, and then you'll get it over.
You need not leave the room, Mr. O'Brien. This is your business as well as ours.
I know it, sir, but thank you kindly. I feel as if I had said my say, and that I may as well bide quiet with Prissy. Matt has had it all out with me. We were up half the night talking. I always hoped I was a Christian, Captain, but I doubt when I think of the words I spoke about that woman. She married that poor lad to serve her own purposes, and to spite her lover, and while he doted on her, she just looked down on him and scouted his people because they were in trade. She pretty nearly ruined him with her fine lady-like ways, and with pestering him for money that he had not got. And then, when he made that slip of his, and was almost crazy with the sin and the shame, she just gives him up. Would have nothing more to do with him. And that is the woman that the Almighty made so fair outside, that our poor foolish lad went half wild for the love of her. No, sir, if you'll excuse me, I would just send Matt along, and keep in the background a bit. It makes me grind my teeth with pain and anger to hear how she treated the poor fellow, almost driving him mad with her bitter tongue.
Then in that case I will certainly not keep you.
And as he spoke, he noticed how the vigorous old man seemed to totter as he rose from his chair, but he only shook his head with the same gentle smile as Michael offered him his arm. Nay, Captain, this is not needed. I'm only a bit shaken with all that's passed, and you must give me time to right myself. Now I will send Matt in, and when you have finished, I'll see you again. Michael did not have to wait long. He had only crossed the room to look at a photograph of Susan O'Brien, which always stood on a little round table in the corner, when he found the light suddenly intercepted, as Matthew O'Brien's tall figure blocked up the little window. To his surprise, Matt commenced the conversation quite easily. You were looking at Susan, Catherine Bennett. That was taken 12 or 13 years ago. Isn't it a kind, true face? That is better than a handsome one in the long run. She does not look as though she would desert a man when his head is under water.
Eh, Captain?" "No, indeed," returned Michael, falling at once into the other man's humour. "Mrs. O'Brien must have been a thoroughly good woman, for her husband never seems to have got over her loss. He's always talking about her. That's so like Tom. He was never given to keep a silent tongue in his head. He must always speak out his thoughts, good or bad. That is rather different than me. Why, I've often spent days without opening my mouth, except to call to my dog. I think Tom finds it a relief to talk. The sound of his own tongue soothes him." "Very likely. Shall we sit down, Mr. O'Brien? The fireside is rather a pleasant place this bitter March day." "As you like," returned Matt indifferently. "For myself, I prefer to stand." And as he spoke, he propped his tall figure against the wooden mantelpiece, and, half shielding his face with one arm, looked down into the blaze. In this attitude, Michael could only see his side face, and he was startled at the strong likeness to Cyril. The profile was nearly as finely cut, and it was only when he turned his full face that the resemblance ceased to be so striking. Cyril had the same dark eyes and low, broad forehead, but his beautifully formed mouth and chin were very different from his father's, which expressed far too clearly a weak, resolute character. But he was a handsome man, and in spite of his shabby coat, there was something almost distinguished in his appearance. Anyone seeing the man for the first time would have guessed he had a story. Very probably, looking at his broad chest and closely cropped grey hair and black moustache, they would have taken him for a soldier, as Michael did. Somehow he found it a little difficult to begin the conversation. He hoped Matthew O'Brien would speak again, but he seemed disinclined to break the silence that had grown up between them. "You're not much like your brother, Mr. O'Brien." "No, sir. Tom and I are not much alike, and more's the pity. Tom has been an honest man all his life." Michael was about to reply that was not saying much in his favour, but he felt that under the circumstances this would be awkward, so he held his peace. "There aren't many men to beat Tom," continued Matt. "Few folk would be so staunch to their own flesh and blood, when only disgrace would come of it. But Tom is too fine-hearted to trample on a fellow when he is down and other folk are crying, 'Fie for shame' on him. Would you believe it, sir," stretching out a sinewy, thin hand as he spoke, that brother of mine never said an unkind word to me in my life, and when I came back to him that night, feeling none too sure of my welcome, it was just a grip of the hand and 'Come in, my lad,' as though I were the young chap I used to be coming home to spend my holiday with him and Susan." "I think your brother one of the best men living, Mr. O'Brien." "And so he is, sir, and so he is. But you have not come all this way to talk about Tom." And here he paused, and again the shielding hand went over his eyes, and Michael could see a twitching of the mouth under the moustache. "It is about Olive that you want to see me." "You are right. Will you kindly give me the date and place of your marriage?" Matthew O'Brien nodded and drew a folded paper from his breast pocket. "There it is. Tom told me I'd better write it down in black and white to save us all trouble. I've put down the date and the name of the church where we were married. Strange to say, I can even recollect the name of the parson who did the job. He was a little black-haired man, and his name was Craven. It was a runaway match, you know. Olive was stopping with some friends in Dublin, and I met her early one morning and took her to St. Patrick's. We'll find it all right in the register. Matthew, Robert O'Brien, and Olive Carrick. Though only 2 witnesses. An old pew opener and a friend of mine, Edgar Boyle. Boyle is dead now, poor chap, but you'll find his name all right." "Can you tell me also, Mr. O'Brien, where I can find the entries of your children's baptism? It may be necessary for them to know this some day." "Well, sir, I believe I can satisfy you on that point too. We were living at Stoke Newington when the children were born. You'll find their names in the register at St. Philip's. Cyril Langton Carrick. That was a bit of her pride. She wanted the boy to have her family name. Kester and Mary Olivia. My little Molly, as we meant to call her. I have not seen her since she was a baby." And here Michael was sure Matt dashed away a tear. "It was a barbarous thing to rob me of my children, and I was so fond of the little chaps too. I think I took most to Kester. He was such a cunning, clever little rogue, and his mother did not make half the fuss about him that she did about Cyril.
She has acknowledged that to me.
I don't doubt it, sir. Olive will acknowledge anything. She will have her flare up one minute and frighten you to death with her tantrums. In the next, she will be as placid and sweet-tongued as ever. She was never the same for 2 days running. It would be always some scheme or other, something for which she needed money. I used to tell her she never opened her lips to me, except to ask me for money, and woe betide me if I told her I was hard up.
But she had money of her own.
Yes, she muddled it away. She was always a bad manager. I never saw such a woman, and Biddy was just as bad. We might have had a comfortable home, and I might have kept out of trouble if she had listened to me. But I might as well have spoken to that wall.
But surely it was your duty as her husband to restrain her. Her son manages her quite easily now.
Perhaps so. A little sullenly. Maybe she cares for her son, though she turned against her husband. Her heart was always like flintstone to me. I was afraid of her, Captain Burnett, and she knew it, and that gave her a handle over me. A man ought not to fear his own wife. It is against nature. But there, when she looked at me in her cold, contemptuous way, and dared me to dictate to her, I felt all my courage ooze out of me. I could have struck her when she looked at me like that, and I think she wanted me to, just to make out a case against me. But fool that I was too fond of her and the children to do it. I bore it all and perilled my good name for her sake. And this is how she has treated me, spurned me away from her as though I were a dog.
She has not been a good wife to you. But all the same, I do not understand why you took her at her word. Did you never in all these years make an effort to be reconciled with her for the sake of your children?
You do not know, Olive, when you put such a question. There will be no reconciliation possible in this world. I may compel her to own herself my wife, but I could not force her to say a kind word to me. She talked me over into setting her free, and made me promise not to hunt her out. It got over me. Olive is a rare talker. She told me it would be better for the little chaps not to bear their father's name. She would take them away and bring them up to be good, honest men, and she would take care no shame should ever touch them. And would you believe it, sir, I was so cowed and broken with the thought of all those years I was to spend in prison, that for the time I agreed with her. It was just as though I had made her a promise to commit suicide. I was to let her and the children go, and not to put in my claims when they set me free. And as she talked and I answered her, it seemed to me as though Matt O'Brien were already dead.
End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of Lover or Friend by Rosa Carey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
How can I bear it?
Through that gloom he will see but a shadow appearing, perceive but a voice as I come to his side. But deeper their voice grows, and nobler their bearing, whose youth in the fires of anguish hath died. Matthew Arnold. Michael was trying to frame a suitable reply to this speech that was at once so tragic and hopeless, when Matt suddenly turned to him and said in a strangely altered voice,
I want you to tell me one thing, sir. Why does she call herself Blake?
I'm afraid I cannot enlighten you on that point, returned Michael, after a moment's consideration. Probably it was the first name that occurred to her. You will allow that it is short and handy, and that it is by no means conspicuous.
But this answer did not seem to satisfy Matthew O'Brien. An uneasy, almost suspicious look came into his eyes.
I suppose it does not mean, he continued, hesitating over his words, that she, Olive, has put herself under another man's protection.
Good heavens, O'Brien, exclaimed Michael in a shocked voice. How can you wrong your wife so? With all her sins, I do not believe she is that sort of woman.
You mistake me, sir, returned Matt doggedly. And in a way you mistake Olive, too. She has not got the notions of other women. She would not think things wrong that would horrify other folk. When she gave me up, she said that she should consider herself free, and she might even make it straight with her conscience to marry another man who would be a better protector to her and the children. I do not say Olive has done this, but if it be so, by the powers above, Captain Burnett, I will have the law of her there. So let her and the other fellow look out for themselves.
There is no need to excite yourself so, O'Brien. Your wife is too much of a woman of the world to get herself into that sort of trouble. Her love for her eldest son is her master passion, and I do not suppose she has even given a thought to another man.
I am glad to hear it, Captain. But Olive has fooled me once, and I doubt it, but she might have done it again. Perhaps you may not have heard it, but she would never have married me if Darrell, Major Darrell he was, had not jilted her. She told me once, to spite me, that she worshipped the ground the fellow trod on. And he was a cad, confound him. One of those light-hearted gentry who dance with girls and make love to them, and then boast of their conquests. But he had a way with him, and she never cared for anyone again. She has told me so again and again in her tantrums.
My poor fellow, returned Michael pityingly. You may at least be easy on one point. Mrs. Blake, or Mrs. O'Brien, as I suppose we must call her, has certainly led an exemplary life since she left you, devoting herself to her children, and especially to her eldest son.
Matt made no answer. His brief excitement had faded, and he now resumed his old dejection of manner. He leant his head on his hand again, and looked into the fire, but by and by he roused himself from his abstraction. Cyril has grown up a fine handsome fellow, I hear. I suppose he has Olive's good looks.
He is very like her, certainly. He is a good-looking man and exceedingly clever. Any father might feel proud of such a son.
And he is to marry the young lady I saw here the other day. I forget her name, but she is the daughter of the chief boss down here. Michael gave a faint shudder.
Her name is Miss Ross.
Oh, yes, I remember now. Tom says the marriage will be broken off, but we will talk of that presently. I want to hear something about the other little chap, Kester.
He has not got his brother's good health, I am sorry to say.
And here Michael gave a short sketch of Kester's boyish accident and the results that followed.
He can walk very fairly now, he continued, and will soon lay aside his crutch, but I fear he will never make a strong man.
Dear, dear, returned Matt in a sorrowful tone. And to think of the active little monkey he used to be. Why, I can see him now, mounted aloft on my shoulder and holding me round the neck till I was fairly choked, and the other lad clasped me round the knee and hallooing out that he wanted to ride Dada too, though Olive never seemed to care to see me play with them. We made so much noise, she said. Dear, dear. And to think of the poor chap on crutches. And there is Molly, too. She was only a baby when I saw her last. Such a fat, rosy little thing.
Molly is a fine-grown girl, and as nice a child as you would wish to see. We are all very fond of her.
Well, she's kept her word and done her duty to them. And now look here, sir. You just bring me somewhere where I can see the youngsters and hear them talk, and I will promise you to keep dark, and not let out to them that I am their father. I will just have a look at them, and then I will never trouble them again.
What on earth do you mean, O'Brien?
I mean that Olive is right, and that they're better without me, returned Matt dejectedly. Do you suppose they would have any love in their hearts for a father who could only bring disgrace on them? No, sir, I am not going to stand in their light and spoil their lives for them. I have given them up to Olive, and she seems to have done her best for them. Let the youngster have his sweetheart, and I will just bide here quietly with Tom, or if you think that Braille is too near, I will put the seas between us again, and you can tell Olive so if you like.
I shall tell her nothing of the kind, O'Brien,
returned Michael, much touched at this generosity on the part of the poor prodigal.
I will not deny that this is the very thing that she suggested. She even begged me to propose this to you, but I refused. Do you suppose that either I or my cousin, Dr. Ross, would connive at such deceit and falsehood? It is quite true that Mrs. Blake and her children may refuse to have anything to do with you, but that is solely their affair. In a few hours, Mr. O'Brien, your eldest son will be made aware of his father's existence.
I am sorry to hear it, sir, returned Matt in a weak, hopeless voice. You will make a great mistake. Nothing good will come of it. She will teach the youngsters to loathe my very name. And as for the lad, here he spoke with strong emotion, he will be ready to curse me for spoiling his life. No, no, sir, let sleeping dogs lie. Better let me keep dark and bring trouble to no one. But Michael shook his head. Such double-dealing and deceit could only deepen the mischief.
Dr. Ross will never give his sanction to his daughter's marriage. He has assured me so most solemnly. Whatever trouble comes will be of your wife's causing.
But Matt would not agree to this. She meant no harm, sir. Olive always had a curious ideas of right and wrong, and she did her best for the youngsters. According to your account, she has brought them up well, and sent the lad to Oxford. Fancy a son of mine being such a swell, and engaged to that young lady too. Lord, when I think of it, I'm ready to wish I had never left the bush.
It is no use wishing that now, Mr. O'Brien.
No, sir, and it is no use talking over what can't be mended. If you have made up your mind to tell the lad, it is pretty plain that I can't hinder you, but I will not lift a finger to help you. I will just stop where I am.
I think perhaps that will be best under the circumstances.
But all the same, it makes me uncommon restless to feel that Olive and the youngsters are only 3 miles off, and I can't get at them. Put yourself in my place, sir, and you would not find it very pleasant. And there's Tom, too, with all his fine-hearted Christianity, vowing vengeance on Olive and threatening to turn her away from the door if she ever dares to show her face here.
I do not think that she will ever molest you or your brother.
I am quite of your opinion, Captain. Olive will give me a pretty wide berth, unless it is her interest to see me, and then all Tom's rough speeches wouldn't turn her from her purpose. Pertinacity in getting her own way, I'd back her against any woman.
Well, as you say, there is nothing to be gained by talking, returned Michael, rising from his chair.
But at this moment, Mr. O'Brien entered. I hope I'm not interrupting you, Captain, but it is getting late, and I was thinking that you'd take a snack with us. The women are dishing up the dinner, just a baked shoulder of mutton and potatoes under it. We are plain folk, but Prissy and I will be glad and proud if you will join us, sir. And after a moment's hesitation, Michael consented. He had no idea how late it was. They would already be sitting down to luncheon at Woodcote. It would be better for him to take some food before he set out on his cold drive home.
If you will allow me to leave you directly afterwards, he observed, and as Matt left the room that moment, he took the opportunity to give Mr. O'Brien a brief résumé of the conversation. He begged me to keep it all dark, he finished. He's thinking more of his children than himself, but I told him that such a course would be impossible.
And you spoke the truth, sir. No good would come of such crookedness. But Matt meant well. The lad has a good heart, and I do not doubt he has a sore conscience when he thinks of all the evil he has wrought. Leave him with me, sir. I can manage him best. There, I hear Prissy calling to us. We will just take our places. Michael felt faint and weary, and the homely viands seemed very palatable to him. But he noticed how Matthew O'Brien's want of appetite seemed to distress his brother. "You're eating naught, lad," he kept saying at intervals. Once he bade Prissy fetch the remains of a meat pie that Matt had enjoyed the previous days. "Maybe he will find it more toothsome," he said in his hearty way, but Matt would have nothing to say to it. "You let me be, Tom," he said at last. "A man has not always got stomach for his food. The captain has taken away my appetite with his talk, and the sight of the meat makes me sick." And then he got up from the table, and they saw him pacing up and down the garden with his pipe. Michael got away as soon as possible, and Mr. O'Brien walked with him to the inn. When the dog-cart was brought out, he shook his hand very heartily. "Let me know how things go on, Captain, and God bless you." And then, as though by an afterthought, "If the girl gives you trouble, send her to me, and I will just talk the sense into her." And then he stood in the road and watched until the dog-cart and driver were out of sight. Afternoon work had begun as Michael entered Woodcote, but he found Dr. Ross alone in the study. "I've only a few minutes to give you, Michael," he said, looking up from the letter he was writing. "I expected you back at least 2 hours ago." Then Michael gave him a concise account of his interview with the brothers.
"Thomas O'Brien is a grand old fellow," he said enthusiastically. "You should have heard him talk, Dr. Ross. And as for poor Matt, he has the makings of a good fellow about him, too, only the devil somehow spoilt the batch. Would you believe it? The poor beggar wanted to efface himself, to clear it out altogether for the sake of the youngsters, as he called them. He was not very polished in his language, but what can you expect? Still, he meant well."
"I dare say he did," returned the doctor with a sigh. "You had better keep that paper to show Cyril. I must send you away now, as Carter and the other boys are coming to me. I will see you later on." And then Michael took himself off. He could hear Audrey's voice as he passed the door of her sitting room. Molly was with her. A few minutes later, as he stood at his window wondering what he should do with himself, he saw her walk down the terrace towards the gate with Molly hanging on her arm, They seemed laughing and talking.
"How long will she wear that bright face?"
he said to himself, as he threw himself into his easy chair and took up the paper. He had just fallen into a doze, with Booty stretched on the softest of rugs at his feet, when there was a light tap at his door, and to his surprise and discomposure, Cyril Blake entered the room. The visit was so wholly unexpected that Michael stared at him for a moment without speaking. Cyril had never come to his private sitting room before, without a special invitation.
"I must apologize for this intrusion, Captain Bennet," began Cyril quickly. "But I wanted to speak to you particularly. Were you asleep? I'm so sorry if I've disturbed you."
No nonsense. I only felt drowsy because I have been out in this cold wind, and the room is so warm. Take a chair, Blake. I shall be wide awake in a moment. Have you seen the paper today? There was nothing in it, only a remarkably stupid article on Bismarck."
"I will look at it by and by, but to tell you the truth, I've come to speak to you about my mother. I am seriously uneasy about her. Either she is ill or there is something grievously wrong. I understood from Molly that you were with her for more than an hour yesterday. In fact, that she sent for you."
The fire had burnt hollow during Michael's brief nap, and he seized this opportunity to stir it vigorously into a blaze. It afforded him a momentary respite. A few seconds' reflection convinced him, however, that it was no use beating about the bush with a man of Cyril's caliber. The truth had to be told, and no amount of preparation would render it palatable.
"You are right,"
he returned quietly.
"Mrs. Blake sent for me. She thought that I should be able to help her in a difficulty."
Cyril looked intensely surprised.
"I thought Molly must have made a mistake. It seems very strange that my mother—"
He stopped as though civility did not permit him to finish his sentence. But Michael perfectly understood him.
"It seems strange to you. Of course it does. My acquaintance with Mrs. Blake is so slight that it certainly gives me no right to her confidence. But she was in trouble, in great trouble, I may say, and chance threw me in her way, and so—"
But here Cyril interrupted him.
"My mother in trouble?"
he returned incredulously, but Michael thought he looked a little pale.
"Excuse me, Captain Bennet, if I seem rude, but from a boy I have been my mother's friend. She has never kept anything from me. I find it almost impossible to believe that she would give that confidence to a comparative stranger which she would refuse to her son. May I beg you to speak plainly? I abhor mysteries."
Cyril spoke impatiently and curtly. His tone was almost displeased. Michael took no offence. He regarded the young man very kindly.
"I abhor them too,"
he replied gravely.
"But I want you to understand one thing. It was a mere chance that brought me in Mrs. Blake's way at a moment when she needed assistance. I was only like any other stranger who sees a lady in difficulty. Now I have told you this, I can speak more plainly."
"I wish to heavens you would," returned Cyril, with growing excitement. "Do you know the impression you are giving me, that there is some mysterious confidence between you and my mother? Is it too much to ask if I may know what this difficulty and trouble mean?"
"No, Blake, you shall know all in good time,"
replied Michael, with disarming gentleness.
"If I do not speak out at once, it is because I fear to give you too great a shock."
"Too great a shock?"
"Yes. Your mother, out of mistaken kindness, has kept her children in ignorance all these years that they have a father living. He was not a father of whom they could be proud, and she tried to keep the fact of his existence from them."
"Wait a moment," exclaimed Cyril. The poor fellow had turned very white. "I must take this in. What are you telling me, Bennet? That my mother, my widowed mother, has a husband living?"
"I am telling you the truth. Are you ready to hear me say more? I will wait any time you like, but it is a long story, and a sad one. Your mother has left me to tell it." "Go on. Let me hear every word. Hide nothing. Nothing."
Cyril spoke in a dull, stifled voice, as though he felt choking. When Michael began to speak, very slowly and quietly, he almost turned his back to him, and as the story proceeded, Michael noticed how he clutched the carved arms of his chair, but he did not once see his face. Michael afterwards owned that telling that miserable story to Oliver O'Brien's son was one of the toughest jobs he had ever done in his life. But he had no idea how well he did it. That was not an unnecessary word. With the utmost care, he strove to shield the woman, and to show her conduct in the best light.
"It was for her children's sake she did it,"
he said again and again, but there was no answering word from Cyril. If he had been turned to stone, his position could not have been more rigid.
"Have you understood me, Blake? My poor dear fellow. If you knew how sorry Dr. Ross and I are for you."
Then, as Michael mentioned Dr. Ross's name, Cyril seemed galvanized into sudden life.
He knows! He knows! For God's sake, give me air!"
But before Michael could cross the room, Cyril had stumbled to the window and flung it up, and stood there with the bitter east wind blowing on his face as though it were a refreshing summer breeze. The chill air made Michael shiver, but he knew by experience how intolerable was that sense of suffocation, and he stood by patiently until that dead feeling had passed.
"Are you better now, Blake? My poor fellow, can you sit down and speak to me?"
Then Cyril turned his face toward him, and Michael was shocked to see how strained and haggard it looked.
"Does she know too?"
"Not yet.
Her father will tell her."
Then the poor boy shuddered from head to foot.
"I will make her give me up. Oh, my God, how can I bear it? Bennett, I think I shall go mad. Tell me it is not true, and my mother has not lied to me all these years. At least she has lied for her son's sake."
But he knew how futile were his words as he saw the bitter contempt in Cyril's honest eyes.
"I will never forgive her. She has ruined my life. She has made me wish that I were dead. I will never.
But Michael interrupted him somewhat sternly.
"Hush, hush! You do not know what you are saying. She is your mother, Blake. Nothing can alter that fact. She has deceived us all. No, I will not speak. Nothing can make it better or worse. If I lose Audrey, I do not care what becomes of me."
Michael looked at him pityingly.
"Do you think you ought to marry her, Blake?"
Then Cyril flung away from him with a groan. Even in his misery he understood that appeal to his generosity. But he put it from him. He was too much stunned, too dazed altogether to follow out any train of reasoning. In a vague sort of way, he understood two facts, that he and Kester and Molly were disgraced, and that his mother, the mother whom he adored, had deceived him. Beyond this he could not go. The human mind has limits. Afterwards, in the chill hour of darkness and solitude, Michael's words would come back to him.
"Do you think you ought to marry her, Blake? Do you think you ought to marry her?"
End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of Lover or Friend by Rosa Carey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. I shall never be free. But there are true hearts which the sight of sorrow summons forth. Though known in days of past delight, we know not half their worth. Bailey. The words escaped from Michael almost unconsciously. He hardly knew that he spoke them aloud, but in his inner consciousness he had no doubt at all of the course that ought to be pursued. If he had been in Cyril's place, he would not have hesitated for a moment. Dearly as he loved Audrey, and what that love was, only he himself knew, he would have refused to marry her. He would have separated himself from her utterly, and at once. Michael's strong, long-suffering nature would have carried him nobly through such an ordeal. He was a man who would have acted up to the spirit of the gospel command to pluck out the offending eye or to cut off the right hand. There would have been no parleying, nor weak dalliance with temptation.
I love you, but it is my duty to leave you. So farewell, forever.
That is what he would have said to her, knowing all the time that life would be utterly joyless to him. Would Cyril, in his hot, untried youth, be capable of a like generosity? Or would he cleave to his betrothed with passionate, one-sided fealty, vowing that nothing on earth should separate them as long as they two loved each other?
They will make her give me up.
That was all he had said. It seemed to be the one deadly terror that assailed him. Cyril had turned away with a groan when Michael spoke, but he made no audible answer, and the next moment his hand was on the door.
"Where are you going, Blake?"
inquired Michael anxiously. It was impossible to keep him, and yet how could he let him leave him in such a condition?
"I must get away from here," returned Cyril hoarsely. "I must be alone somewhere."
And Michael understood him.
"Let me at least walk with you," he returned quickly. "You might meet someone, and perhaps I may be of use. Do not refuse. I will not speak to you."
And as Cyril made no objection, indeed it was doubtful whether he even heard what Michael said, he followed him downstairs. Just as they reached the hall, the drawing-room door opened, and before he could warn Cyril, Audrey came out. She had some music in her hand. She uttered an exclamation of surprise and pleasure when she saw them.
"Michael, I thought you were lost. What have you been doing with yourself all day? Were you going out with Cyril? Please don't go just yet. It's just beginning to rain, and I want him to practice this duet with me. Will you?"
Looking up in Cyril's face with one of her bright smiles.
"I cannot. Another time. Please do not keep me."
Cyril hardly knew what he said. He pushed by her as she stood there smiling, with the music in her hand, and went out bareheaded into the rain and darkness. Audrey looked bewildered.
"What does he mean? Is he ill? Has anything happened? He is so white, and he's forgotten his hat. He's never left me like this before. Oh, Michael, do call him back. I must speak to him."
"I cannot. I think something is troubling him. Let me go, Audrey. He will tell you everything by and by."
And Michael snatched up his hat and Cyril's and hurried after him as fast as his halting gait permitted. Cyril had not gone far. He was standing by the gate quite motionless, and his hair and face were wet with the heavy rain. Michael took him by the arm and walked on with him. He must see him safely to his room, and charge Mrs. Blake not to go near him.
"He must have time. He is simply stunned and incapable of thought now," he said to himself as he piloted him through the dark, wet streets.
Biddy admitted them. She gave them a searching glance as they entered. Cyril's disordered condition must have told her everything, for she put her wrinkled, claw-like hand on his arm with a warning gesture.
"Don't let the mistress see you like that, Mr. Cyril, or you'll frighten her to death. Go up softly, or she will hear you."
But Biddy's warning was in vain. The staircase was badly lighted, and Michael made a false, stumbling step. The next moment, Mrs. Blake came out on the landing. The sight of the two men together seemed to transfix her with horror.
"You have told him! Oh, heavens! You have told him!" she cried in a despairing voice.
Cyril raised his heavy eyes and looked at her, but he did not speak. He passed her as he had passed Audrey, and went up to his room, and they heard the door close heavily behind him.
"I will go to him. How dare you detain me, Captain Burnett? I will go to my son."
But Michael took no notice of this angry remonstrance. His hand was on her arm, and very gently, but firmly, he made her enter the drawing-room.
"Mrs. Blake, will you listen to me for a moment?"
"No, I will not listen,"
she answered passionately, and her bosom began to heave.
"I will go to him and make him speak to me. Did you see how he looked at me, his mother, as he has never looked at me in his life?"
And the unhappy woman broke into tears and sobs.
"Oh, my boy, let me go to him, Captain Burnett, and I will bless you as long as I live. Let me go and kneel to him, if I must. Do you think my boy will see his mother at his feet and not forgive her?"
"He will forgive you, Mrs. Blake," returned Michael in a pitying voice. "But you must give him time. He cannot speak to you now. He can speak to no one. He is simply stunned. Give me your promise that you will not see him tonight."
"Impossible. I will make no such promise. He is my son, not yours. If he cannot speak to me, I can at least take his hand and tell him that I am sorry."
"He will not be able to hear you. As far as I can tell,
He has taken nothing in. The news has simply crushed him. If you will give him time, he will pull himself together, but I will not answer for the consequences if you persist in seeing him tonight. He is not himself. There would be words said that ought never to be uttered. Mrs. Blake, do be persuaded. I am speaking for your sake as well as his.
You are always so hard, she moaned. But from her manner, he thought she would not disobey him. He had managed to frighten her.
You will be wise if you take my advice,
he returned, moving away from the door.
I am going to him now, but I shall not stay. It is above all things necessary that he should be alone.
Will you speak to him for me? Will you tell him that my heart is nearly broken with that cold, reproachful look of his? Will you at least say this, Captain Burnett?
I think it would be better not to mention your name to him tonight.
Then she threw herself back on the couch in a hysterical outburst. Michael thought it useless to stay with her. He found Biddy outside as usual and sent her in to do her best for her mistress. And then he went up to Cyril's room. He found him sitting on the edge of his bed. The window was wide open, and the rain was driving in, and had already wetted the carpet. A candle someone had lighted was guttering in the draught. Michael closed the window, and then he looked at the fireplace. There was plenty of fuel at hand. Cyril often worked in his own room, and now and then his mother's care had provided him with a fire. The room felt cold and damp. There were matches at hand, and Michael had no scruple in lighting a fire now. The crackle of wood seemed to rouse Cyril. "Why do you do that? There is no need," he said irritably.
Pardon me. There is every need. Do you know your coat is wet, Blake? You must change it at once.
But Cyril only gave an impatient shrug.
Will you let me see you change it before I go?
He persisted, and he actually had his way, perhaps because Cyril was anxious to get rid of him.
Now I am going. I only want to say one word, Blake. You will be safe tonight. Your mother will not come near you.
Then a look of relief crossed Cyril's wan face.
You shall at least have peace for a few hours. If I can help you in any way, you have only to speak. Will you remember that?
Thank you.
I mean it. There, that is all I have got to say. God bless you.
And as he grasped Cyril's hand, there was a faint response. Michael crept down as softly as he could. As he passed the drawing-room door, he could hear Mrs. Blake's hysterical sobs, and Biddy soothing her.
The nemesis has come,
he said to himself, and then he went into the lower room, where he found Molly and Kester reading over the fire.
Don't let me disturb you,
he said hurriedly as they both sprang up to greet him.
Molly, your brother wishes to be quiet tonight. He has just heard something that troubles him a good deal, and he has desired that no one should go near him. If I were you, I should take no notice at all.
But what are we to do about supper?
Returned Molly with a housewifely anxiety.
We have such a nice supper, and Cyril will be so cold and hungry, shut up in his room. We have made such a big fire, because he was going to spend the evening with us.
He has a fire too. He was very wet, and the room felt damp, so I lighted it. You might take up a tray to him presently, and put it outside his door, and perhaps a cup of nice hot coffee.
Ah, I will go and make it at once, and Mamma shall have some too.
And Molly ran off in her usual impetuous manner, but Kester sat still in his place.
What is the matter, Captain Burnett?
He asked anxiously.
We heard Mother crying just now, and saying that Cyril would not speak to her. Molly heard it quite plainly, and so did I.
You shall know all in good time, my dear boy,
returned Michael, laying his hand on Kester's shoulder.
Do not ask me any more just now.
Kester looked at him wistfully, but he was trained to self-discipline, and he asked no more, and Michael went back to Woodcote. It was just dinner time, and the gong sounded before he was ready, but he made some easy excuse and slipped into his place, and began to talk to Dr. Ross about the new swimming baths that were being built. It was the first topic that came handy to him, and Dr. Ross at once followed his lead. The subject lasted them until the end of dinner. Audrey was unusually silent, but neither of them made any remark on her gravity. Now and then Michael addressed some observation to her, but she answered him briefly and without interest.
They went into the schoolroom for prayers as usual, and Audrey played the harmonium. But as he was following Mrs. Ross back into the drawing-room, Audrey tapped him on the arm.
"Don't go in there just yet, Michael. I want to speak to you."
Then he suffered himself very reluctantly to be detained by the hall fire.
"Michael,"
she began in rather peremptory tone,
"I cannot understand either you or Cyril tonight. You're both very strange, I think. Cyril leaves me without a word, and goes out looking like a ghost, and you tell me that something is troubling him, and yet neither of you vouchsafes me for one word of explanation."
"I cannot help it, Audrey. It is not my affair. Blake was in a hurry. You must have seen that for yourself."
"He was very extraordinary in his behaviour, and so were you. Of course, if you don't choose to answer me, Michael, I will just send a note across to Cyril and tell him I must see him at once."
"I should hardly do that if I were you."
"Not write to him?" in an offended voice. "Really, Michael, you are too mysterious. Why, this borders on absurdity. Cyril is in trouble. In one breath you tell me that, and then you would prevent my writing to ask him to come to me. I shall certainly write to him."
"Will you go to your father instead? He has just gone into the study."
Then Audrey looked at him with intense astonishment.
"What has my father got to do with it?"
"Never mind all that,"
returned Michael slowly.
"Go to Dr. Ross and ask him why Blake is in trouble. He will tell you. You may take my word for it."
Audrey still gazed at him, but Michael's grave manner left her in no doubt as to the seriousness of the matter, and her eyes looked a little troubled.
"Go, dear," he repeated gently. "It will be best for you to hear it from him."
Then she left him without another word and went straight to the study. It seemed as though her father expected her, for he looked at her as she came slowly towards him and put out his hand.
"You have come to talk to me, my darling. Sit down beside me. No, not that chair, it is too far off. Come closer to me, my child."
Then, as Audrey obeyed him, she felt a sense of growing uneasiness. What did that sorrowful tenderness in her father's voice mean? For the moment her courage failed her, and her lips could not frame the question she had come to ask.
"You want me to tell you about Cyril's trouble?"
Then she sat and gazed at him in speechless dread. Dr. Ross cleared his throat and shifted his spectacles. He began to find his task difficult.
"If I only knew how to prepare you, Audrey, but I can think of no words that will break the force of such a shock. I will tell you one thing.
A few hours ago, Cyril was as ignorant of the great trouble that has befallen him as you are at this present moment." She touched him with a hand that had grown suddenly very cold.
"Wait for 1 minute, Father. I must ask you something. Did Michael tell this thing to Cyril this afternoon?"
"Yes, dear. By some strange chance, Michael was put in possession of a terrible secret. There was no one else to break it to the poor fellow, and as you and I know, Mike is not the man to shirk any unpleasant duty."
"I understand. You may go on now, Father dear. I am prepared. I am quite prepared. I know it was no light trouble that brought that look on Cyril's face, and Michael, too, was very strange and unlike himself."
And then she composed herself to listen. Dr. Ross told the story as carefully as he could, but he made no attempt to soften facts. A skillful surgeon cuts deep. The patient may quiver under the relentless knife, but the present pain will prevent lasting injury. Dr. Ross wished his daughter to see things from his point of view. It was impossible to spare her suffering, but she was young, and he hoped time and her own strong sense of duty would bring their own healing. He would not judge of the effect on her. Almost at his first words, she had dropped her head upon his knees, and her face was hidden from him. And though his hand rested on her soft hair, she made no sign or movement.
"That is all I have to tell you, my darling. No one knows but you and I and Michael. I have not told your mother. I thought it best to wait."
Then she stirred a little uneasily under his caressing hand.
"My own child, you do not need to be told how I grieve for you and Cyril. It is a bitter disappointment to you both, but, his voice dropped a little, you must give him up."
There was no perceptible start, only as he said this, Audrey raised her face from his knee and looked at him. She was very pale, but her eyes were quite dry. Only the firm, beautiful lips trembled a little.
I do not understand, father. Why must I give him up?
Why? Dr. Ross could hardly believe his ears as he heard this. My child, he said with a touch of sternness, it is very easy to understand. Cyril is not to blame. He is as innocent as you are. But the son of Matthew O'Brien can never be my son-in-law.
No, he returned slowly. I suppose not. I ought not to be surprised to hear you say that.
It is what any father would say, Audrey.
Anyhow, it is for you to say it, if you think it right, and it is for me to obey you.
Then he put his arm round her with an endearing word or two. She was his good, obedient child, his dearly loved daughter, who had never grieved him in her life.
I trust I may never grieve you,
she replied gently, but there was a great solemnity in her eyes.
Father, if you tell me that I must not marry Cyril, I shall be compelled to obey you. But it will break my heart to think that your mind is fully made up on this point.
My darling, you are both very young, and in time— He stopped, arrested by the strangeness of her look.
You think that we shall get over it. That is your meaning, is it not? But I am afraid you are wrong. Cyril loves me too well. You would never get over it.
But, my dear—
Father, will you listen to me for a moment? You need not fear that I should ever disobey you. You are my father, and that is enough. But I shall live in the hope that you will change your mind.
My child, I must forbid that hope. I cannot let you cheat yourself with any such false supposition. My mind will know no change in this matter.
Then in that case I shall never marry Cyril. If you cannot give me your blessing on my marriage, I will remain as I am, Audrey Ross. But, father, I shall never give him up. Never, never.
If Cyril be the man I think him, he will give you up, Audrey. He will be far too proud and honourable to hold you to your engagement.
That may be,
she answered a little wearily.
I know the strong pressure that will be put on him. You will have no difficulty with him. He will do as you wish. My poor Cyril, how can he do otherwise? But all the same, I shall be true to him as long as he and I live. I shall feel that I belong to him.
But, my darling, do be sensible. When the engagement is broken off, you will be free, utterly free. But she shook her head.
I shall never be free while Cyril lives. Father, you do not understand. He may set me free tomorrow, but I shall still consider myself bound. When he comes here, I shall tell him so, and I do not think he will misunderstand me.
Dr. Ross sighed. Here was an unexpected difficulty. She would obey him, but she would regard herself as the victim of filial obedience. She would not marry her lover without his consent, but she would have nothing to say to any other man. She would consider herself fettered by this hopeless betrothal. He had declined to accept the son of Matthew O'Brien as his son-in-law, and would not his own death set her free to fulfill her engagement. Dr. Ross groaned within himself as he thought of this. If only he could bring her to reason. But at his first word of pleading her eyes filled with tears.
Father, I can bear no more. You have made me very unhappy. I promised not to marry without your consent, but no one on earth could make me give him up.
Then he looked at her very sorrowfully and said no more. If she had thrown herself into his arms, he could almost have wept with her. Would she ever know how his heart bled for her? But she only kissed him very quietly.
You are not angry with me, father?
Angry with you? Oh, Audrey, my child, how can you ask such a question?
That is well,
she returned calmly.
There must never be anything between us. I could not bear that.
Then her breast heaved a little, and a large tear stole down her face.
Will you tell Mother and Michael what I have said? That I will never give him up.
And then she walked very slowly out of the room. Half an hour later, Michael came into the study. He did not speak, But the doctor shook his head as he came silently towards him.
"It is a bad business, Mike. That girl of mine will give us trouble. She is as good as gold, but she will give us trouble."
"She refuses to give him up." Michael sat down as he asked the question. His strength seemed to have deserted him.
"That is what she says, that she will regard herself as altogether bound to him. She is very firm. With all her goodness and sweetness, Audrey has a strong will."
"Do you mean that she will still marry him?"
"Not unless I will give my consent. No, Mike, she is a dutiful child. She will never give herself to any man without her parents' blessing and approval. But she will not marry anyone else."
Then there was a curious fixed look on Michael's face.
"I am not surprised, Dr. Ross. Audrey is too generous to forsake any man when he is in trouble. She will not think of herself. She never does. Her whole heart will be set on the thought of giving him comfort. You must not try to change her resolution. It would be useless."
"The deuce take it all," returned the doctor irritably, "for there will be no peace of mind for any of us, Mike."
But Dr. Ross's voice was hardly as clear as usual.
"I suppose I must just go and have it all out with Emmy. There's nothing like getting an unpleasant job over. She and Geraldine can put their heads together, but they had better keep Harcourt away from me."
And the doctor stalked out of the room with an unwanted gloom on his genial face. Michael did not follow him. He sat still for a few minutes, looking at the doctor's empty chair.
"I knew it. I could have said it. Audrey is just that sort of woman. She will never give him up, whether she loves him or not, as long as she feels he needs her. Poor Blake, poor fellow. Of the two, I hardly think he is the one to be pitied, but she will never find that out for herself. Never. Never."
And then Booty scratched and whined at the door, and he got up and let him in. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of Lover or Friend by Rosa Carey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Who will comfort him? Earth has nothing more tender than a woman's heart, when it is the abode of piety.
Luther. Dr. Ross had deferred telling his wife for more than one reason. He dreaded the effect on her emotional nature, and, above all things, he hated a scene. But for once he was agreeably disappointed. Mrs. Ross received the news more quietly than he expected. The very suddenness and force of the shock made her summon up all her womanly fortitude to bear such an overwhelming misfortune. Her first thought was for Audrey, and she would have gone to her at once, but her husband gently detained her.
"Give her time, Emmy. She has only just left me, and she will not be ready even for her mother. Sit down again, my dear. I cannot spare you yet."
And Mrs. Ross very reluctantly took her seat again on the couch. They talked a little more, and Mrs. Ross wept as she thought of that poor dear boy, as she called him, for Cyril had grown very dear to her, and she began to look on him as her own son. But it seemed as though the whole vial of her wrath was to be emptied on the head of Mrs. Blake. At any other time and in different circumstances, Dr. Ross would have been amused at the scathing invectives that were uttered by his sweet-tempered wife.
"But, my dear Emmy, you must consider her provocations. Think of a woman being tied to a feckless ne'er-do-well like Matthew O'Brien."
"Don't talk to me, John. I will not listen to you. Was she not his wedded wife, and the mother of his children? Had she not vowed to be faithful to him, for better and for worse?"
"Yes, my dear, but you must allow it was for worse."
"That may be, but she was bound to him all the same by her wifely duty. She might have saved him, but instead of that she has been his ruin. How dare any woman rob her husband of his own children, and forbid him to lay claim to them? She is a false, perjured wife,"
exclaimed Mrs. Ross with rising excitement.
"My dear, I'm not defending her, but at least she is to be pitied now."
"I do not think so. It is Cyril and Kester and Molly who are to be pitied for having such parents. My heart bleeds for them, but not for her. What will become of them all? How will that poor boy bear his life?"
"I do not know. But, Emmy, tell me one thing. You agree with me that Audrey must not marry him?"
"Of course she must not marry him. What would Geraldine and Percival say?"
Then the doctor muttered, "Psh!"
Why, his name is not Blake at all. How could a daughter of ours form a connection with the O'Briens? My poor Audrey. And now, John, you must let me go to her.
This time Dr. Ross made no objection. It was nearly midnight by this time, but Audrey had not thought of retiring to bed. She was sitting by her toilet table, with her hands folded in her lap. Her mother's appearance seemed to surprise her.
"Dear mother, why have you come? There was no need at all."
Then as her mother put her arms round her, she laid her head on her shoulder, as though she were conscious of sudden weariness. Mrs. Ross's eyes were red with weeping, but Audrey's were still quite bright and dry.
"Mother dear, you will be so tired."
What does that matter? It is your father who is tired. He feels all this so terribly. My own darling, what am I to say to you in this awful trouble that has come upon you, but to beg you to be brave for all our sakes?
"Yes, and for his too."
If I could only bear it for you. That is what a mother feels when her child suffers. If I could only take it from you and carry it as my own burden.
Then the girl gently pressed her with her arms.
"This is what I feel about him,"
she returned, and there was a pained look in her eyes as she spoke.
"He is so young, and all this is so terrible. His pride will suffer, and his heart, and his mother will be no comfort to him if he only had you."
And then she did break down a little, but she soon recovered herself.
"I've been sitting here trying to find out why this has been allowed to happen to him. I think there is no one so good except Michael. It is very dreadful."
And here she shuddered slightly.
"How will he live out his daily life and not grow bitter over it? My poor, poor Cyril."
My darling, are you not thinking of yourself at all?
"Myself? No, mother. Why should I think of myself? I have you and father and Michael. You will all comfort me. But who will comfort him?"
His heavenly Father, Audrey.
"Oh, yes, you are right. But do young men think as we do? Cyril is good, but he never speaks of these things. He is not like Michael."
It was trouble that taught Michael.
"Yes, I know, but I would fain have spared my poor Cyril such a bitter lesson. Mother, I want you to tell them all not to talk to me. I mean Michael and Gage and Percival. I could not bear it. As I told father, I shall never give him up. If he goes away, I must bid him good-bye. But if he will write to me, I shall answer his letters."
I do not think your father would approve of that, Audrey. My child, consider, would it not be better, and more for Cyril's good, that you should give him up entirely?
"No, mother, I do not think so. I believe in my heart that the knowledge that I am still true to him will be his only earthly comfort. No one knows him as I do. His nature is very intense. He is almost as intense as Michael, and that is saying a great deal."
My love, will you let your mother say one thing to you? That I think you are making a grievous mistake, and that your father thinks so too.
"I know it, mother, and it pains me to differ from you both in this. But you will never convince me. I plighted my troth to Cyril because I loved him dearly, and nothing will change that love. It is quite true,"
she continued dreamily, as though she were following out some train of habitual thought.
"But I have often asked myself if I loved him in the same way in which other girls cared for their lovers, as Gage did for Percival, for example, if mine were not too quiet and matter-of-fact an attachment, and I have never been able to answer myself satisfactorily."
Have you not, Audrey?
"No, mother dear, but of course this isn't confidence. It must be sacred to you and me. I think I am different from most girls. I have never wished to be married, and dear as Cyril is to me, the thought of my wedding day has always oppressed me. That made him unhappy sometimes, because he saw that I shrank from it."
Mrs. Ross felt a quick sense of relief that almost amounted to joy. Was Audrey in love with him after all? He had never heard a girl talk so strangely. What an unutterable blessing it would be to them all, if she were not utterly crushed by her misfortune, and if any future healing would be possible. She was careful not to express this to her daughter.
My experience has been very different,
she answered quietly.
My happiest moments were those in which your dear father spoke of our future home. I think I was quite as averse to a long engagement as he was.
"I can believe it, mother dear, but our natures are not alike. But there is one thing in which we are agreed, that an engagement is almost as binding as marriage. That is," correcting herself, as long as two persons love each other.
It ought not to be binding under such circumstances, Audrey.
Ought it not? How there we differ. With all my want of enthusiasm, my absence of sentimentality, I shall hold fast to Cyril. I have never yet regarded myself as his wife. I did not wish to so regard myself. But now I shall give myself up in thought wholly to him, and I pray God that his knowledge will give him comfort.
Mrs. Ross was silent. She felt that she hardly understood her daughter. It was as though she had entered on higher ground, where the wrappings of some sacred mist enveloped her. This was not the language of earthly passion, this sublime womanly abnegation. It was not even the tender language of a Ruth, widowed in her affections and cleaving with bounteous love and faith to the mother of her young Jewish husband. Whither thou goest, I will go. And yet the inward cry of her heart seemed to be like that of honest Tom O'Brien. The Lord do so unto me, and more also, if aught but death part me and thee. The one thought wholly possessed her that she might give him comfort.
My poor dear child, if I could only make you feel differently.
Then Audrey laid her hand gently on her mother's lips. It was an old habit of hers when she was a child, and too much argument had proved wearisome.
Hush. Do not let us talk any more. I am so tired, Mother, and I know you are too.
Will you let me stay with you, darling?
Then Audrey looked at her trim little bed, and then at her mother and smiled.
There is no room. What can you mean, Mother dear? And I'm not ill. I'm never ill, am I?
Thank God at least for that. But you are worse than ill. You are unhappy, my dear. Will you let me help you to undress, and then sit by you until you feel you can sleep?
But Audrey only shook her head with another smile.
There is no need. Kiss me, Mother, and bid me good night. I shall like to be with my own self in the darkness. There, another kiss. Now go, or we shall both be frozen.
And Audrey gently pushed her to the door.
You would not let me stop with her, John,
exclaimed Mrs. Ross, as she entered her husband's dressing room.
She's very calm, unnaturally so, I thought. She hardly cried at all. She's thinking nothing of herself, only of him.
You know it is 1 o'clock, Emmy, returned her husband rather shortly. He was tired and sore, poor man, and in no mood to hear of his daughter's sufferings. The deuce take the woman, he said to himself fretfully, as Mrs. Ross meekly turned away without another word. But he was certainly not alluding to his wife when he spoke. In the days of Eve they've always been in some mischief or other, from which it may be deduced that Mrs. Ross was not so far wrong when she thought her husband was threatened with gout. Only his malaise was more of the mind. He was thinking of the interview that awaited him on the morrow. I would as lief cut off my right hand as tell him that he must not have Audrey, he said to himself as he laid his head on the pillow. Now, as Michael lay awake through the dark hours, revolving many things in his uneasy brain, it occurred to him that he would send a note across to Cyril as soon as he heard the household stirring, and he carried out this resolution in spite of drowsiness and an aching head.
My dear Blake, he wrote, don't bother yourself about early school. I am on the spot and can easily take your place. I want to pull yourself together, and under the circumstances, the boys will be an awful nuisance. I hope we've got some sleep. Yours, M.O. Burnett.
To this came the following reply, scrawled in a half-sheet of paper. Thanks awfully. We'll accept your offer. Please don't talk to Ross. I'll come across to him soon after 10.
Poor beggar. He's awake now, and putting himself together with a vengeance. This looks well. Now for the grind.
And Michael went down to the schoolroom and gave Cyril's class their divinity lesson with as much coolness and gravity as though his whole life had been spent in teaching boys. Dr. Ross winced slightly as he gave him Cyril's message after breakfast, but he said a moment afterwards, I intended sending for him, but I'm glad he has saved me the trouble. Only I wish it were over, Mike. Michael shrugged his shoulders with a look of sympathy. He had no time to say more. He must take Cyril's place in the schoolroom again, in spite of all Booty's shivering solicitations for a walk this fine morning.
Booty, old fellow,
he observed as he noticed the little animal's manifest disappointment.
You and I are not sent into the world to please ourselves. There are still lame dogs to help over stiles, and a few burdens to shift on our own shoulders.
If our head ache, what of that, Booty? It will be the same 100 years hence. Now for Greek verbs and general discord, so right about face."
And if Booty did not understand this harangue, he certainly acted up to the spirit of it, for he pattered cheerfully after his master to the schoolroom, and curled himself up into a compact brown ball at his feet, to doze away the morning in doggish dreams. Meanwhile, Dr. Ross made a feint of reading his letters, but he found as he laid them down that their contents were hopelessly involved. Was it Rawlinson, for example, whom an anxious mother was confiding to his care? "He had measles last holidays, and has been very delicate ever since. Now the severe cold." Nonsense. It was not Rawlinson. It was Jackson Minor, and he was all right and had eaten an excellent breakfast. But he thought Major Sowerby's letter ought to be answered at once. He never allowed parents to break his rules. It was such nonsense sending for Charlie home just because an uncle had come from India. He must write and remonstrate. The boy must wait until the term was over. It would only be a fortnight. And then he read the letter again with growing displeasure, and found that Captain MacDonald was the name of the erring parent. "I will settle all that," he remarked, as he plunged his pen rather savagely into the inkstand, and then a tap at the door made him start, and a huge blot was the result. Of course, it was Cyril, who was standing at the door looking at him. "Are you disengaged, Dr. Ross?" Yes. Come in, my dear fellow, and shut the door." And then Dr. Ross jumped up from his seat and grasped the young man's hand. But his first thought was, what would Audrey say when she saw him? Could one night have effected such a change? There was a wanness, a heaviness of aspect that made him look 10 years older. Somehow Dr. Ross found it necessary to take off his spectacles and wipe them before he commenced the conversation. "My poor boy, what am I to say to you?" "Say nothing, sir. It will be far better. I have come—" Here Cyril paused. The dryness of his lips seemed to impede his utterance. "I have come to know your wishes." "My wishes," repeated Dr. Ross in a pained voice, and then he put his hand on his shoulder. "Cyril, do not misjudge me. Do not think me hard if you can help it. But I cannot give you my daughter." He had expected that Cyril would have wrenched himself free from his detaining hand as he heard him, but to his surprise he remained absolutely motionless. "I know it, Dr. Ross. There was no need to tell me that. Nothing would induce me to marry her." Then the doctor felt as though he could have embraced him. "Why should you think so meanly of me?" went on Cyril in the same heavy, monotonous voice, as though he were repeating some lesson that he had carefully conned and got by heart. "As to suppose that I should take advantage of her promise and yours. If you will let me see her, I will tell her so. Do you think I would drag her down to my level? Mine?" "You are acting nobly." "I'm acting as necessity compels me," returned Cyril with uncontrollable bitterness. "Do you think I would give her up, even at your command, Dr. Ross, if I dared to keep her? But I dare not. I dare not." "Cyril, for my peace of mind, tell me this one thing. Have I ever been unjust to you in all our relations together?" "No, Dr. Ross, I have never met with anything but kindness from you and yours." "When you came to me 5 months ago and told me you loved my daughter, did I repulse you?" Then Cyril shook his head. "But I was very frank with you. I told you even then that I had a right to look higher for my son-in-law, but that as you seemed necessary to my girl's happiness, your poverty and lack of influence should not stand in your way. When I said this, Cyril, when I stretched out the right hand of fellowship to you, I meant every word that I said. I was teaching myself to regard you as a son. As far as any man could do such a thing, I intended to take your future under my care. In all this I did you no wrong." "You have never wronged me, sir," and with a low but distinct emphasis. "God forbid that I should wrong either you or her." "No, my heart was always full of kindness to you. Young as you were, young in years and in work, you had won my entire respect and esteem. I thank you, Cyril. I thank you in my own and in my wife's name, that I can respect you as highly as ever." Dr. Ross's voice faltered with emotion, and the hand that still lay on Cyril's shoulder trembled visibly, but there was no answering gleam of emotion on the young man's face. "You mean it kindly, Dr. Ross, but I have not deserved this praise." He spoke coldly, proudly. "Have I an unsullied name to offer any woman? And even if this difficulty could be got over, Do I not know that my career is over? Would any other man, do you think, employ me as a master? I have been facing this question all night, and I know that, as far as my worldly prospects are concerned, I am practically ruined. No, you must not say that. There are plenty of openings for a clever man. You shall have my help. I will employ my influence. I have powerful friends. We might find you a secretaryship. I think a clerkship would be more likely, returned Cyril in the same hard voice, though the pent-up pain threatened to suffocate him. I may have some difficulty even there. People like their clerks to be respectably connected, and when one's father has been in prison. But Dr. Ross would not let him proceed. My poor boy, your father's sin is not yours. No one can rob you of your self-respect and stainless honour. If it were not for Audrey, I might even venture to brave public opinion and keep you myself. It might bring me into trouble with Charrington, but as you know, I am my own master. I could have talked him over and got him to hush it up, and we could have moved your mother to a little distance. Yes, Cyril, I would have done it. You should have fought out your battle at my side, if it were not for my child. I do not know how to thank you for saying this. And Cyril's rigidity relaxed, and he spoke more naturally. I shall never forget this, Dr. Ross. Never. But, here his voice shook, you will let me go. You will not make me stop when people begin to talk about it. I am no coward, but there are some things too hard to put on any man, and to do my work when I see on the boys' faces that they know everything, it would be the death of me. I could not stand it. No, by heavens, I could not. You shall not be asked to bear it. My poor boy, have you no faith in me? Do you think I should ask you to perform so cruel, so impossible a duty? From this hour you are free, Cyril. Do not trouble about your work. I can find a substitute, or if that fails, I will do your work myself. You are ill. It will be no falsehood to say that, and in another fortnight the school will break up. Keep quiet, go away somewhere for a time, and take Bennett into your confidence. He will be a better friend for you just now than I. I doubt it, sir. Then the doctor's eyes glistened with tears. God help you, my dear fellow. You are doing the right, and he will. This is not goodbye. I will see you again. Now, go to her, and teach my child to do the right, too. And then Dr. Ross turned his back upon him rather abruptly, and walked to the window. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of Lover or Friend by Rosa Carey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. You will live it down. Sweet the thought, our lives, my love, parted ne'er may be, though between thy heart and mine leagues of land and sea. Of these twofold life and love, twofold running fate, sad and lone we may be oft, never desolate. Britain. Cyril knew where he should find Audrey. She was generally in her own little sitting-room until luncheon. Sometimes her mother or Molly would be with her, but this morning he felt instinctively that she would be alone. She was sitting by the window, and there was some work on her lap, but she did not seem to be employing herself. She had bidden Cyril enter, and directly she saw him, she rose from her seat and crossed the room somewhat quickly to meet him, but he did not at once speak to her. Neither did he offer his usual greeting. She waited for a moment to see what he would do. Then she put up her face to him.
"Why do you not kiss me, Cyril?"
she said a little reproachfully, and then he did take her in his arms. "It is for the last time," he murmured, as he pressed her almost convulsively to him. But she made no answer to this. When he had set her free, she took his hand very quietly and led him to a seat that stood beside her chair. His hand was cold, and she kept it in both her own, as though to warm it.
"I knew you would come to me," she said very softly. "How ill you look, my poor Cyril. You have not slept. Oh yes, I know all about it. And you have been to father, and you have both made yourselves very miserable. You think I do not know that? Poor father. And he is so tender-hearted."
"I tried to spare him," he returned wearily. "I did not wish to put him in any trouble. I must dree my own weird, Audrey."
But I shall have to dree it too, Cyril, my darling. You shall not bear your trouble alone. It is far too heavy for you. As far as we can, as far as our duty permits, we will bear it together.
And then, as though the haggardness of his young face was too much for her, she came closer to him and laid her head on his shoulder.
We will bear it together, Cyril.
But Audrey, my one blessing, that cannot be. Do you know what I have come to say to you this morning? That our engagement must be at an end. That you are free, quite free.
But I do not wish for freedom.
My darling, you ought to wish for it. Under the circumstances, it is quite impossible that we should ever be married. I am a ruined man, Audrey. I have lost my good name, my work, my worldly credit. My connections are disreputable. By this time you must know that I have a father living, and that his name—" but she gently checked him.
Yes, dear, I know it all.
"And yet you can tell me that you do not desire freedom. But that is all your goodness, and because you do not wish to pain me. Audrey, when I tell you that I must give up the idea of ever calling you my wife, it seems to me as though the bitterness of death were on me."
My poor Cyril.
"Yes, I am poor indeed. I never dreamt of such poverty. They might have taken from me everything, and I would not have murmured, if they had only left me my faith in my mother, and if they had not robbed me of my love."
She is yours still, Cyril. No, do not turn from me. I mean it. I mean it. If you give me up, if you say to yourself that our engagement is broken, it must be as you choose, and I must let you go. No woman can compel a man to remain bound to her. But the freedom is on your side alone. I neither ask nor desire to be free.
Darling, darling, what can you mean?"
If you say that you will never marry me,
she continued, with an air of deep sadness,
I suppose you will keep your word. Perhaps you are right in saying so. I would not marry you without my father's consent, and he tells me he will never give it. But, Cyril, you may rest assured of this, that in your lifetime I will never marry another man.
Then he threw himself at her feet, and taking her hands in his, begged her for very pity's sake to stop. "I love you, Audrey. I think I never loved you before as I do now. But do you think I would permit such a sacrifice?"
How are you to help it?
She returned, with a faint smile that was very near tears.
And it would be no sacrifice, as far as I know my own heart. I think my one wish is to comfort you, and to make your life a little less dreary, Cyril.
Looking at him earnestly, and it seemed to him as though her face were like an angel's.
You will be brave and bear this for my sake. When you are tempted to lose faith, and hope seems farthest from you, you must say to yourself, Audrey has not deserted me. She is mine still, mine always and forever.
Then he bowed his head on her hands, and wept like a child. She passed her hand over his hair caressingly, and her own tears flowed. But after a little while she spoke again.
I have told father so, and I have told mother. I said to both of them that I would never give you up. We may live apart. Oh yes, I know that it is all very sad and miserable, but you will let me keep your ring, Cyril, because I still belong to you.
He tried to steady his voice and failed. All his manhood could not give him fortitude at such a moment. He could only clasp her in his arms and beg her, for her own sweet sake, to listen to him. And presently, when he was a little stronger, he put it all before her. He explained to her as well as he could the future that lay before him. The yoke of his father's sin was on his neck, and it was useless to try and break it off. He might call himself Blake, and look for new work in a new place, and the miserable fact would leak out. There is a fatality in such cases, he went on. One might try to hush it up, to live quietly, to attract no notice, but sooner or later the secret will ooze out. I think I am prouder than most men. Perhaps I am morbid, but I feel I shall never live down this shame.
You will live it down one day?
Yes, today they put me in my coffin, but not before, Audrey. Then as she turned pale at the thought, he accused himself bitterly for his selfishness. I am making you wretched, and you are an angel of goodness, he cried remorsefully. But you must forgive me, darling. Indeed, I am not myself.
Do you think I do not know that?
A braver man than I might shrink from such a future. What have I done that such a thing should happen to me? I loved my work, and now it is taken from me, as far as I know. I may have to dig for my bread.
No, no,
she returned, holding him fast, for this was more than she could bear to hear, that the bright promise of his youth was blasted and destroyed.
Cyril, if you love me as you say you do, will you promise me 2 things?
He looked at her a little doubtfully. "If I love you," he said reproachfully.
Then I will alter my sentence. I will say, because of your love for me, will you grant me these 2 things? Cyril, you must forgive your mother. However greatly she has erred, you must remember that it was for your sake.
"I do remember it."
And you will be good to her.
Then his face became very stern. "I will do my duty to her. I think I may promise you that."
Dearest, I do not doubt it. When have you ever failed in your duty? But I want more than that. You must try, so that your heart may be softer to her. You are her one thought, with all her faults. I think no mother ever loved her son so well. It is not the highest love, perhaps, since she has stooped to deceit and wrong for your sake. But, Cyril, it is not for you to judge her.
"Perhaps not, but how am I to refrain from judging her? To me, truth is the one absolute virtue, the very crown and chief of virtues. That is why I first loved you, Audrey, because of your trustworthiness. But now I have lost my mother. Nay, worse, she has never existed."
I do not quite understand you.
Do you think my mother, the mother I believed in, could have acted this lifelong lie? Would she have worn widow's weeds and utterly forsworn herself? No, with all her faults, such crooked ways would have been impossible. Audrey, you must give me time to become acquainted with this new mother. I will not be hard to her if I can possibly help it, but— here the bitterness of his tone betrayed his deep agony. "She can never be, to me again, what she has been."
Then I will not press you any more, Cyril. I have such faith in you that I believe you will come through even this ordeal. But there is something more I must ask you. Will you let Michael be your friend?
"We are friends, are we not?" he said, a little bewildered at this.
"Ah, but I would have you close friends. Dear, you must think of me. How unhappy I shall be unless I know you have someone to stand by you in your trouble. If you would let my father help you."
But a shake of the head negatived this.
"Well, then it must be Michael, our good, generous Michael, who will be like a brother to you."
"I do not feel as though any man could help me."
"No one but Michael. Dear Cyril, give me my way in this. We are going to part, remember, and it may be for a long term of years. But if you value my peace of mind, promise me that you will not turn from Michael."
"Very well, I will promise you that. Have you any more commands to lay upon me, Audrey?"
"No,"
she returned wistfully.
"Be yourself, your true, brave, honest self, and all may yet be well. Now go. We have said all that needs to be said, and I must not keep you. You are free, my dear one, but it is I who am bound, who am still yours as much as ever. When we shall meet again, God knows, but in heart and in thought I shall be with you wherever you may go. Now kiss me, but you need not tell me again it is for the last time."
Then she put her arms round his neck, and for a minute or two they held each other silently.
"My blessing, my one blessing,"
murmured Cyril hoarsely. Then she gently pushed him from her.
"Yes, your blessing. You may call me that always, if you will."
And then, still holding his hand, she walked with him to the door. And as he stood looking at her with that despair in his eyes, she motioned to him to leave her.
"Go, dearest, I cannot bear any more."
And then he obeyed her. A few hours afterwards, her mother found her lying on her bed, looking very white and spent.
"I will, Audrey. My dear, your father is so anxious about you, and so is Michael. When you did not appear at luncheon, they wanted me to go to you at once. Crawford says you have eaten nothing."
"Dear mother, what does that matter? I am quite well, only so very tired. My strength seemed to desert me all at once, so I thought I would lie down and keep quiet. But you must tell father that I am not ill."
"I shall tell him how good and brave you are,"
returned her mother, caressing her.
"Audrey, did Crawford tell you that Geraldine is here?"
Then a shadow passed over Audrey's pale face.
"No, mother."
"She came up the moment luncheon was over to ask if you could go with her to Beverley, and of course she saw at once that something was amiss. Your father took her into the study and told her himself. She is very much upset. That is why I have left you so long."
"I did not know it was long,"
returned Audrey, speaking in the same tired voice.
"It seems to me only a few minutes since Crawford took away the tray."
"It is nearly 4 o'clock,"
replied Mrs. Ross, looking at her anxiously. Could it be her bright, strong girl who was lying there so prostrate?
"Geraldine has been here nearly 2 hours. She sent her love to you, darling, and wanted so much to know if she could see you. but I shall tell her you are not fit to see anyone."
"I do not know that," returned Audrey in a hesitating manner. "I was just wishing that I could speak to Michael. If he would not come up, I think I should have put myself straight and gone downstairs. I think I may as well see Gage for a moment. It is better to get things over."
"But, Audrey, I am not quite sure. It would be wiser for you to keep quiet today. You have had such a terrible strain. Everyone ought to do their best to spare you."
"But I do not want to be spared," returned Audrey, echoing her mother's sigh. "So please send Gage to me and tell her not to stop too long. Crawford can tell her when tea is ready."
And then Mrs. Ross left her very reluctantly. Geraldine's face was suffused with tears as she sat down beside the bed and took her sister's hand. Audrey shook her head at her.
"Gage, I don't mean to allow this. You and Mother are not to make yourselves miserable on my account." "How are we to help it, Audrey?" replied Geraldine with a sob. "I have never seen you look so ill in your life, and no wonder. This unhappy engagement. Oh, what will Percy say when I tell him? He will be very shocked, of course. Everyone will be shocked. Perhaps both he and you will say it serves me right, because I would not take your advice and have nothing to do with the Blakes. Gage, I want you to do me one favour. Tell Percival not to talk to me. Give him my love. Say anything you think best. Only do not let him speak to me." "He shall not, dearest. I will not let him. But all the same, he will grieve bitterly. He knows how bad it will be for you, and how people will talk. I have been telling Mother that you ought to go away until things have blown over a little."
Audrey was silent. This was not the sympathy her sore heart needed. Geraldine's tact was at fault here. For the next moment, Geraldine said, with manifest effort,
"Cyril has behaved very well. Father seems very much impressed with his behaviour. He says that he offered at once to release you from your engagement." "Yes." "Percy will say he has acted like a gentleman. That is the highest praise from him. Dearest Audrey, you will not think that I am not sorry for you both when I say that this is a great relief to me." "A relief to you that Cyril is free?" "Yes, and that you are free too." "Ah, but I am not," moving restlessly on her pillow. "There you are making a mistake, Gage. I thought Father would have told you. I am still engaged to Cyril. I shall always be engaged to him, although perhaps we shall never be married." "But, Audrey—" "Now, Gage, we are not going to argue about it, I hope. I am far, far too tired and my mind is made up, as I told Father. I shall never give my poor boy up. Never, never. As long as he is in the world and needs me."
Then, as she saw the distress on her sister's face, she put her hand again into hers.
"You won't love me less for being so wilful, Gage. If anyone had asked you to give up Percival when you were engaged to him, do you think you would have listened?" "Is not that very different, darling?" "No, not so very different. Perhaps I do not love Cyril quite in the same way you loved Percival. Our natures are so dissimilar. But at least he is very dear to me." "Do you mean that you will break your heart because of this?" "Oh, Audrey."
And Geraldine's face was very sad.
"No, dear, hearts are not so easily broken, and I do not think that mine would be so weak and brittle. But the thought of his sorrow will always be present with me, and in some sense I fear my life will be clouded."
Then her sister caressed her again with tears.
"But it will not be as bad for me as for him, for I shall have you all to comfort me, and I know how good you will all be. You will be ready to share even your child with me, Gage, if you think that will console me." "Yes, and Percival will be good to you too." "I am sure of that. Only you must ask him not to speak to me. Now I am very tired, and I must ask you to leave me. Go down to Mother, dear Gage."
But it seemed as though Geraldine could hardly tear herself away.
"I will do anything, if only you will promise to be happy again," she said, kissing her with the utmost affection. "Remember how necessary you are to us. What would any of us do without you? Tomorrow I shall bring your godson to see you."
Then, at the thought of her baby nephew, a faint smile crossed Audrey's face. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of Lover or Friend by Rosa Carey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Michael accepts his charge. Try how the life of the good man suits thee. the life of him who is satisfied with his portion out of the whole, and satisfied with his own just acts and benevolent disposition. M. Aurelius Antoninus. Michael's morning in the schoolroom had been truly purgatorial. Fortunately for him, it was a half-holiday, and the luncheon hour set him free from his self-imposed duties. On his way to his own room, he had overheard Geraldine's voice speaking to her father, and he had once guessed the reason why Dr. Ross had invited her into the study. He had never been less enamored of solitude and of his own society. Nevertheless, he told himself that any amount of isolation would be preferable to the penalty of hearing Geraldine discuss the matter. He could hear in imagination her clear, sensible premises and sound, logical conclusion, annotated by womanly lamentations over such a family disaster. The probable opinions of Mrs. Bryce and Mrs. Charrington would be cited and commented on, and in spite of her very real sympathy with her sister, Michael shrewdly surmised that the knowledge that the Blake influence was waning would give her a large amount of comfort in the future. When Crawford announced that the ladies were having tea in the drawing-room, he begged that a cup might be sent up to him.
"Will you tell Mrs. Harcourt that I have a headache?"
he said, and as Crawford delivered the message, Geraldine looked meaningly at her mother.
"I expect Michael has taken all this to heart," she said, as soon as Crawford had left the room. "He is very feeling, and then he is so fond of Audrey."
And as Mrs. Ross sighed in assent, she went on with the topic that was engrossing them at that moment, how Audrey was to be induced to leave home for a while. Michael's table was strewn with books, and one lay open on his knee, but he had not once turned the page. How was he to read, when the very atmosphere seemed charged with heaviness and oppression?
"She thinks that she loves him, and therefore she will suffer,"
he said to himself over and over again.
"And it will be for the first time in her life, for she has often told me that she has never known trouble. But her suffering will be like a grain of sand in comparison with his. Oh, I know what he is feeling now. To have had her, and then to have lost her. Poor fellow, it is a cruel fate."
Michael pondered drearily over the future that lay before them all. How was he to bear himself, he wondered, under circumstances so exasperating? She was free, and he knew her to be free, for Cyril would never claim her, and yet she would regard herself as altogether bound. He must go away, he thought. Not at once, not while she needed him, but by and by, when things were a little better. Life at Rutherford was no longer endurable to him. For months past, ever since her engagement, he had chafed under a sense of insupportable restlessness. A sort of fever oppressed him, a longing to be free from the influence that dominated him.
"If I stay here, I must tell her how it is with me. That will only make her more miserable," he thought. "She is not like other women. I never saw one like her. There is something unreasonable in her generosity. Girls sometimes say things they do not mean, and then repent of their impulsiveness. But she will never repent, whether she loves him or not. She believes that it is her mission to comfort him. Perhaps, if I had appealed to her, I might have made her believe that she had a different mission. Oh, my dear, if it only could have been so."
And he sighed in the bitterness of his spirit, for he knew that in his unselfishness he had never wooed her. At that moment there was a light tap at his door, and he started to his feet with a quick exclamation of surprise as Audrey entered. He had been thinking of her at that moment, and he almost felt as though the intensity of his thoughts had attracted her by some unconscious magnetism. But a glance at her dispelled this illusion. She was dressed for dinner, and he noticed that there was an air of unusual somberness about her attire, as though she felt that any gaiety of apparel would be incongruous. And as she came closer to him, he was struck with her paleness and the sadness in her large grey eyes.
"Michael," she said in a low voice, "I want to speak to you. I hope I am not interrupting you."
"Never interrupt me," he returned quickly. "Besides, I am doing nothing. Sit down, dear, and then we shall talk more comfortably."
For he noticed that she spoke with an air of lassitude that was unusual to her, and her strong, lithe figure swayed a little.
"Do you think you should be here?"
he asked with grave concern.
"You look ill, Audrey, as though you ought to be resting in your own room."
"I have been resting," she replied gently. An engaged came to me, and after that I thought I'd been idle long enough. Michael,
and here her lips quivered as though she found it difficult to maintain her self-control.
you know all that has happened. Cyril has gone away. He has said good-bye to me, and he looks as though his heart were broken. I have done what I could to comfort him. I have told him that I shall always be true to him, but it is not in my power to help him more.
Dear Audrey,
he said, for he understood her meaning well, and there was no need for her to speak more plainly.
it was not for me to go to him after such a parting as that. The presence of one's dearest friend would be intolerable.
I did not mean today, she returned sadly. But there is tomorrow, and there is the future, and he has no friend who is worthy of the name. Michael, there is no one in the whole world who could help him as you could. This is the favour I have come to ask you.
It is granted, Audrey.
Then her eyes were full of tears as he said this.
Oh, I knew you would not refuse. When have you ever refused to do a kindness for anyone? Michael, I told my poor boy today that if he valued my peace of mind, he would consent to be guided by your advice. He is so young. He does not know the world as you do, and he is so terribly unhappy. And if you would only help him.
My dear,
he said very quietly,
there is no need to distress yourself, or to say any more. We have always understood each other without words. You are giving me this charge because you are unable to fulfill it yourself. You wish me to be a good friend to poor Blake, to watch over him and interest myself in his welfare. That is, as far as one man will permit another to do so. Well, I can promise you that without a moment's hesitation, I will be as solicitous for him as though he were my brother. Will that content you?
But he could not easily forget the look of gratitude that answered him.
God bless you, Michael. I will not try to thank you. Perhaps some day.
She stopped as though unable to say more.
Oh,
he said lightly, and crushing down some dangerous emotion as he spoke.
I have done nothing to deserve thanks. Even if you had not asked me this, you think I would have gone on my own way, like the Levite in the parable, and left that poor fellow to shift for himself? No, my dear, no. I am not quite so flinty-hearted. Unless Blake will have none of my help, unless he absolutely repulse me, I will try as far as lies in my power to put him on his feet again.
He will not repulse you. I have his word for that. Ah, there is the dinner bell, and I have not said all that I wanted. The day seems as though it would never end, and yet there is time for nothing.
You will not come downstairs, Audrey? Let me ask your mother to excuse you. See, you can stay in this room. I can clear the table and put things shipshape for you.
Then she looked at him with the same air of innocent surprise with which she had regarded her mother the previous night, when she had asked to remain with her.
Why do you all treat me as though I were an invalid? She said protestingly. I am not ill, Michael. What does it matter where one eats one's dinner? It is true I am not hungry, but there is father. Why should I make him uncomfortable? We must think of other people always, and under all circumstances.
She seemed to be saying this to herself more than to him, as though she would remind herself of her duty. Michael said no more, but as he followed her downstairs, he told himself that no other girl could have borne herself so bravely and so sweetly under the circumstances. He wondered at her still more as he sat opposite to her at table, and saw the quiet gravity with which she took a part in the conversation. He spoke a word or two about her sister, and mentioned of her own accord that she had promised to bring Leonard to see her the next day.
I do not mean to call him baby, she said. He is far too important a personage. Did you hear Nurse speak of him as Master Baby the other day? I think Gage must have given her a hint about it.
And then she listened with an air of interest as her mother related a little anecdote that recurred to her memory of Geraldine's babyhood. But he saw her flush painfully when Mrs. Ross commented on her want of appetite.
"You've eaten nothing today, Crawford tells me,"
she continued anxiously. Audrey shook her head.
One cannot always be hungry, mother dear, she said gently,
but it was evident that her mother's kindly notice did not please her, and she seemed still more distressed when her father once rose from his place to give her some wine.
Why do you do that? she asked with a touch of impatience. "It is not for you to wait on me, father. Michael would have filled my glass quite easily."
"You are paying me a very bad compliment, Audrey," returned Dr. Ross with a smile. "You are telling me that I am too much of an old fogey to wait on ladies. Mike is the younger man, of course, and if you should prefer that he should help you to Madeira—"
"No, father, it is not that, but it is for me to wait on you. You must never, never do that for me again."
And somehow Dr. Ross seemed to have no answer ready as he went back to his chair. But when she was alone with her mother, she spoke still more plainly. Mrs. Ross had persuaded her to take the corner of the couch, but as she stood by her, manipulating the cushions and adjusting them more comfortably, Audrey turned round quickly and took hold of her hands.
"Mother, do please sit down. I think you have all entered into a conspiracy tonight to kill me with kindness."
We are so sorry for you, darling.
"Perhaps I am sorry for myself, but is that any reason why I should be treated as though I had lost the use of my limbs? I want you to behave to me as usual. It will be far better for me, and you too. Why did not father and Michael talk politics instead of making little cut-and-dried speeches that seemed to fit into nothing?"
I dare say they found it very difficult to talk at all under the circumstances.
"It sounds as though I had better have remained upstairs, as Michael suggested. Indeed, I must do so if you will persist in regarding me as the skeleton at the feast."
My darling child, how you talk. Surely you allow your parents to share your sorrow?
"No, mother, that is just what I cannot allow. No one shall be burdened with my troubles. Listen to me, mother dear. I think people make a great mistake about this. They mean to be kind, but it is not true kindness. They are ready to give everything, sympathy, watchfulness, attention, but they withhold the greatest gift of all, the freedom, the solitude for which the sufferer craves."
Do you mean that we are to leave you alone, Audrey? Oh, my dear, this is a hard saying for mother to hear.
"But it is not too hard for my mother," returned Audrey caressingly. "Yes, I would have you leave me alone until I recover myself. I would be treated as you have always treated me, and not as though I were a maimed and sickly member of the flock. Neither would I be reminded every moment of the day that any special hurt has come to me."
And am I not to ask you even to rest yourself?
"No, not even that. I would rather 1,000 times that you gave me some work or errand, mother dear."
And here her voice was very sad.
"I will not deny that this is a great trouble, and that my life will not be as easy and happy as it used to be. The shadow of my poor boy's sorrow will be a heavy burden for me to bear, but we must ask God to lighten it for both of us. I tell you this tonight, because you are my own dear mother, and such confidence is your due. But after tonight I shall not say it again. If you and father wish to help me, it will be by allowing me to feel that I am still your comfort."
And then she threw herself in her mother's arms.
"Tell father this," she whispered, "and ask him to give me time. One day, perhaps, I shall be more like my old self. But we must wait. It is too soon to expect much of me yet."
I will tell your father you are our good, dear child, Audrey, and you shall have your way.
"Thank you. I knew you would understand. After all, there is no one like one's mother."
And then she sighed, and Mrs. Ross knew where her thoughts had wandered.
"Now for this one evening, I will take your advice and rest. I will go up to my room now. But tomorrow—"
She stopped and then said firmly,
"Tomorrow, everything shall be as usual."
And then she gave her cheek to her mother's kiss and went up to her room. Michael did not make his appearance in the drawing-room that night. To Booty's secret rapture, he put on his greatcoat and went out into the chill darkness. He had much to consider, and it was easier to make his plans under the dim March starlight. A difficult charge had been given him, and he had not shrunk from it. On the contrary, he had felt much as some knight in the olden times must have felt, when his liege lady had given him some hazardous work or quest. To be sure, there was no special guerdon attached to it, but a man like Michael Bennet does not need a reward. If he could only give Audrey peace of mind, he would ask no other reward. He made up his mind that he would go to Cyril the next morning, and he thought he knew what he should say to him. He and Dr. Ross had talked matters over after dinner. Dr. Ross had already suggested a substitute, a young Oxford man who was staying at the vicarage, and who was on the lookout for a mastership.
"I told Cyril that he had better discontinue his work," he went on.
If it were not for Audrey, he could have made some sort of shift and kept on till the holidays, but it would never do to run the risk of another scene between them. It would be bad for her, and it would be terrible for him. It is an awkward complication, Mike. It would be better to get him away as soon as possible. And to this Michael assented. He went round to the grey cottage soon after breakfast. Audrey was watering her flowers in the hall. She looked at him as he passed her, but did not speak. Of course, she guessed his errand, for he saw her head droop a little over the flowers. Molly received him. The poor girl's eyes were swollen with crying, and she looked up in his face very piteously as he greeted her with his usual kindness.
"Where is your brother, Molly?" "Do you mean Cyril? He is in his room, but no one has seen him. Oh, Captain Bennet, is it true? Mamma has been saying such dreadful things, and we do not know whether we are to believe her. Biddy tries to hush her, but she will go on talking. She is quiet now, and Kester and I crept down here. Ah, there is Kester, looking at us. He wants you to go in and speak to him." "Is it true?"
were Kester's first words when he saw his friend. The poor lad's lips were quivering.
"Oh, Captain Bennet, do tell us that it was not true."
"I cannot do that, my boy," returned Michael gravely.
And then he sat down and listened to what they had to tell him. He soon found that the mother's wild ravings had told him the truth. In her despair at being refused admittance to her son's room, she had given way to a frantic outburst of emotion. Biddy had tried to get rid of them, but Kester and Molly had remained, almost petrified with horror. What could their mother mean by telling them that she hated the sight of them, and adjuring them to go to their father?
"Father is dead. Does she wish us to be dead too?"
Molly had faltered.
"Dear mamma, do let me go and fetch Cyril. You are ill. You do not know what you are saying."
But as she turned to go, her mother had started up and gripped her arm so fiercely that the poor child could have screamed with pain.
"Yes, you shall fetch him, but he will not come. He will not listen to you any more than he would to me. When I implored him on my knees to open the door, he said he was ill, and that he could not speak to me. But was I not ill too? If I were dying, he would not come to me, and yet he is my son."
"Dear mamma, oh dear mamma, do you know how you are hurting me?"
"No, it is he who is hurting me. He is killing me, absolutely killing me, because I kept from him that his father was alive. Did I not do it for his sake, that he should not be shamed by such a father? Go to him, Molly. Tell them that you know all about it, and that Audrey Ross will have nothing to say to him, because he is the son of a felon. Why are you staring at me? Go, go!"
And she pushed her from her so roughly that Molly would have fallen if Biddy had not caught her.
"Go, Miss Molly, or you will drive her crazy with your big eyes and frightened face. Whist, don't heed the mistress's wild talk. It is never the truth she is telling you."
But Mrs. Blake had interrupted the old woman. Her eyes were blazing with angry excitement.
"Where do you expect to go, Biddy, if you tell Molly such lies? You are a wicked old woman. You have helped me to do all this mischief. Would you dare to tell me to my face that I am not the wife of Matt O'Brien?"
"So I bet, Miss Olive, you're the widow of that honest man, Blake. Heaven rest his soul," returned the old woman doggedly. "We must be having the doctors to you, Miss Oliver Vick, if you tell us these wild stories."
"Biddy, you are a false, foolish old creature, and it is you who are driving me out of my sane senses."
But at this point Molly fairly fled.
"Did you see your brother?"
asked Michael as she stopped to dry her eyes. Kester had never uttered a word. He left Molly to tell her own story, and sat leaning his head on his hands. For once Molly's loquacity was suffered unchecked.
"It was dark, and I could not see him. It was quite late, you know, nearly 12 o'clock. He came out and listened to me, but the passage and the room were quite dark. 'Go down, Molly,' he said, 'and tell my mother that I cannot speak to her tonight. It is quite impossible. She ought not to expect it. But she is ill, Cyril. I am sure she is dreadfully ill. Her eyes look so strange, and she is saying such things. Biddy will take care of her. If she needs a doctor, you must go for one. But nothing on earth would induce me to see her tonight.'
And then he went back into his room and locked the door.
"Poor Molly."
"Oh, that is nothing to what came afterwards. Would you believe it, Captain Bennet? Mamma had heard every word. When I left Cyril, I found her crouching on the stairs in a dark corner. Oh, I shall never forget the turn it gave me. She got her arms over her head, and they seemed quite stiff, and her fingers were clenched. Biddy was crying over her, but she did not move or speak, and it was quite an hour before we could get her into her own room."
"You ought to have sent for the doctor."
"Biddy would not let us. She said it was only sorrow of heart, and that she had seen her once before like that, when her husband died. What makes Biddy say that, Captain Bennet, if our father be still living?"
Michael shook his head.
Biddy chooses to persist in her falsehood. I have seen your father, Molly. I am very sorry for him. With all his faults, he loves his children.
Then a low sound like a groan escaped Kester's lips.
And I think his children should be sorry for him too. He has had a hard, unhappy life. But there is no time to talk of this now. I want you to finish about last night, and then I must go upstairs.
There is nothing more to tell. We could not induce Mamma to undress or to go to bed. Biddy covered her up and told me to go away. She was with her all night. With all her crossness and tiresome ways, Biddy is always good to Mamma. She was talking to her almost as though she were a baby, for I stood and listened a minute before I closed the door. I could hear her say, "Miss Olive, Vic, what was the good of telling the children? You should hush it up for Mr. Cyril's sake, and for the sake of the dear young lady he is going to marry. He is not going to marry her. Mamma said so more than once."
And then in a few grave words, Michael told them all that it was necessary for them to know.
"Poor, poor Cyril. Oh, my dear Miss Ross," was all Molly could say.
Kester seemed nearly choking.
"Let me go to him, dear Molly, but I think I would see your mother first. Biddy seems to be a bad adviser. After all, she may require a doctor."
And then he put his hand on Kester's shoulder and whispered something into his ear. Molly could not hear what it was, but she saw the boy's face brighten a little as he took up booty to prevent him from following his master. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of Lover or Friend by Rosa Carey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
There shall be peace between us.
Men exist for the sake of one another. Teach them, then, or bear with them. When a man has done thee any wrong, immediately consider with what opinion about good or evil he has done wrong. For when thou hast seen this, thou wilt pity him, and wilt neither wonder nor be angry. M. Aurelius Antoninus. Biddy was hovering about the passage as usual. She regarded Michael with marked disfavour when he asked if he could see her mistress. In her ignorant way, she had arrived at the conclusion that the captain was at the bottom of the mischief.
"Why couldn't he leave things to sort themselves?" she grumbled with herself. "But men are over-giving to meddling. They mar more than they make."
"My mistress is too ill to see anyone," she returned shortly.
"Do you mean that she is in her own room?" he asked.
But even as he put the question, he could answer it for himself. The door of the adjoining room was wide open, and he was certain that it was empty.
"Sick folks do not always stop in their beds," retorted Biddy still more sourly. "But for all that, she is not fit to see visitors." She squared her skinny elbows as she spoke, as though prepared to bar his entrance, but he looked at her in his quiet, authoritative way.
"She will see me, Biddy. Will you kindly allow me to pass?"
And the old woman drew back, muttering as she did so. But he was obliged to confess that Biddy was right as he opened the door, and for a moment he hesitated on the threshold. Mrs. Blake was half sitting, half lying on the couch, in a curiously uneasy position, as though she had flung herself back in some sudden faintness. Her eyes were closed, and the contrast between the pale face and dark, dishevelled hair was very striking. Her lips, even, were of the same marble tint. He had always been compelled to admire her, but he had done so in grudging fashion. But now he was constrained to own that her beauty was of no mean order. An artist would have raved over her. She would have made a model for a Judith or a Magdalene. And as he stood there with his hand on the door, she opened her eyes and looked at him, but she did not change her attitude or address him. Michael made up his mind that he must speak to her.
"I'm sorry to see you look so ill, Mrs. Blake."
He took her hand as he spoke. It felt weak and nerveless, but she drew it hastily away and her forehead contracted.
"Of course I am ill."
"I hope Biddy has sent for a doctor. I think you should see one without delay."
But she shook her head.
"No doctor would do me any good. I would not see him if he came."
Michael was silent. He hardly knew how he was to treat her. Molly's graphic account of the scene last night had greatly alarmed him. Mrs. Blake was of a strangely excitable nature. He had been told that from her youth she had been prone to fits of hysterical emotion. She was perfectly unused to self-control, and only her son had ever exercised any influence over her. Was there not a danger, then, that the barriers once broken down, she might pass beyond her own control? He had heard and had read that ungovernable passion might lead to insanity. He almost believed it as he listened to Molly's story. This is why he had insisted on seeing her. He must judge of her condition for himself. He must do his best to prevent the recurrence of such a scene. And now, as he saw her terrible exhaustion and the dim languor in her eyes, he told himself that something must be done for her relief.
"If you send one, I will not see him," he went on.
"I think you are wrong. For your children's sake, you ought to do your best to throw off this illness that oppresses you."
But she interrupted him.
"Why are you here this morning? Are you going to him?" she asked abruptly.
"Yes, certainly. That is, if he will see me."
"He will see you. He would not refuse anyone who came from Woodcote. Captain Burnett, will you tell me this one thing? Has that girl given him up?"
Michael hesitated.
"Your son has broken off his engagement with Miss Ross. He felt he could not do otherwise."
"You are not answering me straight. I do not want to hear about Cyril. Of course he would offer to release her, but has Miss Ross consented to this?"
"No," he returned reluctantly, for it pained him to enter on this subject with her.
"She has refused to be set free. As far as your son is concerned, the engagement is broken, but my cousin declares her intention of remaining faithful to him."
"I knew it. I knew it as well as though you had told me," returned Mrs. Blake with strong emotion. "Audrey Ross is not the girl to throw a man over. Oh, I love her for this. She is a darling, but," relapsing into her old melancholy, "I will never let her marry him. Never, never."
"I am afraid you are right."
"No, he is doomed. My poor boy is doomed. If you see him, what is there that you can say to comfort him?"
"I shall not try to comfort him. I shall bid him do his duty. Comfort will come to him in no other way."
"So you speak to him of me?"
"Yes, certainly. If I have any influence, I shall bring him to you before an hour is over."
Then she caught his hand, and the blood rushed to her face.
"God bless you for this," she whispered. "Go. Do not keep me waiting. Go, for heaven's sake."
"You must promise me one thing first, that you will control yourself. Think of him, of the day and the night he has passed. He will not be fit for any scene. If you reproach him, you will only send him from you again."
"I will promise anything, everything, if you will only bring him."
And now her eyes were wet. It seemed as though he had given her new life. She sat erect. She was no longer like a marble image of despair.
"If I could only see him. Will you let me speak to him? But it is this emptiness, this blank, this dreadful displeasure that is shutting me out from him, that is killing me by inches."
And here she put her hand to her throat, as though the words suffocated her.
"Be calm and quiet, and all may yet be well,"
he returned in a soothing voice.
"I will do what I can for you and him too."
And with a reassuring look, he left her. What had become of his dislike? He felt he no longer disliked her. She was false, falser than he had thought any woman could be. She had qualities that he detested, faults that he, of all men, was most ready to condemn. But the one spark of goodness that redeemed her in his eyes was her love for her son. He knocked somewhat lightly at Cyril's door, but there was no answer. But as he repeated it more loudly, Cyril's voice impatiently demanded his business.
"It is I, Burnett. Will you let me speak to you a moment, Blake?"
And then the door was unlocked, and Cyril stood aside to let him enter, but he uttered no greeting. Neither did Michael at once offer his hand. He threw a hasty glance round the room as Cyril relocked the door. The bed had not been slept in that night, that was plainly evident, but the crushed pillow and the rug flung across the foot proved clearly that he had thrown himself down, fully dressed, when weariness compelled him. He had evidently only just completed his toilet. The shirt he had thrown aside was still on the floor, in company with his bath towels, and something in his appearance made Michael say,
"You were just going out. Hope I am not keeping you."
"There is no hurry," returned Cyril indifferently. "I was only going out because I could not stop indoors any longer. But there is plenty of time between this and night." And then he offered Michael the only chair, and sat down on the bed. This place is not fit for you, he continued apologetically, but there is nowhere else where one can be quiet.
You are looking ill, Blake. I'm afraid you have not slept.
For there was a sunken look in Cyril's eyes that told its own tale. I had some sleep towards morning, he replied, as though the matter did not concern him. I dreamt that I was in purgatory. It was not a pleasant place, but I believe I was rather sorry when I woke. It is very good of you to look me up, Burnett. And then he paused, and then said in a changed voice, Will you tell me how she is?
You mean my cousin? She is as well as one can expect her to be, but of course all this has been a terrible upset. She is very good and brave. She knows I have come to you.
Did she send you?
I suppose I must say yes to that, but I had fully intended to come. Blake, I want you to look on me as a friend. You need someone to stand by you and see you through this, and I think there is no one so suitable as myself at the present.
You are very good, but I can have no possible claim on you, Captain Burnett. Cyril spoke a little stiffly.
If you put it that way, perhaps not. In this sense, a shipwrecked sailor has no claim on the man who holds out a helping hand to him, but I doubt whether that reason would induce him to refuse it.
Then a faint smile came to Cyril's dry lips. You are right to choose that illustration. I think no man in the world has ever suffered more complete shipwreck. I have been trying to face my position all night, and I cannot see a gleam of hope anywhere.
You must not lose heart, Blake.
Must I not? I think anyone would lose heart and faith and hope too in my position. 2 days ago no future could have been so bright. I had everything that a man needs for his happiness, and at this moment no beggar could be poorer. I feel as though I had no bread to eat, and as though I should never have appetite for bread again.
I understand what you mean. I had the same sort of feeling as I lay in the hospital. I was covered with wounds. Health was impossible. My work was gone. I could not face my life. Do you believe it, Blake? I was the veriest coward, and could have trembled at my own shadow. It made a woman of me. I did not want to live such a crippled, meagre existence, but somehow I managed to struggle to the light.
Did anyone help you?
No, not consciously. I helped myself. At least,
in a lower voice,
the help that came to me was from a higher source. One day I will tell you about it, Blake. It was an awful crisis in a man's life, and I should not speak about it unless I thought my experience could benefit anyone.
How about yourself? Have you formed any plans?
None, but I must get away from here. I can understand that perfectly, and I must say that I think you are right. Dr. Ross and I were speaking about you yesterday. He is deeply grieved at the idea of parting with you so abruptly. He says, under any other circumstances, he's thinking of his daughter when he spoke, that it would have been well for you to go on with your work as usual. The change could have been made after the holidays. But he fears now that this is hardly possible. I am sure you will not misunderstand him.
No, he has decided quite rightly.
He will give you a testimonial of which any man may be proud. He told me with tears in his eyes that he never knew anyone so young, with so great a moral influence, that your work was at all times excellent, and that he had never had so high a respect for any of his masters. And he begs me to say that you may command his purse or influence to any reasonable extent. He will be truly grateful to you if you will not refuse his help.
I fear I must refuse it. And Cyril threw back his head with his old proud gesture. But do not tell him so, Captain Bennett. Give him my kindest, my most respectful regards. Say anything you like, but do not compromise me. I will take nothing but my salary from Dr. Ross.
Then we will say no more about it, returned Michael with ready tact. Every man has a right to his own independence. Have you any place to go to when you leave here, Blake?
And Cyril shook his head. One can always take lodgings, he replied. I must go up to town and look out for some situation. I suppose after all my testimonials will help me.
Without doubt they will. What do you say to a secretary's ship? I have one in my mind that I think would suit you. It is a friend of my own who is wanting someone as a sort of general amanuensis and secretary. He is a literary man and extremely wealthy, an old bachelor and somewhat of an oddity, but in his own way I don't know a better fellow.
Cyril listened to this description with languid interest. It sounds as though it would do, he replied after a moment's reflection. At least I might try it for a time. Last night I thought of going to New Zealand. I could get a mastership there.
That is not a bad idea, but you might try the secretaryship first, if Unwin be willing to come to terms. The work would be novel and interesting, and your mother might not like the New Zealand scheme.
Then, at the mention of his mother, Cyril's face seemed to harden. Michael took no apparent notice of this.
I tell you what we will do, Blake. We will go up to town together. When would you like to start? Tomorrow?
Here Cyril nodded.
I have diggings of my own, you know, in South Audley Street. They are very comfortable rooms. I can always get a bed for a friend. The people of the house are most accommodating. Besides, I am a good tenant. I will put you up, Blake, for any length of time you like to name. I will not promise to bear you company after the first week or so, but by that time you'll find yourself quite at home, and we will interview the old fellow as soon as possible.
You are too good. I have no right to burden you so. But a ray of hope shone in Cyril's sunken eyes. He was not the outcast he had seemed to be, if this man stood by him.
Nonsense! How can you burden me? Returned Michael briskly. I shall be delighted to have your company, and the rooms are always there, you know. They may as well be used.
And we can go tomorrow. You see, I am accepting your generous offer, but how can I help myself? I must find work, or I shall go mad.
Just so, and I will help you to find it. There is some good, after all, in being an idle man. One can do a good turn for a friend. Well, we will say tomorrow. I shall be quite at your service then. But there are two things that must be done first, Blake. Do you know how ill your mother is? I was quite shocked to see her just now.
Yes, Molly told me so last night. She wanted me to come down to her, but I knew that it was far better for both of us that I should remain where I was. I was in no mood for a scene, and Cyril knitted his brows as he spoke.
You were the best judge of that, of course, but I should advise you to see her now.
His grave tone somewhat startled Cyril. Do you mean that she is very ill?
No, I do not mean that. As far as I can tell, I believe her illness is more mental than bodily, but she is evidently suffering acutely. If you leave her to herself much longer, I would not answer for the consequences. Her nature is a peculiar one, as you must know for yourself. If you could say a word to her to soothe her, I think it would be as well to say it.
Very well, I will go to her, but she must not expect me to say much.
She will expect nothing, but all the same, I hope you will not be too hard on her. If you cannot extenuate her fault, you can at least remember her provocations.
A sigh of great bitterness rose to Cyril's lips. I think it is hardest of all to hear you defend my mother to me.
I know it. It is bitterly hard. You think I don't feel for you? But, Blake, before we leave Rutherford, there is another duty, and a still more painful one. Surely you intend to see your father?
I do not see the necessity, Captain Bennet. My father is nothing to me, nor I to him.
You are wrong, returned Michael warmly. You are altogether wrong. Will you let me tell you something?
And then he repeated the substance of his conversation with Matt O'Brien. He thought Cyril seemed a little touched, but he merely said, "Think I need hardly see him at present." And then he added in a low voice, "Am I in a fit state to see anyone?"
Perhaps not, but you may not soon have another opportunity, my dear fellow. Will you put aside your feelings and do this thing for my satisfaction? I have given my word to Mr. O'Brien that I will do my best to bring you together, and if you refuse, I shall accuse myself of failure.
Oh, if you put it in that light, I do not see my way to refuse.
Thanks. Shall we go together, or would you prefer going alone?
I could not bring myself to go alone.
Very well, then. I will drive you over in the dog-cart. I am no walker, as you know, and perhaps Kester had better go with us.
And to this Cyril made no demur.
Now that I have detained you long enough, and Mrs. Blake will be wearying for you, I will bring the trap round at 2:30.
Cyril nodded, and they went downstairs together. Michael paused for an instant at the drawing-room door.
Be gentle with her, Blake, he said as he grasped his hand. What is done cannot be undone.
And then he went down to Kester. Mrs. Blake was still in the same position. The tensions of that long waiting had been too much for her, and the old faintness had returned. But when she saw her son, she struggled into a sitting posture and stretched out her hands to him as he came slowly and almost reluctantly towards her.
"Cyril, my darling Cyril!"
Then he took her hand and held it for a moment.
"My boy,"
she said a little piteously.
"Have you nothing else for your mother?"
But it seemed as though he failed to understand her, and when she pointed mutely to the seat beside her, he did not at once seat himself. "Mother," he said, still speaking as though the words were difficult to him. "I have come to tell you that there shall be peace between us."
"Does that mean you have forgiven me, Cyril?"
"It means that I will do my best to forgive you your share in the ruin of my life, of all our lives." Then as he stood before her, she threw her arms around him with a faint cry, but he gently, very gently repulsed her. "Do not let there be any scene. I could not bear it." And the weariness in his voice made her heart ache still more. "Mother, I think that we had better never speak of these things again. As far as I am concerned, I will willingly blot out the past from my memory. Today we must begin afresh, you and I." His tone made her shiver, and as she looked up in his dark, impassive face and saw the deep-seated melancholy in his eyes, a sort of despair seized her.
"Oh,"
she cried passionately,
"can it be my son who speaks? Blot out the past, that happy past, when we were all in all to each other, when even poverty was delicious, because I have my boy to work for me?"
"I shall work for you still."
"Yes, but will it be the same? Or do I care for the gifts you may bring me when your heart has gone from me? How am I to bear my life when you treat me with such coldness? Cyril, you do not know what a mother's love is. If you had sinned, if you had come to me and said, 'Will you take my hand?' red as it is with the blood of a fellow creature, with all my horror I would still have taken it, for it is the hand of my son."
She spoke with a wild fervour that would have touched any other man, but he only returned coldly, "And yet you had no mercy for my father." And then a look of repugnance crossed her face.
"That was because I did not love him. Where there is no love, there is no self-sacrifice. But Cyril, with all my faults, I have been a good mother to you."
"I know it," he replied, "and I hope I shall always do my duty by you. But, mother, you must be patient and give me time. Do you not see," and here his voice became more agitated, "that you have yourself destroyed my faith in my mother? The mother in whom I believed, who was truth itself to me, is only my own illusion. I know now that she never existed. That is why I say that you must give me time, that I may become used to my new mother." He spoke with the utmost gentleness, but his words were dreadful to her, and yet she hardly understood them. How could the pure rectitude, the scrupulous honour of such a nature be comprehended by a woman like Olive O'Brien, a creature of wild impulses, whose notions of morality were shifty as the quicksands, whose sense of right and wrong was so strangely warped? For the first time in her life, the strong, accusing light of conscience seemed to penetrate the murky recesses of her nature with an unearthly radiance that seemed to scorch her into nothingness. The sun had become her judge, and the penalty he imposed was worse than death to her. Of what use would her life be to her if the idol of her heart had turned against her? And yet, with all her remorse and misery, there was no repentance. If the time had come over again, she would still have freed herself from the husband she loathed. She would still have dressed herself in her widow's weeds and carried out her life's deception. Cyril was perfectly aware of this. He knew all her anguish was caused by his displeasure and by the bitter consequences that he was reaping. The plot had failed. It had only brought disaster on him and his. If he could have seen one spark of real repentance, if she had owned to him with tears that her sorrow was for her sin, and that she would fain undo it, his heart would have been softer to her as she sat and wept before him.
"I never thought you would have been so hard to me," she sobbed.
"I do not mean to be hard," was his answer. "That is why I said there should be peace between us, and because I am going away."
"You're going? Where?"
And then he told her briefly that Captain Burnett had offered him a temporary home. "It is better for me to be alone a little," he went on. "When I have settled work and you can get rid of the house, I will ask you to join me. But that will not be for some time."
"And I must stop on here alone? Oh, Cyril, my own boy, let me come with you. I will slave, I will be content with a crust, if you will only take me."
"It is impossible, mother. I shall have no home for you. You must stay here quietly with Molly and Kester until my plans are more settled." And then he rose as though to put an end to the discussion.
"And you go tomorrow?"
"Yes, tomorrow. Will you ask Molly to look after my things?" Then, as she gazed at him with troubled eyes, he bent over her and kissed her forehead. "We must begin afresh," he said, half to himself, as he left the room. End of chapter 41. Chapter 42 of Lover or Friend by Rosa Carey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Will you shake hands with your father? It is peculiar to man to love even those who do wrong, and this happens if, when they do wrong, it occurs to thee that they are kinsmen, and that they do wrong through ignorance and unintentionally, and that soon both of you will die. And above all, that the wrongdoer hath done thee no harm, for he hath not made thy ruling faculty worse than it was before. M. Aurelius Antoninus. To err is human, to forgive divine. The drive to Braille that afternoon was a silent one. Grim care sat on the two young faces, and Michael, with his usual tact, devoted himself to his mare. Now and then her skittishness gave him an opportunity of saying a word or two, to which Cyril replied in monosyllables. When they had left the inn and were almost in sight of the cottage, Michael suddenly asked Cyril if he had ever seen Mr. O'Brien.
"Thomas O'Brien," he added quickly.
"You mean my uncle?" returned Cyril curtly. "No, I've never seen him."
"Then I should like to tell you something about him. Of all the men I have ever known, Thomas O'Brien is the one I have most honoured. I have always had the greatest respect for him, for his honesty, integrity, and childlike simplicity. In spite of his want of culture, he is the gentleman his Creator intended him to be. Let me tell you, Blake, that you may be proud to call such a man your uncle."
And with these words, Michael unlatched the little gate and waited for them to follow him. They were not unperceived. Long before they reached the porch, the cottage door was open, and Thomas O'Brien's genial face and strong, thick-set figure blocked up the doorway. Michael was about to speak, when, to his surprise, Cyril lifted his hat and then extended his hand to the old man.
"I believe you are my uncle, sir," he said quietly. "There can be no need of an introduction. I am Cyril, and this is my brother, Kester."
A soft, misty look came into Thomas O'Brien's honest eyes.
"Aye, my lad, I'm thinking I know you both, though I have never set eyes on you before. You are kindly welcome, young gentlemen, for your own and for your father's sake."
And here he gave them a hearty grasp of the hand. "The captain is always welcome, as he knows. He and me have been friends for 60 years, eh, Captain?"
"Good God, are those my boys, Tom?"
The interruption was so sudden and unexpected that they all started, and Cyril turned pale. Something familiar in the voice seemed to thrill him, like an echo from a far-off time. He turned round quickly. A tall man, with closely cropped hair and a grey moustache, was standing behind him, and regarding him with dark, melancholy eyes.
"These two can never be my boys, Tom,"
he repeated, in the same incredulous, awestruck voice.
"Why, lad, they are your own, surely, and you had better be thanking God for his mercy in giving you such sons than to be taking the holy name on your lips."
Matt did not seem to hear this mild rebuke.
"Will you shake hands with your father, Cyril?"
he said, with an air of deep dejection.
"I wish it were a cleaner hand, for your sake, but I can give you no other."
"Do you think I would refuse it, sir?" returned the young man, touched in spite of himself. And then it was Kester's turn, but as Matt's eyes fell on the boy's worn, sickly face, his manner changed.
"Is that my little chap, the young monkey who used to ride on my shoulder and hold on by my hair? Dear, dear, who would have believed it?"
Kester's pale face flushed a little.
"You are looking at my crutch, sir," he said nervously, "but I shall soon throw it away. I am ever so much better now, am I not, Cyril?" "And where's my little Molly?" continued Matt. "The baby, as we used to call her." "Let us come along," whispered Michael in Mr. O'Brien's ear. "They will get on better without us."
The tears were running down the old man's face as they turned into the little parlour.
"It beats me, sir,
It beats me utterly to see my poor lad trying to make friends with his own children, and looking so shamed before them. That is a fine-looking chap, that eldest one," he went on. "Mrs. Ross's sweetheart, as I used to call him. He's the sort any girl could fancy. And he has a look of Matt about him, too, only he is handsomer and better set up than Matt ever was. I believe you are my uncle, sir. Few young chaps would have said that. A fine fellow, and she has lost him. Well, the Almighty sends trouble to the young as well as the old. May I light my pipe, Captain, for I'm a bit shaky, and all this has overset me." Meanwhile, Cyril was saying, "We have not brought Molly. If you wish to see her, you shall come another time." "Thank you, my lad. That is kindly spoken, and I have a sort of longing to set eyes on her again. But you need not think that I am going to trouble her, or you either. A man like me has no right to trouble anyone." How could they answer him? But Matt did not seem to notice their silence. His eyes were bent on the ground, and he twirled his grey moustache fiercely. "My children belong to their mother, and not to me. I made you over to her years ago. She said I was not fit to have the charge of my own children, and maybe she was right. It was not a wifely speech, but I can't blame her. When you go home, tell her I'll keep my word, that I'll lay no sort of claim to any of you." He spoke in the slow, brooding tone that was natural to him, and the tears came into Kester's eyes as he listened. Boy as he was, he understood the deep degradation of such words. This tall, hungry-eyed man, who stood aloof and talked so strangely, was his own father, who was voluntarily denuding himself of a father's rights, an outcast thrown over by his wife and children, an erring and yet a deeply repentant man. Could anything be more unnatural and horrible? Kester's boyish sense of justice revolted against this painful condition of things. He longed to start up and take his father's hand. "Do not be so miserable. Whatever you have done, you are our father, and we will be good to you." This is what he would have said, but he only looked at Cyril and held his peace. Cyril had felt himself strangely attracted from the first. This was not the father whom he had dreaded to see, and on whose countenance he had feared to behold the stamp of the felon. Matt's worn, gentle face and deep-set, sorrowful eyes only inspired him with pity. The haggard weariness, the utter despondency of the man before him told their own story. True, there was weakness, moral weakness, but at least there was no glorifying in his wrongdoing. The prodigal had come home weary of his husks and craving for more wholesome food. "If I have done wrong, I have suffered for it," his looks seemed to say, and Cyril's generosity responded to the appeal. "We are in a difficult position," he said, "but there is no need to make things worse than they are. It is not for us to judge our parents, neither is it our fault that all these years we have believed that we had but one. Now I know all. I fear you have not been treated fairly." "I thought you would have taken your mother's part, my boy," replied Matt humbly. Cyril's words brought him some amount of consolation, only he could not quite bring himself to believe them. "I hope that I shall always be on the side where the right lies," was Cyril's answer. "I do not wish to blame my mother. I think it is best and wisest to be silent. You are a stranger to us, and we have not even your memory to aid us. My own childish reminiscences are very vague. I can just remember a big man who used to play with us, and whom we called Daddy, but I have no special recollection of him." "I hardly expected you to say as much as that," and Matt's eyes brightened. "But after all, I doubt if I am better off in that respect than you. How am I to find my little chaps again when I look at you both? A fine grown man, and that poor sickly lad beside you. Why," he continued in a tender, musing tone, "the little chaps I remember had rosy cheeks and curly heads. I can feel their bare legs swarming up me now. Give us a ride, Dad. It was always Kester who said that. He was never still a moment, unless he was asleep, and then he used to look so pretty. But where shall I find him? There was not a trace of the little rogue left in him, and when I see my girl Molly, it will be the same." Kester could stand no more. He started up so hastily that his crutch slipped from under his arm, and he would have lost his balance if his father had not caught him and held him fast. "Why did you do that, boy? You have given me quite a fright. There, I will pick up your stick for you, while you stop quietly in your chair." But to his surprise, Kester held him tightly by the wrist. "Never mind the crutch, father.
I'm not afraid of a tumble. Somehow my leg gets stiff, but I don't mind it. I only wanted to say that if you like, I will come and see you sometimes, when I can get a lift, and I will bring Molly with me. I can't help what Mother says," continued the boy, his face working. "And I don't mean to let her hinder us from coming. Cyril is going away, so he will not count, but I'll bring Molly, and though she is not your baby now, she will take to you and cheer you up."
Kester was quite out of breath with this long speech that he blurted out, but he was hardly prepared for the result, for before he had finished, a low sob broke from Matt's lips, and he sat down, shaking with emotion, and covered his face with his hands. Kester looked at him wistfully.
"Have I said anything to hurt him?"
he whispered, but Matt's ears caught the words.
"No, no,"
he returned vehemently.
"You have put fresh life into me by speaking so kindly. It was only the word father that I never thought to hear. God bless you, my boy, for saying that. I thought that she would have taught you to hate me, as she did herself. I shall never hate you, father. I would not be so wicked. If you will let me come and see you sometimes, I will try to be good to you, and I know Molly will too. I suppose," continued Kester doubtfully, "that I must not ask you to come and see us in return. It is Mother's house, and—"
But Matt finished the speech.
"No, my lad, you are right. Your mother and I have parted for this life."
And now he spoke with a sort of mournful dignity.
"The time was when I worshipped the ground she walked upon, but there are limits to a man's love. When she forsook me in my shame and trouble, when she stood there taunting me in my prison cell, my heart seemed to die to her. Olive is not to me now but a bitter memory, and if she prayed to me on her bended knees, I would not enter her house."
It was Cyril's turn to speak now.
"Yes, you are better apart," he said in a low voice, "and my mother has always been my charge. I shall tell her that she must not hinder Molly or Kester from coming to see you. Shall you still remain here, father?"
He said the word with some little effort, but the same brightness came into Matt's eyes.
"I think so, my lad. I would as lief stay with Tom. All these years he has stuck to me, and I'll not forsake him now."
"And you will be comfortable?" Cyril asked the question with some degree of interest, and again Matt's eyes glistened with pleasure.
"I doubt if I was ever so comfortable in my life," he returned without any hesitation. "You are young, my boy, and trouble is new to you, and heaven forbid that you should ever be able to put yourself in my place. But if you only knew what it is to me to bid good night to someone again. It is not much of a life, perhaps," went on Matt, with his gentle, melancholy drawl, "but to me it is heavenly in its peace and quiet. Prissy is sometimes a bit harassing, but then most women are. But she keeps things comfortable and shipshape, and when she has gone off to bed there is Tom and his pipe in the chimney corner, and he says, 'Come and have a chat, my lad, until it is time to turn in.' Yes, yes, I'll bide with Tom and be thankful." "Then we will come and see you here sometimes," returned Cyril, rising. "For myself I cannot answer at present." He paused and then continued hurriedly. "I shall not see you again for some time. I am leaving Rutherford." "Yes, lad, I know." Matt sighed heavily. "And it is all through me that you are going. I wanted the captain to hush it all up, but he would not hear of it. When I think of all I have brought on you, I wonder you can bring yourself to speak a kind word to me. It is not all your fault, but I cannot talk for myself. Goodbye, father. If we do not meet again for some time, it will be because things are going badly with me. But I shall always be ready to help you if you need my assistance." "Thank you, my boy," returned Matt huskily. And then it was Kester's turn. "I shall come soon, very soon, and Molly shall come with me." "Molly." Matt repeated the name in fond, lingering fashion as he moved to the window. "My little girl. I wonder if she is like Olive. Cyril is. He has all her good looks, but there's something in his face that Olive never had. I almost felt shamed when he called me father, but the other one, he is not my little chap, and yes he is, but somehow when he spoke my whole heart seemed to go out to him." And then Matt tried to light his pipe, only his hand trembled too much to do it. "If I could only have my life back again," he said to himself with a groan. Cyril hardly broke the silence once during the drive back. It was not until several days had passed that Michael heard how that interview with his father had affected him. Cyril said very little even then, but Michael was relieved to find that, on the whole, he had been more attracted than repelled. "Kester likes him, and in a way I like him too," he remarked. "We both think he has been hardly used. My mother could have kept him straight, there is no doubt of that, but she never tried to do so.
One is sorry for that sort of weakness, even when one cannot understand it," finished Cyril, with the feeling that there was nothing more to say. Michael left them at the cottage and drove on to Woodcote. His day's work had been somewhat arduous, and he felt fagged and weary. It was long past tea-time, he knew, but he wondered if he could ask Crawford to bring him some. Michael's long years of ill health made him depend on this feminine panacea for all its ills more than most men. That Michael hated to miss his tea was a well-known fact in the Ross household. Another time Audrey would have cared for his comforts, he thought, as he dragged himself up the stairs in a spiritless manner. Tired nature was avenging herself in her usual fashion, and Michael's head and limbs were aching. Perhaps something else ached, too. But his mood changed when he entered his room. After all, he had not been forgotten. A cheery little fire burned and spluttered, as though newly lighted, and a tiny kettle sang merrily on its trivet. The tea-tray was on the table, and as Michael regarded these preparations with an expression of satisfaction, he heard Audrey's well-known knock at the door.
"Shall I make your tea, Michael?" she asked. "Or would you rather be alone? Gage and Percival are downstairs, and as I was sure you would be tired, I told Crawford to bring up the kettle. Shall I stay or not?" she continued, a little surprised by his silence.
"Stay, by all means,"
was his only reply, as he threw himself into his easy chair. He would have thanked her, and she evidently expected to be thanked, but he was afraid he should say too much. She had thought of him and his comfort in her own unhappiness, though her face was still pale with her inward trouble.
"You have had a trying day," she continued as she knelt down on the rug a moment to coax the fire to burn more brightly, "and of course it has taken it out of you. I was quite sure that you would not be in the mood for Gage and Percival. Percival is very kind, but somehow he is not restful. He is so very bracing."
And she sighed as though she had found him so.
"People are not always in a condition for a tonic, are they, Audrey?"
"No,"
she replied quietly.
"And then it is no use forcing it on them. But I must not be hard on Percival. He is very kind, only somehow his conversation was a little too bracing. He and Gage were full of plans. They meant it all for my good, but it was a little tiring."
"Poor child," and Michael's sympathizing tone was very healing.
"But we will not talk about my silly self," rousing herself. "There is something else I want to know. I guess where you have been this afternoon, you have taken Cyril to see his father."
"Yes, and Kester too."
"I am very glad,"
forcing a smile.
"It was right, quite right. He will be the happier for not shirking his duty."
Then she looked at Michael a little pleadingly, as though to beg for some account of the interview.
"I am afraid I cannot tell you much,"
he returned, feeling sorry that he had so little to communicate.
"As far as I could see, Blake behaved uncommonly well. He shook hands with O'Brien at once, but of course after that I only thought it right to efface myself."
"But surely Cyril has spoken of his father?"
"No, he has not said a word, but I dare say he will open out more by and by. I am going up to town with him tomorrow, and we shall have plenty of opportunity if he feels disposed to talk."
"Are you going to stay?"
"Well, yes. He's hardly fit to be left just now. I shall put him up at South Audley Street, and then he can look about him for a bit. I dare say I shall be back in a week or two."
"Oh, Michael, I never thought of this. Are you sure it will not trouble you?"
"Not a bit," he returned cheerfully. "I want to see my lawyer and do one or two things, so it comes quite handy."
But this plausible pretext did not in the least deceive her.
"It is no use saying what I think,"
she said hurriedly, and he saw the gleam of a tear on her eyelash.
"No one but yourself would ever do such things. I shall miss you. I think I shall miss you more than ever. But it will be such a comfort to feel you are with him."
"Oh, as to that, he will not need me long. When I see him fairly settled, I shall come home. I want to speak to Unwin about him. You have often heard me speak of Unwin. He is nearly old enough to be my father, but we are great chums, and I mean to tell him the whole story about Blake. If I could only get Unwin to stand his friend, there will be some hope for him."
"Yes, I understand. But it is you who will be his benefactor. Don't frown, Michael. I am not going to thank you. I cannot. Now please tell me one other thing before I go. Will you write to me?"
"If you wish it,"
he replied without hesitation.
"Oh, yes, I will certainly write and let you know how we are getting on. But I think it might be as well for you not to answer my letters."
A flush came to Audrey's face, but she perfectly understood the delicacy that induced Michael to make this stipulation. He would deprive himself of one of his greatest pleasures rather than Cyril should be pained by the sight of her handwriting.
"I will not write," she said in a low voice. "Now I must go down to Gage."
But he detained her.
"Wait a moment. There is no hurry, is there? And it is my turn to ask questions. I want to know what you're going to do with yourself during my absence."
And there was no mistaking his anxiety, though he strove to hide it.
"I shall do as usual," she returned tranquilly. "Molly will come to me every morning, and we shall work hard at our lessons.
But he interrupted her.
"Are you sure that your father will approve of Molly's visits?"
he asked.
"There is no reason why he should disapprove," she replied quickly. "But of course I shall speak to him. There can be no possible reason why my poor Molly should be punished. Father would not wish me to go to the Grey Cottage, and indeed I should not wish it myself. But there can be no objection to Molly coming here."
"Perhaps not. And after all, it will not be for long."
"No, it will not be for long, so I must do my best for her. Do not trouble about me, Michael. I shall be as busy as possible. I'm not going away with Gage as she wishes. I tell her I would rather stay quietly with father and mother, perhaps next holidays, but we need not talk of that."
"But you will be very dull."
"No, indeed, I shall have too much to do. At least, I do not mean to think whether I am dull or not. But, Michael, I shall depend for a great deal of my comfort on your letters."
Then he knew that the burden of her lover's unhappiness was very heavy upon her, and that she would not willingly speak of it, even to him.
"I will tell you all that there is to tell. If you do not hear from me, it will be because there is nothing to say."
And with these words he let her go. He did not speak to her again that evening, for though Mr. Harcourt had taken his departure, Geraldine had remained, with the amiable intention of cheering her sister. If she did not quite succeed in her mission, it was for no want of effort on Audrey's part, who as usual did her best for everyone. But more than once Michael detected a weary look in her eyes that told him that she would fain have been left alone.
"But that is the last thing that Gage and Harcourt would ever do,"
he said to himself, with a shade of bitterness, as he saw the gentleness and patience with which Audrey received her sister's attentions. End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of Lover or Friend by Rosa Carey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Michael's letter. Be not ashamed to be helped, for it is thy business to do thy duty, like a soldier in the assault on a town. How then, if being lame thou canst not mount up on the battlements alone, but with the help of another, it is possible. Am Aurelius Antoninus. About a week afterwards, Michael was writing in his sitting room in South Audley Street, when Cyril Blake entered the room. He put down his hat and began taking off his gloves as he stood by the table.
"Well,"
asked Michael, looking up from his checkbook,
"have you hit it off, old man?"
"Yes, we have settled it," returned Cyril, dropping into a chair as though he were tired. "And I am to enter my duties next week."
"Next week? That is uncommonly short notice. Unwin must be in a precious hurry to close with the bargain."
"He is in a hurry. He says his work is all in arrears, and that his publishers want his book on Cyprus as soon as he can let them have it, and the papers are all in confusion. Of course I let him know that I was in no need of a holiday, and that I would far rather commence work at once. Mr. Unwin was most kind and considerate. My hours are to be from 10 to 6, so I shall be able to give a lesson or two in the evening."
"You know my opinion on that subject, but I fancy I have exhausted all my arguments for no purpose."
"I'm afraid so, too," returned Cyril quietly. "Mr. Unwin thinks he can find me a pupil, a young fellow who is behindhand with his classics, and has got plucked in his examination. Really, Binet, I am extremely indebted to you for this introduction to Mr. Unwin. In spite of his peculiarities, he seems to have an excellent heart."
"Oh, yes, he is an out-and-out good fellow. I can tell you some anecdotes that are very much to his credit, only I know he will never forgive me."
"Unwin likes his kind actions to blush unseen.
Will you think me impertinent, Blake, if I ask what amount of salary he means to give you?"
"Not in the least. You have every right to know. I am to have £120 a year. That is only £30 less than I had at Rutherford. I never expected such good pay."
"Ah, Unwin can afford it."
"He seemed to say so. One thing, he thought I was older than I am. I seemed quite surprised when he told him I was only 23. Michael looked up a little sharply. There was no denying that Cyril looked older. Even these few days had worked some indefinable change in him. He was not ill, though he could not be said to be well. But there had come to him a certain settled look that one sees on the faces of middle-aged men who have a large amount of care, and there were dark circles round his eyes, as though sleep had to be wooed with some degree of difficulty. "You're tolerably youthful still, Blake," he said, not liking to admit that he saw this change in him. "Am I? I should not have said so from my own feelings. I fancy youth is rather a relative term, but I must acknowledge that Mr. Unwin treated me with a great deal of consideration. I know what you have told him, but he scarcely alluded to it, except in the most distant way. Indeed, I am very grateful to him for his delicacy. I told you from the first that he was a good fellow. Unwin is what I call an all-round man. He is a bit fussy over his hobbies, but as long as you keep Charles I out of your conversation, I fancy it will be plain sailing. I hope you are not bursting with the subject, as the immortal Mr. Dick was when he found himself compelled to fly his kites, but it is a fact that Unwin is a bit cranky about him." "Thanks for warning me," returned Cyril with a grave smile. "Now my next business will be to look out for some lodgings within an easy distance of Cromwell Road. I have trespassed on your kind hospitality long enough." "Nonsense," returned Michael bluntly. "I expect you to stop on here for at least another month. I shall go back to Rutherford in a fortnight or so, but that would not make any difference to you. My old woman will be delighted to cook for you and make you comfortable. You know her husband was an old corporal in our regiment, but an amputated leg and a little bit of money coming to his wife made him fall out of the ranks. I have lodged with them for about 10 years, and I have been in no hurry to change my quarters. Now they are very comfortable, but the fact is, Bennett, my mother gives me no peace. She writes every day to beg me to take her away from Rutherford. She says she will never go outside the gate as long as she remains there. I imagine she has a nervous dread of meeting my father. Besides, she says everyone will be talking about her." "I do not believe a single person in Rutherford has begun to talk. So I tell her, but she will not believe me. You know my mother. It is not always easy to manage her. She will be quieter when she has once got away. So, with many thanks for all your kindness, Bennett, I will just look out for these lodgings." "Well, if your mind is made up, I will not try to change your determination. But if you will excuse my plainness of speech, I think it would be better for you to be without your mother for another week or two." "I dare say you are right," replied Cyril wearily. "My quiet life here has been a great boon. But it does not do to think only of one's self, and after all, nothing matters much. Perhaps Mrs. Johnson may know of some good rooms. They must be furnished, for of course it would never do to move our furniture under the present unsettled state of things. Besides, ours is too old to bear another journey. My mother can bring away the books and her bits of china and any little thing she fancies, and Biddy can mount guard over the rest until we can dispose of it. I dare say I can soon get the house off my hands." "There will be no difficulty about that," returned Michael, inwardly wondering at Cyril's cool, businesslike tone. In his heart, he admired him all the more for his pluck. "Paget is looking out for a house. You know he expects to be married shortly. Shall I write to him and give him a hint that you want to find a tenant for the grey cottage? I dare say the landlord will be glad for him to take it, if you will be so good. I forgot all about Paget, but he would turn up his nose at our old carpets. His bride-elect is rather a grand lady." Cyril's tone was a trifle cynical, but Michael would have forgiven him if his speech had been flavoured with a gall of bitterness. "Very well, then. I will write to him before country post, and we will have up Mrs. Johnson and talk to her." And Cyril at once rang the bell. 2 days afterwards, Audrey received her first long letter from Michael. A brief note was all that had yet reached her. "My dear Audrey," it began, "I hope that you will not think that I have forgotten you, but when there is literally nothing to say, I am rather a bad hand at cooking up a letter, and I had not a single fact to go upon, except to tell you that, on the whole, we were pretty fit and were jogging along somehow. Well, I have a whole budget of facts now, and my pen has become a valuable implement. First, then, Blake has come to terms with Unwin, and he is to begin work on Monday. I believe in his heart he would still prefer the New Zealand scheme, and if we could only get rid of his mother, not an easy task that, I should be inclined to give him a helping hand in that direction. But as Blake does not see his way clear to leave her, he may as well take the berth offered to him. Privately, I believe Unwin is hugging himself under the idea that he has got a treasure. He spoke of him to me as a highly intelligent fellow, and a first-rate Greek scholar, which we know are facts. His hours are pretty light, from 10 to 6, so he'll have his evenings to himself, but I am sorry to say he means to look out for pupils. I have talked myself hoarse on the subject, but he will not listen to reason. Of course his health will suffer. He has always been accustomed to so much fresh air and exercise. If I could only induce him to join a cricket or tennis club, but it would never do to propose it just now. He has no heart for play. One thing, he has given in to me about Kester,
though I had some difficulty with him at first. We had a long talk last night, and I employed all my eloquence to bring him to see the thing in its right light, and at last he consented that I should have my way. Do you remember my telling you about George Moore, that nice fellow who got into trouble with his rector? Well, he was married lately, and his wife is a very good woman. Moore has taken a capital house at Brighton. He has a curacy at Kemp Town, and he is looking out for a few pupils to prepare for the university. I'm going to send Kester to him for a year or two, until he is old enough to go to Oxford. Abercrombie tells me the sea air will do him a world of good. I have just written to him to come up at once, as he must have a proper outfit. And now I must tell you that Blake has found some very good rooms, Kensington Way. I went down with him yesterday, and I think they will do very well. There is a good-sized drawing-room, a sunny, cheerful room, with a smaller one behind, where Blake can work with his pupils, and 2 good bedrooms. Biddy, how I wish she were not to be of the menage, will have to content herself with a dull slip of a room on the basement. Of course the furniture is shabby, and there is very little of it, but I mean to introduce a few improvements by degrees. I like the appearance of the woman of the house. She is a widow, and is evidently very respectable. Her daughter, a very tidy sort of person, waits on the lodgers. I think I have told you about all now. Blake has thawed lately, and we have long talks together, though perhaps they are not cheerful ones. On the whole, I think he shows a great deal of pluck. I doubt whether any other young man of his age would behave as well. If the Victoria Cross were ever given for moral heroism, I am sure Blake would get it. Goodbye until we meet. I suppose I shall be back in another week or 10 days. Take care of yourself, my dear, for the sake of your affectionate friend and cousin, Michael.
There is no one like Michael,
was Audrey's inward comment as she put down the letter. How simply he had told her his intentions with regard to Kester, as though his generosity were a matter of course. How few men of Michael's age would have cared to saddle themselves with such a responsibility, for one, too, who was not their own kith and kin.
It will cost him at least 200 a year, she thought. No wonder my poor Cyril found it difficult to accept such an offer. He would take nothing from Michael for himself, but he could hardly refuse for Kester. Michael has virtually adopted him, just as I should like to adopt Molly. I suppose he thinks he will have no son of his own, and there is all that money.
And she sighed a little as she thought of Michael's loneliness. But if she had only known it, Michael's real generosity was shown in those lines he had written at the end of his letter. His munificence to Kester cost him far less than those few words, which he wrote so ungrudgingly of his rival. But he knew how they would gladden her heart. The old, beautiful smile would come to her lips, he thought, as she read them.
They will please her more than all the rest of the letter,
he said to himself. 2 or 3 evenings after this letter had reached her, Audrey went into her father's study, as usual, to bid him good night. But when he had kissed her with that special tenderness which he had shown to her ever since her trouble, she looked at him very seriously.
"Father,"
she said, as she kept his arm still round her,
"I wish you to know that I am going to the Grey Cottage tomorrow to bid Mrs. Blake good-bye."
Then Dr. Ross's arm dropped from her waist, and she saw at once that the news was not palatable to him. "Is that necessary, Audrey?"
"Yes, father. I think I may say that it is necessary. I have kept away from the Grey Cottage all this time, because I knew that it was your wish that I should do so, and I have ever been guided by your wishes. But now Mrs. Blake is going away, and it would trouble me greatly if she were to leave without my bidding her good-bye."
"I think it would be far better for her sake, as well as yours, that there should be no special leave-taking."
"Now I must differ from you, father dear," returned Audrey gently. "I could not bring myself to put such an affront on Cyril's mother. You know I am still engaged to Cyril, and his mother can never be a stranger to me."
Then Dr. Ross regarded his daughter with a grieved expression. "My own child, if you would only be guided by me in this, if you would give up this young man entirely." Then she shook her head, and a grave, sweet smile came to her lips.
"Would you have me break my word, father, because Cyril has broken his? But I do not blame him. He was obliged to do it, but no power on earth could compel me. Dear, why should we speak of these things, you and I? When one's mind is made up, there is nothing more to be said. In everything else I will obey you as a child ought to obey her father. If you tell me that I must not go to the Grey Cottage tomorrow, you shall be obeyed, no matter what it may cost me. But,"
pressing her lips to his forehead as she leant against him,
"I do not think my father will be such a tyrant.
I have no wish to tyrannize, Audrey, returned Dr. Ross sadly. In all I have said, I have only considered your happiness. If you feel that there is this need to bid Mrs. Blake good-bye, I shall certainly not prevent you. I know I can trust my daughter. I have wished that the break should be final and conclusive, but it seems that you think otherwise.
After tomorrow, the separation will be as complete as you desire it to be.
I am thankful to hear it. Of all women, I believe Mrs. Blake to be the most unsatisfactory. Audrey, my child, at the risk of paining you, I must say one word. There must be no written communication between her and you.
No, father, I should not wish it. Any such letters would be impossible, at least to me. Molly will write to me sometimes, and I suppose I shall answer her letters, but she will not write often.
I think I should tell her to write as seldom as possible. Molly is a nice little girl, and we are all fond of her, but I should be inclined to doubt her discretion. Then Audrey smiled faintly, and promised that Molly's correspondence should be enclosed within strict limits. She knew well what her father meant. Molly's letters would be overflowing with allusions to her brother. Her simplicity would know no reticence.
I think you may trust me, she said, after a moment's silence. Of course I understand what you mean.
Then in that case, we will not say any more about it, replied her father. Trust her. He knew that he should absolutely rely on her. When had she ever disappointed him? Of all girls, he had never known one so free from guile, so utterly transparent. There could be no shadow of doubt in his mind concerning her. And as he kissed her, and again wished her good night, he blessed her in his heart for being such a daughter to him. Audrey had carried her point. Her visit to Mrs. Blake had appeared to her in the light of an imperative duty, but it may be doubted whether she looked forward to it with any feeling of pleasure. Up to the present time she had spoken as little as possible of Mrs. Blake. She had only said a word or two to Cyril, begging him to make peace with his mother. She had asked him to soften his heart to her.
With all her faults, I think no mother ever loved her son so well, she had told him. It is not the highest love, she had continued, since she has stooped to deceit and wrong for your sake. But it is not for you to judge her.
And she knew instinctively that her pleading had had weight with him. But though she had found words to defend her, she knew that Mrs. Blake could never be to her the friend she had been, and the shock of this discovery had been dreadful to her. She might still love and pity Cyril's mother. She might even be desirous of serving her, but the charm was broken, and as far as Audrey's happiness was concerned, it might be well that the distance was widened between them. When she rose the next morning, she felt as though some difficult and painful duty lay before her. As she walked towards the cottage in the sunshine of an April afternoon, she told herself that her visit must not be a long one. A rush of bittersweet memories came over her as she pushed open the green gate for the last time, and Zack bounded to meet her. As she stooped to caress him, when he rested his glossy head against her with a dog's unreasoning adoration, she said in a low voice,
"Zack, old fellow, you'll be glad to be with your master again."
And he whined, as though in joyful assent. There were no signs of either Molly or Biddy, so she went up as usual, unannounced. The drawing-room door was open, and as her footsteps sounded in the passage, Mrs. Blake came quietly out. She stepped back as she saw Audrey, and a slight colour came to her face.
"It is you, at last,"
she said abruptly, but there was no other greeting.
"Yes, it is I,"
returned Audrey, kissing her, and speaking in her usual tranquil manner.
"Do you think I should have let you leave Rutherford without bidding you good-bye?"
Then Mrs. Blake's eyes had a dangerous gleam in them.
"How could I know that they would let you come?" she said, almost harshly. "Am I not a pariah, an outcast from all respectable society? Does not Dr. Ross think so, as well as that excellent sister of yours? Do you know what my life has been during the last fortnight, since my boy left me? I have not dared to leave my own gate. If I were stifled for air, I would not venture to stir out, for fear of seeing a face I know."
"You need not have been afraid. No one in Rutherford has heard your story."
"But they may have heard it by this time. You forget that Dr. Charrington and Mr. Harcourt have been told. A man would never keep such a secret from his wife. Mrs. Charrington may have told it to half the master's wives by this time. This is why I have begged Cyril to take me away, because my life is unendurable."
"You are going to him now,"
observed Audrey soothingly.
for she saw at once that Mrs. Blake was in one of her unhappy moods. She was thin and pale, and there was a sharpened look about her features, as though her inward excitement had worn her. "Yes, I am going to him, but what good will my life be to me? He has forgiven me, at least he says so, but every hour of the day his sadness will be a reproach to me. When I see his unhappiness, how am I to bear it, when I know it is all my fault? Audrey, tell me one thing, you are still engaged to him?"
"Yes," returned Audrey very softly. "I am still engaged to him."
"Captain Bennet told me so. He said you had refused to give him up. Oh, my darling, how I loved you when he said that. It was brave of you to say such words, but my boy deserves them. If ever a girl was worshipped, he worshipped you."
"Dear Mrs. Blake, I think we will not speak of that."
"Why should we not speak of it? It is the only thing that will comfort me, and him too. Ah, if you only loved him as he loves you, there would be no difficulty. Many a girl has given up more for her lover than you will ever be asked to give up, and has found her reward in a happy life."
"I will not pretend to misunderstand you," returned Audrey simply, but she felt as she spoke that her father had been right to dread this interview. "I know what you would insinuate. You would have me marry Cyril without my parents' consent."
"I would," was Mrs. Blake's unabashed reply. "And where would be the harm, Audrey? You are of age, you have your own money, no one has a right to prevent your marriage. Of course your people will be angry at first, but after a time they would relent. My darling girl, think of it. Would it not be a noble act of self-sacrifice? And it would save Cyril."
"He would not wish to save himself at the risk of my happiness and peace of mind," she replied calmly. "Dear Mrs. Blake, how strange that you should not know your own son better than that. Cyril would never marry me without my father's consent, neither would I marry him. Under such circumstances, we should both be wretched."
"And you call that love?" returned Mrs. Blake with a sneer. "I am different from you, Audrey. I would have given up home, country, everything, for the sake of the man I loved. That is why I hated Matt, because I was bound to him, and the other man was free. It just maddened me. What?" interrupting herself. "Are you going to leave me?"
"It is useless to stay," returned Audrey in a pained voice. "If you talk like this, it is far better for me to go."
Then Mrs. Blake burst into passionate tears, and clasped her in her arms.
"Going, when I have never thanked you for your goodness to my boy, when I have never told you how dearly I have loved you. Audrey, forgive me, and stay with me a little, and I will try not to talk so wildly. It makes me feel better only to look at you, and you used to love me a little."
Then very reluctantly Audrey suffered herself to be persuaded, and to remain for another half hour. End of chapter 43.